Oh, there's gonna be so many tears in this video, I can already tell. What is going on? Oh my god. Oh, stop. Stop. I'm so disappointed. I'm gonna kill him. I'm so furious. I'm so mad. I got chills. I've literally got chills. I'm freaking out. So it's just a little bit emotional right now. No. 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 This is up there with Marineford for me in terms of stress. I'm stressed. What? Oh god. Is that Luffy? I'm gonna cry. This is my final full arc video for One Piece as a first time reader. To clarify, Egghead is still running as of filming this video, which means when I get to Egghead it won't be a complete video. I'll be doing Egghead so far and then going into the weekly chapter reviews, which I can't even believe we're almost there. It's almost time to become a weekly reader. So that does mean that this video, the Wano Country arc, will be the final full arc video ever as a first time reader. Oh my god, it's the end of an era. I mean, I'll be rereading One Piece and doing One Piece videos until the end of time, of course, but you know, it just feels like it's the end of something. It does. Oh god. And you heard me right. I want to do the entire Wano arc in this video. Every single chapter. All 149 of them. I have no idea what the final runtime of this video is going to be. It's going to be my magnum opus, I am sure. And I do want to beat the record for the longest video on my channel, which is my Animos video, which comes out at 4 hours and 35 minutes. I want to beat that. This is ridiculous. So I am reading chapters 909 through to 1057 of the One Piece Wano Country arc and Saga. I believe it's just a Saga too. And physically that is volumes 90 through 102 of the English published volumes. Volume 103 has come out in the US, but it doesn't come out in the UK until the 4th of August. Volume 102 is going to be the final volume I ever read One Piece for the first time physically. I didn't think this would ever happen. I didn't think this day would come. I've been reading One Piece physically since the dawn of time, or at least since the beginning of my One Piece journey. It's all been physical. And then I'm gonna have to go into reading on the Viz app, I think it is, or the Shonen Jump app. So I'll be going from physical reading to digital reading. Oh my god. Oh, there's gonna be so many tears in this video, I can already tell. I've taken the full week off doing anything else so that I can dedicate this week to reading Wano. Essentially, I'm doing Wano week. A few important things to know before we start. One of them, I will not be rushing Wano. I'm very excited to be spending the week in Wano. I have my videos already filmed and prepared for the week, and I don't have to stress about anything. I can just relax and read. So don't think I'm rushing it. If I do need to take extra time reading, then I will absolutely do that. Second thing is, I am a first time One Piece reader, so there are bound to be mistakes, and I have made mistakes in pretty much every single One Piece video I've done so far, because I'm reading through it for the very first time. I love it when you guys are so super helpful, letting me know when I've made a mistake and helping me to correct them, giving me all the information I need to correct myself in the future, and just helping clarify things, because One Piece hasn't been exactly the easiest to follow or easiest to understand so far. Amazing, but still a little bit dense. So please do continue to leave comments pointing all of that out, but please don't leave comments like this. I don't know that I'm making mistakes while I'm filming, and there is just so much to remember with One Piece 2. It is extremely hard to do that going into these videos, and I have done, what chapter am I on now? 909. I've done about 808 mini reviews of One Piece in the past 10 months. That is a lot of reviews. So my brain does get a little scrambled sometimes. Sometimes I misremember things or just get things wrong. Mistakes are inevitable and they're bound to happen. And there are definitely going to be mistakes in this video too. Feel free to correct me in the comments, but just don't be a dick about it. Okay? Don't be a dick. New rule in the comments. One Piece is thick, so don't be a dick. Second thing, and you guys are gonna hate me. You guys are gonna hate me. So, I don't know how to start. I don't consider it a spoiler, okay? First and foremost, what I'm about to tell you, I don't consider a spoiler. However, I know probably 99% of you guys do. And I have talked about this with my One Piece channel members. But about a month ago, I had some friends on Instagram going to Anime Expo, and I didn't realize at the time that when I'd click on their stories and I would just see things pop up here, there, and everywhere, that a promotion for One Piece Day would come up. If you're reading along with me and you're reading Wano for the first time, maybe skip ahead because this is potentially a spoiler. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, skip ahead. But yeah, this image here is the promotion for One Piece Day, and I have seen it. It was honestly everywhere. There was no avoiding this. And I know you guys are being so amazing at keeping my innocent self protected from seeing any and all spoilers. But yeah, I saw this image and I have no idea what it actually is. I am assuming it is Luffy's next gear. I think it's gear 5, but I don't know anything else. I don't know the context. I don't know what it does. I don't know how it happens. I don't know anything about it. I've just seen the design. That's all it is to me. It's just a design. So I don't consider it a spoiler, but I know you guys might. And for that, I apologize. I really do. I'm so sorry I saw it. It really was unavoidable. I wish I had have gotten to Wano a few months earlier to have completely avoided the One Piece Day promos, but that just wasn't going to happen, unfortunately. And yeah, I've seen what it looks like. So I don't consider myself spoiled, but you guys might. And for that, I apologize. Thank you for trying to protect me from all of the spoilers under the sun. Soon I'll be caught up, so in the future, you won't have to worry about me being spoiled. Fingers crossed anyway, I mean, it could still happen. So with that all being said, I would really appreciate it if you drop this video a like if you enjoy it. If you haven't subscribed already, I would love it if you did for more One Piece. You won't regret it, and I will see you in Wano.
Chapter 909, Seppuku.
I thought that we would just ease back into the Wano arc, but can somebody explain the ending to me? The ending of chapter 909. Still trying to wrap my head around that. I mean, one, we're in Wano. We've actually seen the land of Wano, and I'm just blown away, honestly. It looks incredible. It is gorgeous. I cannot wait to explore this place a whole lot more. One thing that I do wish the One Piece arcs would do is exploration. I don't know if maybe that's asking too much because this isn't a video game. And when we do go to these different places, you do get to see them sort of like in the background and things like that. But I would love to be able to just go on this like deep exploration of this place rather than I guess focus on all of the fighting. And after the end of this chapter, I'm sure will come. But Wano looks like such a fantastic opportunity to just develop the place more, see it more, and just see how gorgeous and beautiful and detailed it is. I have really enjoyed the places that we have went to recently. I really like the look of Whole Cake Island. I thought that one looked fantastic. Dressrosa looked good. So, you know, like there are just so many creative, amazing things and places in the New World. So Wano is just, like, how long's it been since we mentioned Wano? It's been arcs and arcs and arcs and arcs. And I'm sure in real time, it was years. So this feels like a huge achievement just to get to. We do start the arc off with Marco, actually. Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates. And I was wondering what had become of him and what he was getting himself up to. So I believe it's in Whitebeard's hometown, which Whitebeard has been looking after, well, before he died. You hear this story about how Whitebeard would give pretty much all of his treasure or his share of the treasure whenever they found it to this island, to his hometown. And honestly, like that reminded me of Nami and what she had to do for her town when she was like working for Arlong. So I found a parallel there between Nami and Whitebeard, and it breaks my heart. It really does break my heart because when I think of like how we followed Nami and how Arlong Park, that arc really tore me apart, and you could see the desperation of Nami trying to save her town and to then enforce that on Whitebeard. And if we followed Whitebeard when he was sort of like growing up and with his crew, and we saw them as the kind of Straw Hats or the main characters of the story, then my heart would break even more for the fact that Whitebeard has been looking after, well, this place and potentially so many other places, because he was sort of looking after Fishman Island, like he was protecting it. So having moments in this first chapter really developing Whitebeard long after he's died is just so incredible to me because he already felt like such a real person, and I felt such a connection to him. I felt so heartbroken when he died, and I could feel a shift in the atmosphere in the One Piece world. Like things just changed. Things changed dramatically. The era of Whitebeard was over, and the implications of that terrify me to the bone. So it's so nice to see Marco be in there, and also I believe that's where Whitebeard's grave and Ace's grave is too. I think there was like some kind of mention of that. Also, Marco is also like a doctor. And is this the thing from Impel Down? Because it looks familiar. It looks like I saw it in Impel Down. The design of it, I don't know if it's the same one or if it's just like a whole race of whatever it is. Maybe it's related to the one that's stuck in Impel Down. Did it ever escape? I don't know. Oh my god, my heart went out to Marco in this, genuinely. When he was talking about how they were trying to make Blackbeard pay for what he did to Whitebeard and bring him to justice and get their vengeance. I'm now even more scared of Blackbeard too, because it seems to me that they waged a war against him and they could barely make a scratch on him. Yeah, they started the grudge war against him. Couldn't overcome Teach anymore. He took everything. And it does sound to me like it was such a huge loss, and it's devastating. It is devastating when I think about, because I always like try and relate a character to something else and try and see it from a different perspective, put myself in their shoes, or you know, like that. Like, say, Brook, for instance, his backstory. I try to put Luffy in his shoes and imagine what would Luffy do if he was in Brook's situation, because that is Brook's situation. He lost his crew, you know? I'll always keep bringing that up. But say it was Luffy who died in Marineford, and the Straw Hats waged war against Blackbeard and tried to take him down to exact vengeance for Luffy, and they lost. Like, that's how I imagine it, so I can feel even worse for Marco and the pirates who did try and go up against Blackbeard. I don't know if Marco's going to be a recurring character in this, because this isn't Wano. The island he's at isn't Wano, but the Cat Viper is there. So it'll be interesting to see if we do follow up on Marco a lot, if he does end up going to Wano and they meet up. I mean, he does say I've got a message to send along, but it would be amazing if Marco could give him that message himself. And then we transition into Wano, and I love the transition into it. We have this beautiful music going on. We have the city, I think probably like the main Wano city, with this really beautiful, I think, Japanese architecture, and all of the beautiful trees and cherry blossoms, the bridges, the beautiful roofed houses. Oh my god, like, this is a dream. I'm so excited to go to Japan next month. I'm telling you, like, this is making me more excited. I feel like this could potentially be the most gorgeous setting of One Piece so far. And I was a little bit taken aback to begin with, because we get introduced to Frankie, who is doing some jobs for someone. And then we have Usopp, who seems to be selling toad oil, which was odd. Then we have Robin, who is looking incredible, by the way. We have Robin as a geisha. She is gorgeous. She is stunning. And it seems like she is training to be a geisha. But Kinemon, he does tell them that they have to blend in.
Why can't I just blend in?
Which is hilarious when you see Zoro. He just looks so unhappy. Like, he just looks so unhappy. Like, look at his face. Look at his face. He's not impressed. But I do believe that he's been accused of murder. Do we have this kind of like murder mystery going on in Wano? Is there like, I mean, I don't believe Zoro's murdered anyone, but maybe somebody has. Maybe there is like a serial killer in Wano and Zoro's being framed for it. But I guess Zoro's answer to being accused of murder is to commit it. Because when you end the chapter, Zoro is there and he has sort of like slashed through the entire building, and it looks like the person who was accusing him to begin with, Tsujigiri, I think it's Tsujigiri. It looks like he's just literally the page before, in flashback, well, okay, 2 pages before, Kinemon said, you need to blend in, you need to pass off as locals and be quiet. I mean, to be fair, he was being accused of murder, so that would make anyone miserable. That's awesome. That is so cool that he managed to cut through the building. It looks like a tiny knife as well. It's not even one of his swords. It's a tiny knife. And if he can do that, I'm telling you, maybe he can take on Mihawk now. It's like he didn't even really have to think about it. If Zoro gets so much attention in the Wano arc, I'm going to be so happy, because I have missed Zoro so much. I feel like he's taken a bit of a backseat for a lot of, well, ever since coming back from the time skip, really. He did have an amazing moment in Dressrosa when he was fighting Pika, but I've missed him. I missed him. I've missed Robin too. If Robin can have some more action in this too, which we should probably get, because if Brook and Luffy and everyone are coming to Wano, then that's when Robin will shine, because she'll be able to use her brain, which is her biggest strength. She's definitely like the smartest in the Straw Hats and she can start reading the poneglyphs. And that's just so exciting and interesting to me. I don't mind if she fights or not. I don't consider Robin like one of the fighters. I mean, she can fight, don't get me wrong, and I love her devil fruit power, but I see her more as the brains of the operation. So if we can see her do a whole lot more in this arc too, then that would be fantastic. And Frankie too. Oh my god, Frankie needs a whole lot of improvement. He's barely done anything since his fight with Senior Pink. So it is best if he gets some action in this one too. In Usopp as well, I feel like Usopp can take a bit of a backseat in this one. I felt like he got quite a lot of attention in, which one was it again? Punk Hazard and Dressrosa. Yeah, I feel like he's fine. He's fine. But I think it's time for the Straw Hats to shine, and I really hope Wano can deliver on that.
Chapter 910. Onward to Wano.
The traveling between places are usually some of my favorite parts of One Piece. Getting to the actual islands are always so much fun. I think my favorite one so far has been Fishman Island, like getting there, especially when they, between Return to Sabaody and Fishman Island, when they've had to go under the water to get there. Oh my god, incredible. I don't think anything will beat that. But this one definitely comes like quite high up in terms of journeys to islands. I feel like that would be a really interesting discussion to say like which journeys have been the best between places. But I was getting some like potentially Skypiea vibes from it. I was also getting potentially, Reverse Mountain vibes to it too. There were so many different things playing in my head during this journey to Wano, and I don't know if any of it's relevant. I don't know if maybe this is the one that's going to be like a sort of parallel to Skypiea, how each New World arc has kind of held up a mirror to the previous arcs that have come in the past. Maybe it's time for Skypiea to really come into play with Wano. But firstly, I loved all of the scenes on the ship on the Thousand Sunny. I love the fact that we're getting sort of this info box on Luffy again with the Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy, bounty 1.5 billion berries. I still can't believe it's that high. He is slaying the One Piece game right now. They're reading the paper as well about the Reverie, and I just love how Luffy just doesn't really care about the Reverie. He's just more interested in the people. And when he hears that Shirahoshi actually went, he says she went up to the surface, Wimby Hoshi's getting a lot tougher, and he doesn't care what's being discussed at the Reverie. He doesn't care what's made the headlines. He just cares about the people who went. Sanji needs to calm his tits as well. I'll let him off though. I will let him off because he has been through it in Whole Cake Island. I know I'm usually Sanji's biggest critic, but I'll let him off for this. He is seeing Vivi again for the first time in a while, so, well, in the picture format. So yeah, she is beautiful, she's stunning. I get it. But his like romance face is just so like unattractive when he does that. I can't imagine that ever gets anyone attracted to him whenever that happens. I mean, obviously Vivi can't see it right now, but when it happens in person, he's just like, can you imagine meeting someone in real life and it's the first time you've ever met them and they do a face like this, like their tongue's hanging out, their eyes are bulging out of their eye sockets? It would just put me off straight away, which might be why Sanji hasn't had any romance really. The closest has been Pudding, but that was kind of a forced thing to begin with. Yeah, I don't know, maybe that is food for thought. Get it, Sanji? Yo ho ho. I love how Nami's just so used to Sanji when he says, all the princesses getting together and talking about May I Bet. And Nami doesn't even care. She doesn't even really look. She just says, well, it's nice to dream. Look, yeah, Chopper. It's just like, yeah, she's so used to it. It's just an afterthought to her. She just says it in the background and moves on. Honestly, Nami, like she's just amazing, okay? Like, not just because of this moment, but the way that she can interact with everyone, she's just, she's the people's person, Chopper's reaction to Kuroha as well being in the paper. And I love that they're cutting out the paper with the photos so that they can keep it. So Chopper has the photo of Kuroha. Sanji most likely has all of the princesses. Poor Nami, she just wants to read the bloody paper. She wants to know about the Reverie. She wants to know what's happened. There was mention of Kaido. And also Big Mom is, what? I can't read it. I'm like, what? Like, let me know as well, because the Reverie arc was cut so short. It was just starting when the arc ended, and I'm so perplexed because I want to know what happened. Want to know what happened. Sanji Chopper gave those pieces back. Honestly, it's just, we don't often manage to get these kinds of moments when all of the action happens on the islands they get to. So it's just beautiful, perfect. I cannot wait for them to reunite with our other Straw Hats in Wano. Luffy there as well, he's just like, I'm glad to know they're all doing well. Once we've gone around the world, we should pay them all a visit again. Again, nothing about Reverie. He doesn't care. Oh my gosh, though, the way to Wano. The way to Wano. The whole mountainous parts of it. The waves curling and looking the way they do. Oh my god, so incredible. And thank God Nami is here, remembering that Kinemon had warned them about their approach. So they can't really get hold of Kinemon. So loads of stuff happens. There is a huge octopus, which was exciting. And again, it just reminds me of other instances of trying to get to these islands and the kind of fun and banter that they have on the way. It's like we need to make the most of it now. It's so sloping and curving and it's just not easy. It's not an easy approach, which is fantastic because, yeah, it would be a little bit of a shame if it was that easy to get to Wano, considering the build up to Wano. So yeah, they get to this like waterfall part where the koi fish, they are taking the Thousand Sunny up, I think. It looks like they're attached. It looks like it in this panel. Luffy, I believe, has managed to get them attached to it because he says, don't worry, I got this, hang on tight. I just always love the reactions of everyone when stuff like this happens. Remember when they left Zou? And Luffy just like jumps off the edge of it. Now it's okay, so like they jumped off the edge of Zou, as in like descending, and now they're ascending to Wano. And it's like the same kind of response from them. Carrot, Chopper's crying. It even looks like the octopus is like, wait, what's going on, you know? So they're climbing the waterfall. I believe they get to the top, and then I think maybe they black out because there's a whirlpool, and Luffy's asleep. And it looks like Luffy's alone on this beach where this baboon thing comes. And it also looks like this kind of dragon-esque thing also comes. And yeah, Luffy's just seems to be on his own, so I don't know how long he's been knocked out, where the other Straw Hats are, if they've been scattered again and they need to reunite, which, gosh, I just need them to be all together again. I don't want them to keep splitting up. And I wasn't 100% sure if this was Wano, but then Luffy did say at the end, okay, this is definitely Wano, because the baboon does have a samurai sword, and it's huge. It is huge, so it's definitely got to be Wano. But I love that approach. It really did remind me, though, of Reverse Mountain, getting to the Grand Line. So it feels like this is yet another huge milestone in getting to, well, the next place, the next adventure. I feel like Wano is probably like a turning point for the series as well, because it's so huge and it feels so important, and it's something we've been building to for such a long time. It feels like this is right. But I just love that whole parallel to Skypiea as well. Skypiea and Reverse Mountain. Oh my gosh, if we get some Laboon action in this too, oh, that would just be incredible. But I finished volume 90, and now I'm on volume 91.
Chapter 911. Adventure in the Land of Samurai.
Are we going to get more mentions of Ace in this arc? Oh, I'm so happy. Right, that was at the end. I always want to talk about the end of the chapter first whenever I read these chapters. Will start from the beginning. Yeah, it just seemed like the Straw Hats are kind of split up again. But fortunately, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Carrot, was that it? Brook, they seem to be together. It's just Luffy who used his stomach to get them to, I don't know, catapult into Wano. And Luffy was kind of held back by the octopus, which did look a bit scared, so I felt quite sorry for the octopus. Yeah, it looks like the octopus also wanted to be saved. It does mean that Luffy did go down into the whirlpool, and the Sunny too. He is on this like little beach thing, and the two wild somethings, or whatever that Luffy calls them, fight each other, so Luffy doesn't have to worry about that. But he did lose a Viva card. I think the Viva card was Kinemon's, right? Wasn't that the one that they needed to get back to Kinemon and find Wano? But I guess it doesn't matter too much if they are in Wano, which they are. They're in Wano. Doesn't really matter all that much. They will end up running into Kinemon eventually, surely. Wano does seem like a huge country, but their reunion is going to be inevitable, so I don't worry too much about the Viva card. And neither does Luffy. I love how he's like, oh no, I lost it. It fell into the sea. Oh well, whatever. I would love an arc of just Luffy. Well, maybe not a whole arc, but like maybe like 6 chapters of Luffy on his own. On his own with his own thoughts. No other characters. None. I would just love to see what he would say to himself, what he would do for like 6 7 chapters, how he would just go about his day, the conversations he would have with himself, I just feel like they would be so funny. Now, there is a bit of a fight going on, and he does meet a young girl called Otama. And this young girl is like so cute. Like, she's adorable. Her gift is a little bit weird. Well, her devil fruit power is a bit weird. She like pulls something out of her cheek and gives it to the animal, to the baboon, and says, I finally tamed the vicious wild mountain baboon to be on my side. So I wonder if this thing that she pops out of her cheek is something that someone has to consume, and then they will be loyal to her for the rest of time, maybe? And she does confirm to Luffy, Big Bro, that they are in Kuri, in the land of Wano. So at least we're like definitely there. It's not just some random purgatory thing. I thought maybe there was some kind of lost situation. Maybe Luffy was in purgatory and this is his like way of trying to get out and being on this beach. Especially when Ace was mentioned too. In Ace, R.I.P. my husband, Ace is gone. He's dead. It would sort of tie into the whole idea of death in purgatory. So that did run through my head, but it was quickly quenched when I remembered they're just in Wano. It's just a different part of Wano. I'm loving the details in the illustrations though, and these are things that I would love to see in colour. So when I reread One Piece, I would love to reread it in colour, because I think panels like this would really stand out, because there is a whole lot of stuff going on here. There's a lot of lines, and I just think it would look amazing. Tome, I do feel so bad for what they have to go through, but also like, how did Luffy know? You know what I mean? It's like, he didn't know this. So when he is being scolded by the guy with the big nose, which again, I'm wondering if this has anything to do with Usopp. Like, there have been so many long-nosed people in One Piece, right? Just randomly there's someone with a really long nose. And I'm just wondering if that ties back to Usopp somehow. I know they're not all going to be related, but who knows, maybe they will be. Maybe they all come from one place. Maybe there is some kind of other element there. I don't know. But yeah, there's like this huge nose guy who scolds Luffy because Tome can only eat twice a year to survive the day. Something's just come through the letterbox. Yeah, she only eats 2 days a year. Her day of birth and the New Year's Day. So, like, Luffy didn't know that. Bless Tome though for even cooking for him. Like, oh, she's like, please eat up, big bro, and giving him the whole rice, everything that she must have, and he eats it and he's like, Mo. That was fast, but I haven't cooked any more rice, and that was the last of the pickles. Bless like, Luffy does need a whole lot to eat, like so much. I wonder if he's going to learn something from Tama then about controlling his appetite. Which, I mean, I don't really want him to, because it's like part of his personality and it's like so quirky and stuff. But it could be something that's important later on for him to control his appetite, so it's not a weakness. Whenever he's like so hungry, he can't move, or he can't do anything. And who knows, maybe he can learn something from her. But bless, he does look a bit disappointed. But he does say, it wasn't enough, but she did make it for me. That Tom is alright. So he still appreciates it. He still recognizes that it was an incredible thing for someone to do, to give him food. I feel bad for Luffy as well, because he had no idea about the rice thing. But then we find out that she has been waiting there in this place, which is so, it looks like quite abandoned. It doesn't look like there's very many people there, or anyone else at all. It's quite remote where she is. She chooses to wait here instead for a man who promised he would come back to her, a pirate by the name of Ace. He's never coming back. He's never coming back. So has this person who's telling her all of this not heard about the Paramount War or anything that happened at Marineford? Did they not get the paper? Did they not get the paper? Have they not picked up anything? Did they not know that Ace is dead? Could they not tell her? Or maybe they don't want to tell her, because it would just break her heart. Oh, that's my husband, you know. She would have been about 6 when he died, so maybe he met her. Because I do remember actually, there was mention of Wano when it came to Ace, and I know Ace has been to Wano. So that must have been maybe a year before his death, or something like that. So maybe she was around about 5, maybe. I don't know. He must have looked after her. You know, he was always so good with kids. He really was. We wanted kids one day, but obviously that was robbed from us. I'm distraught, because now she's going to have to find out about it. Because it's not healthy for her to stay there waiting for someone who's never going to come. My heart breaks for her. But I'm very, very excited to find out what Ace did there. His connection to her. Why she was waiting for him. all of this. Like, I'm so excited now I mean, I was excited before, but like, I'm excited now too. But also, we end the chapter with Basil Hawkins. I haven't seen him in a while. I think he might be working for Kaido because he says, do not send the message up to Kaido yet. I will go. So he's in the area. There was a signal lost from the beach of Kuri. So Basil Hawkins is going to go to where Luffy and Tom are. Maybe there's going to be some kind of fight there. I don't know, especially if Basil is working for Kaido. I don't know, like, it's not explicitly said that he is, but it seems like he probably is. Like, that's what I'm taking from this conversation. Don't send the message up to Kaido yet. So he must be following orders from Kaido, right? That's what I'm getting from that. But, oh my god, Ace was mentioned. Oh, I already love it. 10 out of 10 for Wano. 10 out of 10.
Chapter 9:12 Amigasa Village.
Oh my god, Luffy and Zoro have reunited. Oh, I'm so happy. And Zoro is so happy too, considering when we previously saw him in this arc, he looked miserable. I bet he's been miserable since leaving Luffy. Like, Zoro and Luffy are just like, they're the perfect team. They complement one another so well. And it's like, they can't really, well, they can function without each other. That's a bit extreme. But like, Zoro's so happy. He's just so happy. Like, he's got a smile in pretty much every panel he's in. Well, apart from when he's saying that his stomach hurts. Probably because of the poison in the water. I just love it because Luffy's like, so they're eating fish just like this one are poison too. Oh, no wonder my stomach hurts. It's like, that's really the only time. Or when he's looking at a challenge in front of him. But just look how happy he is. Look how happy he is. I'm so happy too. I love how Luffy was also watching a fight from a distance and he's like, is that Sanji? Because, you know, the word woman was being brought up. Leave everything you got, woman. I wonder if that's Sanji. And then they say, I wanted their booze, verily. But I must thank you, I'll take booze, I don't have any. Hey, is that Zoro? They have their defining future. So Luffy hears woman, he thinks Sanji. He hears booze, he thinks Zoro. And it is Zoro. I'm so happy. So happy. This has just made my absolute day. Luffy just jumps on him as well. Like, oh, it's just beautiful. I bet you when Sanji and Zoro meet up, this is what's going to happen too. Basil Hawkins is approached them as well. So I hope to see a Luffy and Zoro versus Basil Hawkins fight. Right, okay, back to the start of the chapter because, you know, we like things being all over the place. The fact that Luffy just says, just out of the gate, Ace is dead. It's very Luffy, for one, and like the guy with the long nose. He is like, can you not be a bit more respectful? Can't just, you know, rip off the band-aid. You need to be a bit more sensitive, especially considering her reaction as well. It's awful, like she passes out, she has a fever. But that's just Luffy, isn't it? He doesn't beat around the bush. He just gets straight to the point. He doesn't see the point of all this unnecessary fluff around a topic, a subject. Ace is dead. End of conversation. I mean, I would probably react the same way as Tama if somebody just told me that right out of the gate and I had no idea. It might be important to know that Hitetsu has been waiting for someone for a very long time too. I don't know who it is. And I don't really have any theories right now. But this village, the village of Woven Hats, that's where we are and it is abandoned. There's only the two of them. So that explains like the whole hunger thing. It also like, it doesn't look like it exactly or anything like that. But it does remind me of the place in Skypiea. Like the, was it, see, I'm definitely going to reread soon, don't worry, I'm going to be rereading. Was it like a forgotten city or a lost city? It kind of reminds me of that a little bit, but like if it was like abandoned and set in Wano. I don't know why it reminds me of that. But it makes me think that there's going to be something important here. I don't think we would have this place if it wasn't going to be important. I mean, it was important because Ace, we have a flashback to Ace. Oh, Ace. Oh, I love you. Ace, when he got there, he made friends with the locals. And he ended up being quite nice to Tama. And Tama wanted to join the crew. Ace said she's a bit too young, which reminds me again of like Shanks in Luffy. So me, again, putting people in different perspectives and shoes. The relationship between Tama and Ace is almost a parallel to Shanks and Luffy. You know how Luffy was too young to join and he was so desperate to join and Shanks gives him the straw hat and says, give me this when you're like ready and stuff, like when you're a big pirate and you've achieved your dreams. Well, it's kind of the same with Tama and Ace. Ace is Shanks and Tama is Luffy. And that would be the equivalent of Luffy being told that Shanks is dead right after, like, the promise of returning the Straw Hat, you know? Like, that's what it feels like to me. And I'm just, devastated over that. And I feel even worse for Tama too, because, I mean, Ace is the best, right? Ace is the best. So just losing him in general is like a huge blow. But to have that promise and it's never going to be fulfilled, it's never going to be fulfilled. And that is just so heartbreaking. It would be like if Luffy couldn't keep his promise to Shanks, which is a huge thing in One Piece for me personally. Like, I can't wait for that. I mean, I want Luffy to keep the Straw Hat because it's like his now, you know what I mean? And there's also the, like, so many questions about the Straw Hat too. Like, we had that Frozen one in the Reverie arc, and then we also had Goldie Roger wearing one. And it's like the Straw Hat, like, what is the importance of the Straw Hat? You know, there's so many questions about that, but there is a part of me that also wants Luffy to achieve that of giving Shanks the Straw Hat back because he's achieved his dream, kind of thing, you know? And Tama's never going to be able to achieve her dream of joining Ace on the seas and being part of his crew. You know what, I recall one day me and Ace having coffee and he was telling me about a young girl he met. I totally forgot. I totally forgot he was talking about Tama. I love Luffy's new look in the kimono. Amazing. I love it. I love it so much. Even though he keeps doing things against this guy, what's his name again? Hitetsu. He keeps doing things against his will. Like the sword as well. He has one of the 21 excellent grade swords, which is another thing that I'm quite interested in the world of One Piece. When I wasn't back in Logtown or something, was that when we were really introduced to the grade system for swords? And I believe, isn't it Tashigi who's trying to get all of them? But also Zoro is, I don't know, is Zoro collecting them? Is that one of his, because he just wants to be the greatest swordsman of all time to honor the promise he made his childhood friend, but also to one day beat Mihawk. So is the whole grade sword thing something that Zoro's actively doing as well? I can't remember, but I know Tashigi is. And I'm so grateful because this is, I think, maybe the second or third time we've had a sort of recap panel, because there was one about Marco in like the first chapter of Wano, and now we have like the famed swords. I really do appreciate the little reminders. I love that so much. But yeah, he keeps doing things against his wishes. Like, oh, you're not supposed to have that. It's disrespectful to even touch the blade without reverence and stuff like that. Luffy keeps doing what Luffy needs to do. Also, there was one more interesting thing I wanted to talk about. He mentioned something about there being only one prosperous place left. Is that correct? One prosperous place left in Wano. Oh yeah, the only place in the land of Wano that still flourishes is the flower capital, where the Shogun Orochi resides. Now, Orochi, I know because I was researching this when I did my 30 manga in 30 days video, which if you haven't seen it yet, I would recommend it. It was very fun. I got to read 30 different manga in 30 days. One of them was Orochi, and it was a fantastic manga, and I really want to read volumes 2, 3, and 4. But yeah, it's called Orochi, and it was about a woman who keeps popping up in other people's lives during these big moments, and she's either a spectator of it or she is part of the plot, and something like really weird, freaky, horrific happens when she's around. But I also know that Orochi is an 8-headed snake, I think, from what I recall when I was researching it. I believe they're in like a snake, some kind of serpent. So I wonder if this Shogun Orochi is one of the people we have to fight. I don't know. Also, it seems like Kaido is referred to quite a lot too in this chapter. Kaido's forces have been here, and like X-Drake, and we have Basil Hawkins who's also working for Kaido. I'm terrified that we're going to see Kaido in this arc. I hate him. Like, not in a way that I don't like the way he's written or anything like that. It's just, I hate him because I'm scared of him. Like, I'm genuinely terrified of him. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. So I don't want to see him. I don't want us to ever cross paths with him because he's terrifying me too much. But yeah, I wonder if maybe Orochi is somebody that we will end up seeing and fighting. But yeah, a great chapter, by the way. Loved, again, all of the references to Ace and then meeting up with Zoro again. I also love that Luffy and Zoro have the same kind of mind, because at the end of the first chapter, Zoro says, "I'm sorry, Kinemon," when he causes violence, which is something that was against Kinemon's wishes. And I just love how at the end there, Zoro says, "This is what Kinemon said, Luffy, don't cause a fuss." And then Luffy says, "Okay, then our choice is clear. We'll apologize to him later." So with Luffy and Zoro, their mind is, act now, apologize for it later. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, they have the same mind. They know what needs to be done. They know. Oh god, I'm loving it. Luffy and Zoro together, I've just missed it so much. Of all the pairings in One Piece, I've missed them two the most, I think. Yeah? Is that right? Yeah. I think I missed them the most. And then after that, it's Zoro and Sanji. Can't wait for them to reunite.
Chapter 913. The Crane Returns the Favor.
Sumos and tea houses and samurais, oh my. Was that really corny? I'm just loving all of the Japanese culture that's infused in this arc. It just feels so incredible to read and so beautiful to watch. I freaking love it. I freaking love it. There was a really good fight between Basil Hawkins, Luffy, and Zoro, which is just so funny to begin with because Luffy is trying to use this samurai sword. It's not his style of fighting, whereas it is Zoro's. And Zoro's like, hey, let me have a look at it. No, the sword is not a gun. You know, it's just like, Luffy cannot use this thing. And obviously Zoro can, but it's just so cool and interesting. I love Basil Hawkins' fighting style too. I keep mentioning this nearly every video, but you guys know I love Kingdom Hearts, okay? Kingdom Hearts is my favorite. And I just got reminded of like the Organization 13 from Kingdom Hearts 2. There was one of the Organization 13 members who uses cards in battle, and Basil Hawkins has a kind of similar shtick where he's pulling these cards and they kind of dictate the fight almost, and that's just so creative. And I love that each fight in One Piece has just never really been the same. There's always something different going on, which makes these fights, and you know, as you guys know as well, or if you don't know, then this is new information for you. But like, fights aren't my favorite thing in One Piece. It's not really my favorite thing in general. I love the world building and characters more. But it is so exciting to see the different battle styles so that it never gets boring for me. So I really did enjoy that. The straw man thing that Basil Hawkins produces, it's kind of terrifying. It looks like a really terrifying scarecrow, and it looks huge too. And oh my god, seeing Zoro being like, okay, I've had enough, Nigiri tower climb ripple, and just cuts right through it. This is the Zoro I know and love. He's just incredible. He is the best fighter ever, in my opinion. I mean, maybe there are stronger people, okay? I'll let you have it, but like, to me, Zoro is like the best fighter ever. I love him. And he also has to pick up the slack with Luffy too, because Luffy doesn't know what he's doing with that sword. Yeah, he pulls the card of pursuit, the full reverse blaster. This is the card of infighting, and then they just start fighting each other. It is just, it's like funny because like, these cards could do anything, right? And they have to follow the rules of the cards that are being pulled in this fight. It's both hilarious and amazing. The card of pursuit, terrifying. Like, imagine that flying over you. Oh my god. I don't know if this is important or not, but Basil says the cards say your probability of being alive 1 month from now is 19%. So I'm wondering if the time frame of Wano, because it's such a long arc, if we're going to be in Wano for a month. We meet Tsuru, and they're going to help, which is awesome. I can't wait to see the tea house. We have the tea house waitress, Kiku. We have Urashima, greatest sumo wrestler in Wano. And now they've arrived too. But also, atop a mountain, we have Trafalgar Law's people, his crew. I missed Law too. Is Law coming? Where the hell is Law? I don't even know where he is right now. So hopefully that means that he will want to be reunited with his crew too. So we have a reunion there. And we can see him again, because I've missed Law.
Chapter 914. Okabore Town.
I bloody knew it. Well, I didn't know it, but I said in the previous chapter, didn't I? Ooh, I wonder if Trafalgar Law's gonna get here or be here. And lo and behold, there he is. He's there. He's going to cause nothing but trouble. Yes, exactly. We've got to stop those idiots. Aye, aye, Captain. I mean, those idiots are Luffy and Zoro. It's Luffy and Zoro you're talking about. Come on. Yes, they're going to cause so much trouble, but we wouldn't have a story otherwise. So let them be. Let's go. Are you smiling? Oh, God, I love seeing Zoro happy. I love seeing Luffy happy. I just feel like something's being restored that we haven't felt in a while. You know, as much as I loved Whole Cake Island, as much as I loved Dressrosa, as much as I loved Zoe in Reverie, it feels like something is being instilled back into One Piece through Luffy and Zoro being together again. Oh god, I just love it so much. much. I do. Kiku is definitely becoming a sort of favourite of the arc so far, because I love the fact that she can go from being this tea house waitress to a samurai. Like, she just, right, hair back, get on this animal. We're gonna get Tama, who's been kidnapped by Gazelle Man. Okay, Gazelle Man, Batman. We've got Batman in this arc. What? I mean, that's no Bruce Wayne, but it's Batman. It's what? But I find it fascinating that Kiku is taller than everyone else. I mean, this panel here, though. This panel, oh my god. Zoro. I mean, oh my god. King Arthur could not pull him out of me. But Kiku being so tall, are all of the people in Wano just a bit taller than everyone else? Is it just Kiku? I love the fact that Zoro says, dang, you're huge. And Luffy says, Big Mom was way bigger. So I don't think there's like a connection there exactly. There have been actually some big people recently, isn't like very tall or just like enlarged. Like the kids on Punk Hazard, Big Mom. So is there a fascination with just like enlarged people, bigger people? I know Big Mom wanted her family to grow and be massive, but is there like a bit like how there's loads of people with long noses, loads of people with D? Well, not loads of people, but there are some people with D in their name. Is there something I need to keep an eye on as well? Like the sizes of people and like the taller and the bigger ones. Like, is there something important there? My heart did go out to Tama when she actually ate the food. You could see the resistance of doing it. You know what who she reminds me of actually is Momonosuke. She does remind me of him a bit. I'm trying to remember. There was something that he was resisting in Punk Hazard, I think. Can't quite remember what it was, but she does remind me of him. Tsuru seems pretty cool too so far. I like the fact that she forced, well, not exactly forced, but like convinced Tama to eat, which, honestly, it just breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to know that there are so many starving children in Wano, and she's one of them. So I feel like a big part of this arc now is going to be getting these kids fed, getting a lot of the food from Orochi. So yeah, I feel like that's probably like at least the initial goal right now. A lot of times arcs change so much from what I initially think it's going to do. So I imagine this one is going to do exactly the same. Keep me on my toes, not letting me know what's coming around the corner. It's going to be awesome.
Chapter 9:15, Bakura Town.
Yeah, Kaiku is my favourite so far. I love what she did at the end there when she took off his top knot after like being dragged by a naked guy who Zoro won't slice up because he's naked. She ends up slicing off his top knot. What was his name again? I will get everyone's names eventually, I promise. Orochima, his top knot. Yeah, that's what you get for thinking you can own a woman. Shall you just, it is your heart that is truly low. Oh my god. I mean, it's probably going to cause some trouble in the next chapter, right? It feels like Kiku is going to do what I think Rebecca kind of lacked in Dressrosa. Like, I was really excited for Rebecca to be like this really strong and powerful gladiator. And while I still really liked Rebecca, I don't think she stood up for herself or was... I mean, she actually never really fought, did she? Or she was like dodging and deflecting and defending, but never really fighting. So Kiku is picking up what Rebecca lacked, if you know what I mean. So it's going to be amazing to see her actually fight. Oh, I could just imagine Kiku, maybe Nami and Robin. Oh my god, can you imagine? You know, like in Avengers Endgame, or is it, yeah, Endgame, Infinity War? In one of them, when it's just like the women of Marvel all like fighting together. That would be cool if we have the women of One Piece doing it too. So I don't really think a whole lot to say about this because it's just Zoro, Luffy, Kiku getting to this town trying to look for Tama. And the person who has Tama is Holden. And there's like a lion. It's weird because there's like a lion on his tummy. And then when the lion goes for his balls, essentially, his crown jewels, it's also the lion's crown jewels. They share the same body, so they're the lion's jewels at the same time. It's just so odd. It's very odd, but they're wanting to know how Tama tamed the baboon, and they're gonna get the pliers to get her cheeks where the thing came out of. I still need to understand her devil fruit powers a bit more, but yeah, so far so good with the chapter. But the last thing I want to mention is the cover story, which I do still read. half the time I don't really mention them because I don't really have anything to say about it. But we have Bellamy, who was at the start of this in the cover story, retired, no more pirating. Bellamy is now a master dyer. So he's doing the pirate flags, right? So he's retired as a pirate? Oh gosh, bless him. I did end up liking Bellamy by the end of Dressrosa, which is very, very odd considering how much I hated him in Jaya. But I mean, if this is his dream, you know, it's better than wanting to be part of Doflamingo's crew, his family. Onwards and upwards for Bellamy.
Chapter 916, Wano Sumo.
I am so excited to see some of the Worst Generation reunite. You know, we have Law and Basil Hawkins, I feel like, getting close to the town where Luffy is right now. So it's Luffy, Zoro, Law, and Basil Hawkins, right? They're part of the Worst Generation. They seem to be all over the place right now. Like, there's no kind of structure there at all. I don't even know what Law's gonna do when he reaches Luffy. Like, is he gonna try and stop him from causing havoc and destruction, even though he's trying to save someone? There's many levels to it, and I don't really know what route Law is gonna go down, essentially. My favorite panel, though, is after Luffy defeats the sumo, and we have this one here with Kiku, Zoro, and Luffy demanding Tama back. I love that. That massive sumo slap, the Gum Gum Giant sumo slap that Luffy does too, incredible. Look at the size of that hand. It's, wow, insane. And he actually finally managed to beat the sumo, who has been wreaking havoc for a while now, actually, and nobody could ever defeat him. But Luffy did when he gets into the ring in the first place. Was it in this chapter? Maybe in the previous one. Oh no, it is. It's in this one. In the little info box where it says record undefeated versus Usopp, which isn't really saying too much. It isn't really a great track record, to be honest. But I love that Luffy's so like pumped to sumo wrestle. He's like, I'm good at it. I'm so good at it. And he does like all of these like different moves. He just seems like so casual and happy while dodging the sumo's moves. So that was a pretty awesome fight. I love the mention of the clan of evil spirits that tried to destroy Wano 20 years before. I feel like that is quite intriguing. But at the minute, not as intriguing as what the next thing is going to be with Hold'em, with Tama in the jaws of the lion, essentially. Like, can you get any more of a dangerous situation right now, especially for a child? So Luffy's like, so you decided to show yourself, didn't have much of a choice. Urishima came flying out of nowhere and demolished my building. Honestly, Kinemon is going to flip. He is going to be so pissed about the whole thing, because this is the opposite of quiet. That is my boys.
Chapter 917, Food Treasure Barge.
I did wonder what happened to Jack the Drought after what happened at Zoo when the elephant knocked all of his crew and their ships down to the bottom of the ocean. Because Jack does kind of scare me, not as much as Kaido, but the fact that Jack does work for Kaido and is part of that whole team, that whole crew, it is quite scary, and especially since now Luffy has most definitely likely pissed them off, and it's going to cause Jack the Drought to come out of... Well, I don't know what he's doing at the minute. Was he like recovering or something? Because it had been a few days since he arrived at Wano. He arrived here several days ago. If you anger Hold'em and the man they call the Drought shows up for vengeance, this entire town will surely be reduced to a desert wasteland, which Luffy has now done. He fought back against Hold'em. What was he supposed to do? I mean, he did end up saving Tama, but when he found out about the pliers, Luffy was not going to stand for that. That was child abuse. It's awful that he even did that. And Luffy is obviously going to stand up for her and do what's right. But plus, even though Tom is like, it's fine, I'm fine. He only tugged on him with his pliers a bit. But like, but the anger in Luffy's face when he does that, I would hate to piss off Luffy. I would hate to be on the wrong side of Luffy. No thank you. The Red Hulk move though, incredible. So yeah, that was quite a quick save. Zoro's also helped to get the food out of the place so that the other people can eat. Broke my heart when that little boy, can't remember if it was this chapter or the one before, complaining to his mum about being hungry, and his mum is like, it's a shame of Wano to complain or something like that. It's so sad. So hopefully they do get the food to the people. I think Law might be fighting for Luffy when he comes across Basil Hawkins. Although it doesn't look like Hawkins knows who it is. Like, who is that? He's mighty. And then it looks like Law has this big hat thing over his head. I should destroy anyone who would actually recognize us. Okay, so yeah, he's trying to keep his identity hidden, probably from Luffy too, but this does hopefully mean that we can hold off Basil Hawkins for now, so that Luffy and Zoro can just focus on what they're doing, and Basil and Law can do what they're doing. They can fight it out amongst themselves.
Chapter 9:18. Luffy Toro returns the favor.
Yeah, as soon as Law was going to fight Basil Hawkins, the jig was going to be up. It was impossible for people not to know that it's Law. I know Law saying, I'm going to kill anybody who finds out about my true identity, because they can't know about it. I should destroy anyone who actually recognizes us. As soon as you start fighting, as soon as you start using your powers, people see your tattoos, it was just a given that his identity was going to be found out pretty quickly, which Basil Hawkins does do. Kind of like the banter between them too. I like that Basil's like, welcome to Wano. When was the last time? Somebody? It's just like a kind of normal conversation while they're fighting. So I really enjoyed their sort of little scene together. But I think my favorite part about this chapter were the parallels between Luffy and Ace through Tama's eyes. The way that she can see Ace in him and the way he fights, just like how in post-war, when we see how Luffy and Ace became brothers, how they first started out their like kind of brotherly relationship, how Ace sort of helped Luffy with his fighting over the years. In Tama being able to say that you were just like Ace, oh, it's just so cute. And then she hugs Luffy from behind, he doesn't hear what she says, and he's just looking down at her. Ah, it's just so precious. I'm just loving all of these callbacks to Ace so much. I hope there is no Marineford parallels in this arc, because I cannot have another devastating death. My heart will never be able to take it. Yeah, there was another sort of reference to when Luffy says, by the time we leave this country, it'll be a place where you can eat as much as you want every single day. And then Thomas like, you know, that look of surprise. And she thinks back to Ace, and it looks like Ace says exactly the same thing. The next time we come back to this country, it'll be a place where you can eat as much as you want. Ace's promise is coming true through Luffy. I just know, right? Obviously, Luffy is not going to leave this island until everyone is fine. Like, all the kids are being fed. The people of Wano will be able to eat. So Ace's promise about the next time we come back to this country, it'll be a place where you can eat as much as you want. Maybe in spirit, which actually, saying through Luffy, it looks like Ace is living through Luffy. That's the way that Tama might be seeing this. So maybe that promise there, the next time I'm going to come back to this country, is through Luffy, and it will be a place where anyone can eat as much as they want. But then also, ending the chapter about the ghosts of Wano. The ghosts of Wano. What? Like, I love stuff like that. You guys know that I loved Thriller Bark for the majority of it. And I love the ambience of it. I love the atmosphere. I love the gothicness of it. So are we getting some like Thriller Bark parallels in this one too? Are we getting some of that like really creepy gothic spooky stuff going on? Because they're on their way to the castle. The ruins of Orden Castle. Oh my god, I love that. I love that so much. That kind of setting gets me going. I'm not gonna lie, it gets me going. So the references to death, to ghosts, to Ace, we're just getting them one after the other in this arc. I wonder if that's going to be important or not, or like a big theme. So I love that they got all the food and the water to the people of this town, and how happy makes it. Even Zoro's smiling, you know? It's like, this is what they do. I know they're pirates and they're supposed to be like the bad guys or whatever, or they're supposed to pillage and do piratey things. They're not those kinds of pirates. Some pirates do that, some pirates don't. Like in the cover stories, one of the, like, in fact, I haven't mentioned any of the cover stories that had anything to do with them. Who was it again? It was Olympus. Yeah, Olympus. They were pillaging, and then they got to a country or an island where the islanders were poor, and he felt guilty for taking the stuff. Yeah, they were poorer than anticipated, now distributing supplies, so they were going to steal from them. Realized they were too poor to steal, so they're giving them things, which as a pirate, stealing, and he looks so sad about it too, you know? It's like, you get some pirates who pillage and are awful, but then you also get other pirates like Zoro, Luffy, who want to give back kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, they see people in need and they want to help. So I'm just looking at, oh, hang on, I did not realize this. I'm literally just looking at it now, and because I didn't read the graves. I think these are graves. I didn't read these before. but now I can see Odin is on one of them. Is that Kinemon there? Is that saying Kinemon? Vassal Kinemon? And then there's also Raizo or Raizo. Why do they have graves? What's going on there? And yeah, I think that one says, I mean, it's got a big thing in the middle of it, but there's Momonosuke? What? They're not dead, are they? I mean, I haven't seen them in a little while. They're not dead. Shut up. Shut up, they're not dead. Kanjuro? Why are they on tombstones? The ghost of Wano, what? They haven't been ghosts all along, have they?
Chapter 919, The Ruins of Odin Castle.
What? Time travel? Is that what we're going with right now? I mean, it explains the graves. What? I do vaguely recall them talking about something that happened 20 years ago, which we do, talk about in this chapter 2. At least I think, again, this is why a reread would be so super important. They were explaining about like 20 years ago how Odin, I think, wanted the borders of Wano to be open, and that is, I think, aligns with what Kinemon wants too. And they want the borders to open, but it's a closed nation. And so, like, they're being sort of manipulated by Orochi, I think. And they don't allow outsiders in. It's, like, against the law, stuff like that. So I remember vaguely that kind of thing. But I did not think Momonosuke, Kinemon, Raizo, Kanjuro, they're from the past. They're 20 years from the past. I see time travel always scrambles my brain because I don't know if maybe traveling forward in time, maybe it just removed them from the world, so they're assumed dead, so they have the graves, and like life just carried on for 20 years until this moment where the people from the 20 years have come to open the borders of Wano. See, time travel, it scrambles my brain. What? I'm just, wow, okay. Alright, including time travel. We've got clones, we've got time travel. I did love how Law was, well, he made me believe that they were dead when they show like the graves, like the full graves. And Law is like, he's gone. He's been gone for a while, but you might see him at night. And he's got this shadow. Like, he has that kind of humor, just like Robin, that very dark sense of humor that does make people misunderstand and get the wrong end of the stick. So when Kinemon comes out, it's because he's been in the bathroom. He is alive, but he's from the past. He's alive, but from the past. And they're considered the ghost of Wano. It does make sense somewhere in my brain, but that sense just needs to come to the forefront. Really enjoyed the detail of the ruins of Odin Castle. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. But I love the idea of storytelling or like telling history in this chapter. We do have the teacher there telling the kids about in the Flower Capital as well, about what happened 20 years before and their version of events, their version of history, and how bad it would be if they did make it an open nation, even though it sounds to me like it would be a good thing if the nation is open. So it does again show you like what you teach your children, just like in Fishman Island, what you teach your children can help shape and grow them, and we have a huge responsibility of what we pass on to them. But then we also have the ghost telling aspect of it as well. The idea of a moon at night 20 years later, 9 samurai ghosts will emerge to kill you and fulfill their vengeance, so they can open Wano's borders. And this whole creepy telling a ghost story kind of vibe to it too. And then Law, by misleading Luffy, by telling his sort of warped version of a story about Kinemon being gone, and you might see him at night. There's just like a really great sense of storytelling in this chapter that I really appreciated. But then we also got a reunion with the Straw Hats pretty much, although Zoro's now lost. Zoro's gone. I'm just like, come on, we're here. We've got pretty much the majority of the... Oh, no, it's just the majority. We still have Robin, Usopp, and Frankie still in the Flower Capital, I think. Isn't that where they were at the start? But we have Sanji with his top off, so you know what? I love the fact that we're reversing, because usually it's the women with their big breasts that are out. But in this arc, we've had a lot of shirtless guys, and I'm not hating on it. So I appreciate that, but I really wanted to see Sanji and Zoro reunite. I just want to see their vibe, how they react to one another. But Zoro's not there. Come on.
Chapter 920, For Love of Odin.
Ooh, I am scared. Oh, we have a goal. But I just kind of want to avoid the whole thing in general. Ugh. The time is 2 weeks hence. On the night of the Fire Festival, we will travel to Kaido's base of Onigashima, Island of Ogres, and carry out a raid. I'm like, no, let's just avoid Kaido. Let's just, like, don't go there. Let's just, how about that plan? I mean, it is inspiring and incredible to see all of these people who are on our side. We have the Straw Hat crew, Solo and his Heart Pirates, the Mink powers of Dogstorm's Musketeers and Cat Viper's Guardians, various samurai. It's gonna be incredible. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my waters. It looks terrifying. Have you seen that island? Have you seen Kaido's base? I'm out. I am scared. I love that this chapter really helped me see how Kinemon and Ko got to where they are today. So their sort of journey from, being transported 20 years into the future by Momonosuke's mother. That was her sort of powers. I think she had the time fruit. So it's kind of like heartbreaking to see that, and, Momonosuke asking, where's mum? Things like that. Oh, it's just so heartbreaking. It's so sad. And I can only imagine what it's like for them to wake up one day in your country and to see everything just not the same, and to see the town that they were in be barren, and to see things have changed so much for the worse, that I feel for them. And I care even more for their journey, even though ever since Punk Hazard, since we met Kinemon in Pieces, I have been slowly rooting for them to succeed. And the time is almost here. The time is almost here. And honestly, I am also just excited to, after all this time of talking about Wano, to actually be able to pursue this story. That was like so much information just to do with context in the story of Kinemon and Ko. So I don't think there's anything really like opinion-wise that I can give you on that. I've always said I love when Zoro gets lost. I love his shtick. I love that kind of recurring motif, but it's a little bit frustrating right now. I just want them to be together again. Like, we literally got Luffy and Zoro reuniting, and I was over the moon. And then finally we have the rest of the Straw Hats come and meet Luffy, and they're all together again, but Zoro's gone off, you know what I mean? It's like, it is funny and endearing a lot of the times, but right now it's just frustrating. I did not love that. I did actually love the cover story though, because even though I was robbed of an actual reunion between Zoro and Sanji, the cover story has both of them knocked out. They've obviously been in a fight, and they're both sort of daydreaming with, well, in Zoro's dream, Sanji is buried in the ground behind him. In Sanji's dream, Zoro is knocked out unconscious on the floor. And, like, they're dreaming of each other, you know what I mean? Like, even though Sanji has, is that Nami with her arms around him? Like, he's dreaming of getting the girl, and Zoro is dreaming of, like, beating someone in a fight. It's still funny that they dream of each other. It's the next best thing that I could ask for in terms of them actually reuniting in the chapter. I'm just gonna have to be patient and wait for their reunion. But, oh god, like, this was just a great chapter in terms of more storytelling, more information on the samurai of Wano, the history, like, just, it was great.
Chapter 921, Shuten Maru.
That's Kaido? Bring those children to me at once? A dragon, what is that? That's Kaido? What? That's not Kaido. What? I was scared of him before. This is awful. This can't be happening. What is Kaido? Why is he like this? I've got no hope. We're screwed. We might as well call the mission off. The One Piece, it ain't real. Let's just go home. Let's go back to the East Blue. That's Kaido? Fuck me. I mean, I was scared enough when Jack appeared. And, because you seen this, like, one of the people in the town is, like, fighting against him. I was like, I'm terrified anyway, because he seems so formidable anyway. Like, we don't need to add Kaido in the mix. We're not ready for this. We're not ready for this. I love the way that he appears, too, like, with the clouds in the sky. And, like, even Jack looks up and he's a bit like, uh-oh. You know what I mean? It's like a storm is brewing, and then Kaido appears. Fuck me. I'm not ready for this. Sorry, before that, we have been talking about the plan with pretty much nearly everyone, except Zoro, Robin, Usopp, and Frankie. They're just going through the plan, and I like the plan. I like how everyone got a costume change too, but I do like that we're changing things up, because I like the style. I really love the style, actually. The style of this arc is just so gorgeous and beautiful and amazing that I love to see the Straw Hats adapt to every environment they go to. The end of this chapter, I cannot bring those children to me at once. Oh my god. I'm scared. I'm just so scared. I've got no words for this chapter. I'm scared. That's all I've got for you. But I finished volume 91. Now I'll be going on to volume 92. Although I'll be having a break. I have food ordered. But I'm loving this so much. I love just having a week dedicated to reading Wano. I just feel like I don't have to do anything else and just enjoy myself reading this. I'm having the best time.
Chapter 922, Supreme Commander Kaido of the Animal Kingdom Pirates.
Well, this is it, isn't it? This is it. Luffy has just punched Kaido. Kaido the dragon. He's just punched him. We're barely into Wano. Right, if Wano was just this fight between Luffy and Kaido, from now until the end of the arc, that's what, like, still another 120 chapters or so. That's just going to be a bit much, but I wouldn't put it past Oda in a way, because it feels like a fight with Kaido would last a very long time, which is why I'm so surprised at the fact that this even happened. It's way too early for that. Way too early. I also thought that maybe it would be a bit comedic. Like, I didn't know how to take this chapter because, you know, we have Kaido as a dragon, which first terrified me, and then Kaido is seemingly drunk. Wait, Kaido, are you drunk? You fool, I'm not drunk. He's drunk. So I was thinking, okay, so maybe we're going to take a bit of a humorous approach right now. And then we have bloody Basil tell Kaido that the Straw Hat crew are in Odin's castle, or ruins. So Kaido ends up doing this blast breath and blowing the castle ruins up, and it still looks like Nami and everyone is still in there. Because Luffy ran off to confront Kaido, probably wage war on him, when Kinemon was talking about him. But now that it looks like Kaido has hurt the Straw Hats, Luffy's done the extreme because he thinks, well, I mean, it does kind of look like they've been obliterated. I don't believe it for a second that they have. Far too early to be doing this kind of fight, right? Oh, wow. It's really surprised me. That's all I can say. I'm just in shock. I'm in absolute shock. Surely there can't be a big battle right now. But Kaido is not gonna let this stand. He is not gonna let Luffy just go off that easy. And Luffy's not gonna back down from a fight. Even the next chapter is called Emperor of the Sea Kaido versus Luffy. It's far too early for that. We didn't even beat Big Mom in the previous arc. There's no chance we're gonna defeat Kaido. Hawkins redirecting Kaido's anger though, it gave Big Mom vibes from Whole Cake Island when she was going on her wedding cake craze and they told her that the Straw Hats had the cake, so she ended up going after the Straw Hats. It feels like that.
Chapter 923, Emperor of the Sea, Kaido versus Luffy.
Firstly, the cover story is the only cute thing about this chapter. And that's child Luffy, Ace, and Sabo having a race or having a contest with Atlas, Hercules, and Miyama Beetles. That's so cute. That is so cute. But false advertisement. Because the rest of the chapter was bloody awful. And awful is in, I mean, like, it was amazing to begin with because Luffy was getting so many punches in. But then just like one blow at the end of the chapter, I was getting so worried. Not exactly for Luffy, but I was getting worried that Kaido would come across as too much of a joke in this chapter and it would eliminate all of my fears against him. And I do want Kaido to be a formidable, scary foe, and that's exactly how I've seen him since we were first introduced to him. I've been terrified to meet him properly and for Luffy to come face to face with him. I did not want it to become a joke, essentially, because that would have just eliminated the true terror of Kaido. And to begin with, it looked like Luffy was kind of beating him and he was getting loads of hits in and it looked incredible. It looked great. He got into Gear 4 and that was all fine and well. And then Kaido goes back into his human form and boom, one strike, Luffy is out. I'm wondering, because he used Thunder Thunder Bagua, some kind of thunder move that Kaido does. But like thunder, it reminds me of Eneru or Enel, but isn't Luffy kind of like immune to electricity, and would he be immune to thunder? Because he was in Skypiea, and that's why I was a little bit like, whoa! So like, would he really be taken down by thunder? I think I'm being dumb. This is literally me being dumb. I'm gonna Google, is thunder the same as electricity? Lightning is a form of electricity. Okay. So I'm just gonna double check. Luffy, rubber, Enel, electricity. It was electricity, wasn't it? Yeah, Luffy's rubber, he was able to have full immunity to Enel's lightning. Please explain it below. But that was the first thing that came to mind, because obviously I can be a bit dumb sometimes. But yeah, it was a fantastic little fight thing there, and I was getting so much satisfaction from watching this happen. It was especially satisfying knowing that Kaido had hurt Tama and Speed. It almost looks like Snow White with Tama on the floor there, her hand like that on the ground, and the apple nearby. And if we remember Snow White, her dream, like when she makes a wish, doesn't she, on the apple when she bites it, when the old hag gives her the apple, she bites it and she falls to the ground, and that is like sort of her dream has died, or her wish has died. And that's kind of a little bit of what like this represents, because food, which is shown in this flashback with Tama, food is something that has been so deprived from the people of Wano, or at least like the people in this region. And Luffy has been able to give them that food and to restore some of that to them. But with this image of the apple broken half and Tama on the floor, it kind of shatters that dream, or it shatters the gift that Luffy just gave them, that Ace had also promised that they would, you know, have their fill. They would be able to eat whatever they want when he returns, aka I guess when Luffy comes knocking. So that's kind of what that reminded me of, this like little section here. It's very, very Snow White. So yeah, the punches that Luffy landed on Kaido were extremely satisfying, and now I'm a little bit worried because now what, Luffy will be unconscious. Kaido, the big massive bastard, is looming right over it. What king was that? When Luffy said, oh, I'm going to be king of the pirates, what king was that? Oh my god. Oh, he's shattering another dream right there. Although he's not going to be shattered for long. Nobody ever tells Luffy what he can and can't be.
Chapter 924. Huh?
Oh my gosh, Captain Kidd! I mean, we saw him briefly before, right? We have seen him and he did look like he was in trouble. But I'll get you, Kaido. Does this mean that Luffy and Kid are going to be working together? Or something. Like, it's given Impel Down. It's given Impel Down right now. Wano Act 1 and so it's the end of Act 1 of Wano. Okay, I was laughing so much, right? I'll talk about Kid in a second. I was laughing so much. It... when Frankie, Robin and Usopp get the newspapers, which talks about Luffy's little fight with Kaido. Oh, hey Luffy, he made it to Waha, and then we have Frankie. And then we have Frankie's face like that. And then we have Robin. Oh, Luffy has arrived in... Huh? Usopp. Huh? The way that just all three of them just say, huh? And their faces look like that. Absolutely hilarious. I love that so much. Back to it. That's even what the chapter's called. Huh? I'm really excited about the prospect that Law is going to team up with Luffy, most likely help him out. So Basil Hawkins looks like he's going to be tracking down Law, while Law is going to track down Luffy and hopefully save him from the prison thing, because then we'll also have more of the worst generation potentially fighting together, Law, Kid and Luffy. I feel like Law, Kid and Luffy fighting together might be enough to take down Kaido, who now, like, I got the fear back in my heart again. The way he looks down on Luffy, how huge he looks, how serious he looks, even though he does talk about getting a drink and that he's sobered up, it's still terrifying the way he talks about what he is going to do. He's going to break Luffy's spirit and get him to join him. It's rather intense, rather scary. I'm also not worried about our Straw Hats anymore because it looks like they were saved from Kaido's blast, and Tama is also fine too. So this could have went a lot worse, especially considering the chapter before was titled so scarily, Luffy versus Emperor Kaido. And after everything that happened in the chapter before that one too, it just looked like everything had fallen apart pretty quickly. But maybe things can get back on track now. I mean, other than the fact that Luffy's locked up, we might have another ally in Kid. And I'm so excited to find out what Kid's been up to. I know we briefly saw him before too, but I want to know more from him. I want to see him and Luffy work together if at all possible. And that was a great first act of Wano. Really unpredictable, and it didn't go in the direction I thought it would go. Really weird that we had a fight with Kaido so early on, or even was just in his presence. I just wasn't expecting that. This arc already, man, it's already doing things to me.
Chapter 925, Absence.
I mean, I could have done without seeing Absalom again, to be quite honest with you. I just don't care for that man. Yeah, unfortunately, he reared his ugly head. It seems like we have a few reappearances in this arc, and the promise of more reappearances too, with Big Mom confirmed to still be after Luffy, making her way downtown walking fast, aka to Wano Country. So that was really interesting to see all of this. It felt like one of those chapters that has a lot of characters, some character introductions, just flipping between different places, giving you some information. So we did have Perona and Mihawk at the start, which I loved. I always love saying Perona, I love saying Mihawk. And I'm interested to see what Mihawk is talking about when he says, this might be the best time to leave this place. An odd subject has arisen at the reverie. So what's the odd subject? Suspicious. Moria is trying to get to Blackbeard and is demanding an audience with him. That guard from Impel Down still gives me the heebie-jeebies too. We see Devon. She looks familiar though. I wonder if we have seen her before. I think maybe we have, but I'm not 100% sure right now. Maybe this is the first time I've seen her. Maybe she just looks like someone else. I, again, mouth hit the floor when I saw Teachers / Blackbeard's bounty at 2.2 billion. 2.2 billion. Okay. Not only are our Straw Hats becoming so strong and improving time and time again, but also our enemies, they just seem to be tougher and stronger than ever. It's almost like we can't ever catch up to them because they're up there, They're just untouchable right now. And it does make me think, was all of this training for nothing? I'm a little bit scared because the Straw Hats just don't have a strategy. They just don't really do anything together anymore. And I just want them to be a unit. I want them to be this force against these bad guys. I just don't have the biggest faith in that. I do think we will eventually overcome our foes, but man, they need to really get their shit together. We meet King and Queen. King the Wildfire, Queen the Plague. They are part of the Animal Kingdom Pirates, which I believe are Kaido's pirates, but also one of my channel members left a comment today that they are also referred to as the Beast Pirates or something like that. So that is good to know. That's very good to know. But yeah, not a whole lot to say about this chapter, not a lot of opinions, just a lot of bouncing around places. Start of Act 2, baby.
Chapter 926, Excavation Labor Camp.
Okay, it looks like Luffy and Kid are adapting to their roles in this prison. Rather hilarious to see how much strength they have, even with the Sea Prism stone cuffs on, just so that they can get as much food as humanly possible in this place. It's pretty much a competition between them of how much of the... What is it that they're eating again? Is it some kind of rice that they said? It was some kind of food, and the poor rest of the prisoners are struggling to get even just one or two of these things. And there's Luffy and Kid scoffing on so many of them. I'm not holding it against them because the whole system's ridiculous about how much that they have to shift in order to get one dumpling. But it's just funny to see that they are evenly matched pretty much, even though Luffy does say he got one more, and Kid's no way, I outpaced you. I don't know who to believe. I don't know who to believe. Which one won? I don't know. But it's that whole kind of equal footing that they're both on that I appreciate, in the fact that they are so similar too. They are part of the worst generation, and I feel say, Law, Kid, and Luffy, I would probably say like Luffy and Kid are more alike than Luffy and Law are. I don't know, that's just how it comes across as for me personally. I believe the other Straw Hats and things are trying to recruit samurai, and like Sanji is even well, I say trying. He's feeding pretty much all the women of Wano with this huge line. And who knows, actually, maybe these women are also samurai, so maybe Sanji is onto something. We saw that before with, I've already forgotten her name, but when she comes back, she has been MIA for a little while, you know who I mean. But it can happen, it can happen. Sanji is doing what's best and feeding people and giving them delicious food in a way that is a great way to recruit people. So who knows? Is Carabao here as well? That's the bastard, isn't it? He's there. Oh, fucking great. I mean, at least he's jailed. That's good. But I'm just like, why? Why has he got to be anywhere near us right now? There's also a mystery person behind bars there. We only see their eyes. And I have no idea who that is. But yeah, freaking Carabao. Ugh. But honestly, the fact that Luffy and Kid are able to show that much strength, even with the Sea Prism Stone cuffs on, just shows you how incredibly powerful and strong they are. They don't really need their Devil Fruit powers to demonstrate their strength. They're just amazing. They're amazing on their own.
Chapter 927, Otoko the Kamuro.
There was quite a lot more to love about this chapter than the previous one. I love the fact that Sanji is back with Robin and Usopp and Frankie. Loved seeing that so much. Hi Ash, you're so beautiful. It's just started pissing it down outside as well. Wow. Anyway, yeah, this was a great chapter. I love the fact that we are going that route with Orochi being this multiple-headed serpent. I can't tell if it's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe, I think it might be 8. But this silhouette thing is quite scary. You'll be minded at last, I swear it. But I'm glad we're going that route because I do feel like a multiple-headed serpent is a huge thing. Going back to Sanji for a second, actually. So yeah, he's doing this food. He has this food stall and he's kind of ruffled the feathers of the local store owners or the local business people. There was the Kiyoshiro family that come up and, well, they push over the pot with Sanji's food in it, and that obviously gets right under Sanji's skin, and everyone knows that. And I love the fact that Frankie is just instantly like, oh, we're gonna fight. No questions asked, Frankie is gonna fight with you. So I love that so much because, yeah, we haven't really seen a whole lot of Frankie, but it's always nice to know that he will 100% have your back in any matter. So seeing Sanji and Frankie beat up the people who try to ruffle some feathers there was so satisfying. Robin is still absolutely stunning. I really need her and Brooke to talk about poneglyphs. I need that so bad. We do meet well, I thought they were a child, but they're working. So maybe they're not exactly a child. Maybe they're just a very small adult. Well, it says City Girl Toko. Not a whole lot to say about the Act 2 chapter so far, really, I think. This part is like flying so far a lot more than the first act, but I'm sure it will pick up steam soon.
Chapter 928, Introducing Komurosaki the Oyuran.
Who that Komurosaki person? This woman here. I mean, gorgeous. Don't get me wrong, absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Reminds me a little bit of Boa Hancock in a way, like a little bit. And she's mean. She is mean. I don't really like her. I don't think I'm supposed to like her. I have only scorn for the poor man. Those poor men. Honestly, the way she is so manipulative. But I have a theory. A little bit of a cheeky theory. I don't know how old she is, but immediately following this panel here, we go to Momonosuke talking about his sister and about how she will be 26 years old now and nobody knows her identity. So I'm wondering, is it her? It's just, I don't know why. I think it's just because it follows immediately after we get this like little bit of a flashback with her. It just makes me feel like maybe it led into that. But I don't know. There's also that mystery person who is in prison too, who we haven't met yet. Maybe that's them also, because if their identity comes out, they will be the target of Orochi. So a little bit worrisome, but also very intriguing to know which one is Momonosuke's sister. I love the disdain on Luffy's face every time Carabao came up to him. But also, Luffy is looking very, very hench. He's gotten huge. His arms, his build, he's pretty much grown up, essentially. He's totally different. But it's the disdain that is on his face every single time Carabao spoke to him. I was living for it. Carabao's like trying so hard to get Luffy to help him escape and be part of a little team. But Luffy just looks disgusted every single time he opens his mouth, which is exactly how I feel. So Luffy is just enacting what I do in just real time as I'm reading. He is the reader right now. Please somebody tell me if there is anybody who genuinely likes Carabao in a non-jokey way. Is there somebody who seriously loves him?
Chapter 929, Shogun of Wano, Korazumi Orochi.
I was not expecting Orochi to look like that. I was not expecting him to be a man, to be honest. I don't know why, but I think it might be because of the manga that I read. I just assumed Orochi would be a woman, but no, it turns out to be this dude. So he must be a devil fruit user, right? If he's able to transform into a serpent. Also, we have met Page 1 and X Drake before, right? Because those names ring a bell, but I've never seen these things before. I've never seen them look like these kind of dinosaur looking things. The dragon fruit they've both had, Allosaurus model and Spinosaurus model. So they've pretty much become like a dinosaur dragon hybrid, which harkens back to Little Garden a little bit. And I was so gutted that we didn't get more dinosaur action in Little Garden. So I love the fact that we get just a smidgen now. Like, that's cool. And I'm not gonna lie though, X Drake's design is looking pretty fantastic. I love the almost like dinosaur slash dragon human hybrid of them. It just fits so well. It looks so good. And Page 1 just looks terrifying, to be honest. But Basil Hawkins is in search of a man, aren't we all? We just have more things to do with geishas. Zoro is traveling with someone called Yasu, so at least we know where he is. I loved Frankie trying to find these blueprints to a mansion, I think it is, like Kaido's mansion, and they were sold like years ago, so he's like running to different people trying to find out where these blueprints are, and each time they're like, oh, I sold it to this person, oh, I gave it to that person. It's so funny to see that traveling that Frankie has to do. He's just like going back and forth. He might have to give up on that, so he's going to do like some different missions in the town, so that's pretty cool. Harking back to, was it Tom's Workers? When Frankie was working with him in the flashbacks to Water 7. I think it was Tom's Workers. And we have Minatomo, who is his sort of boss. Well, now ex-boss. Just gave me some like Tom's Workers vibes from that. Until Frankie got fired. Not surprised.
Chapter 930, Ibisu Town.
Usopp made me laugh so much in this one. When he says, if I get caught, I'm blabbing about everyone so I can walk free. And Sanji's like, don't even think about it. Ooh, I want to protect you so good. And Usopp's like, yay, it worked. I love comedic little moments like that. They come very few and far between these days. Especially when we have Big Mom arriving. Big Mom's now at Wano. Although actually, hang on, she looks like she was under the sea. So King kicked the ship when they came up the waterfall with Big Mom and the pirates. And it looks like Big Mom has fallen into the sea. I don't think they're going to leave her there, though. I believe someone's going to get her. Maybe King, maybe Kaido, who doesn't even want Big Mom there because it could mean a war. So one of them is going to do something. I don't think they're going to let Big Mom die. But it was so cool to see Big Mom again because, yeah, we do have this unresolved thing from Whole Cake Island, this big unresolved storyline, because we need to be Big Mom, I feel. Like, we just had a big arc in Whole Cake Island, and we didn't beat Big Mom. And she's one of the emperors. I feel like we need to take down at least one of these emperors. And if we can do 2 in one arc, Kaido and Big Mom, oh, I want to be so happy. And Big Mom has a huge vendetta, too. Like, she's after Luffy, and she's after Nami so that she can get... Was it Zeus? She needs to get Zeus back from Nami, so that's really exciting. It's pretty cool that we have two emperors in one arc who could potentially be villains. It was so sweet to see the town that Zoro ends up in, with them pretty much saying, hey, there's no point in frowning or being sad. You gotta smile. Oh, Ash and Tobo are probably going to start fighting. And I love Zoro's face, yeah. It's just so funny. We don't let poverty get us down. Crime will make you rich. So use that mouth ears and smile, smile. It's a nice message, especially to somebody who very rarely smiles. So it's kind of nice that he's in this little town right now. Again, I still wish he was with our fellow Straw Hats and getting in on the action, because it was so great when he reunited with Luffy. I was on cloud 9 just to take him away again. It's just messing with my head. I need them all together. And then we end the chapter with Sanji fighting page 1, which will be really awesome to see. Even though they have to keep their identities hidden as much as possible, it would be nice, as Sanji says, to get their numbers down, as in the opponent's numbers down, get one step closer to this fire festival that's going to happen a week from now, and then they can use the majority of their strength to take down Kaido. So it's nice to have plans in action. Whether or not they go right is another story. Things always go wrong. Yeah, it was a good chapter. Just absolutely loved seeing Big Mom again. I actually didn't realize how much I missed her. Which is so odd. Because it's not like I love her in that sense. Like, she's not a favorite character or anything. But there was a part of me that missed her.
Chapter 931, Soba Mask.
Oh shit, has Big Mom lost her memory? I mean, this could definitely work in Chopper's favour, for instance, because Chopper does find her on the beach. And yeah, it seems she has amnesia. Maybe it could just be a momentary thing. It could just be the days of waking up in a different place after what she's just been through, falling to the bottom of the ocean and coming up. So it could just be a temporary thing. But the fact that she has amnesia right now, that's very interesting. That could work in our favour. I'm rather terrified for Robin. I'm really excited by the fact that she seems to be looking for something to do with the poneglyphs. The country that created the poneglyphs, a stone must be here. Perhaps there's a hidden door. And then she's kind of ambushed a little bit by a personal ninja force. And they even say suspicious actions to take in the presence of ninja. Illogical. Don't know what a ninja is? Perhaps she's an outsider. So I love the idea of the ninjas and bringing those more into it, because we haven't really seen a whole lot of those. I think Raizo was the last one that we truly met and got to know. So this is pretty cool. This is pretty interesting. But I am a bit worried for Robin, because they do say curiosity can be deadly, geisha. Let's hear your excuse, and you only get one. And she seems to be sweating bollocks right now. Like, shit, I've got to come up with a good excuse. Can't just tell them I'm looking for the poneglyph, you know? So I'm scared about that. But the main thing in this that I was like, what? And okay, we need to talk about it as well, because there's something else I'm just like, for God's sake, I thought we were past this. Good old Sanji. His raid suit is revealed, and it was an incredible transformation. I love transformations like it. It's a bit like, you know, Cinderella, when she's off to the ball and the fairy godmother changes her dress and she does the whole transformation thing. It's a little bit like that with Sanji, and he looks awesome. He does. He looks incredible. This German 66 look, as much as I hate German 66, he does look fantastic. He looks so cool. He looks like a little superhero. But the thing that trips me up, and I'm sure you're gonna roll your eyes because like, yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna say, Gavin. He manages to be able to vanish with his suit. So we do have that stupid flashback back to Thriller Bark, when Absalom, who became an invisible man, he had the devil fruit. And Sanji says, you ruined my dream of eating the clear fruit, because he wants to perv on women in the shower and in baths and stuff. But he says, now in the present day, so the dream I thought that was dead has come true with the power of hated German science. What twisted irony. But this power will indeed be useful for the women's helping my friends. What a dilemma. So I don't know if maybe cutting himself off from finishing that sentence means he stopped himself because he's not going to do that. And he's like reminding himself like, oh yeah, that's a bad thing to do. So we're just going to scratch that and just focus on helping my friends, which is what it seems like just if you take it literally. But the fact that he does bring up this stupid dream that I honestly hate, and it's what ruined Sanji's character in the first place for me. I love Thriller Bark, but that was a black stain on Sanji's character. I hate that that was brought up again. I hope we can move on from this. I hope that this actually heals what was broken in me to do with Sanji from Thriller Bark. Now that Sanji does have the capability of perving on women without them knowing, maybe by giving him this, he can show us the restraint and the control of not doing that. And I feel like that is the only way to move on from this stupid dream, by showing his growth. So if he can do that and he doesn't perv on women, like it's an active choice not to, and he's taken that huge step, I will love him. I will not hate this moment as much as I'm kind of doing right now. So we're going to move on from that, because I do think the fight with Page One was pretty excellent. And the whole transformation was extremely cool. I like Sanji's look in the Germa 66 getup. His hair looks cool, the mask looks cool, even though his sort of name is rather shit. Like his superhero name it's a bit shit, you know, Sober Mask. But no, that was a great chapter in terms of progression and the things that happened. I think it's just going to be so cool to see what happens next. But I have finished volume 92 and I will be going on to volume 93.
Chapter 932, Shogun and Oiran.
Oh, I've literally just clicked record and I can hear Ash going in the letterbox. Oh my god, I'm so stressed. Not from Wano, not from reading One Piece, just life in general has been stressing me out so much recently. I've ended up ordering myself some cookie dough and some nachos, so that should be on its way just to make me feel better. I mean, reading Wano is also making me feel amazing. But yeah, just so much is happening in my life right now. I just can't handle it. I can't. Anyway, it's fine because we're talking about Wano. We are talking about the most recent chapter, chapter 932. I'm going to ignore Ash until I've said what I've said. Komurasaki, I didn't want to like them. I said in the previous chapter, when I saw what they were like and they seemed so awful, it's Boa Hancock all over again. I didn't like her after she kicked the kitten, and then I ended up falling in love with her after that because of how much she helped Luffy. And she's protecting the young child from Orochi, who shows their full form at the end there, like the whole full beast look, all of these serpent heads and everything. I'm just like, whoa, like it's another like fantastic, almost mythological Hydra kind of thing. But I do want to look up more on the Orochi legend, just to see what that's all about too. But I love the fact that she says she's a daughter of the samurai. I love the fact that we are getting such strong warrior women. Because even though in Amazon Lily we do get warrior women, and it's a pretty much an island of women, we don't really get to see them in action per se, like not really. But in Wano, it seems like we are. And I love that because I really wanted to see that in Amazon Lily and I didn't really get it. So I love all of that. Oh my gosh, I was so scared for Robin, but I'm so glad it was just a clone that the ninjas had sort of caught. But I love this so much. I love the Straw Hats actually working together. Robin, Nami, Brooke, like they're all talking to one another. They're doing this mission together. Like, why can't we have this more often? Why do they keep need to be split up doing this? Oh no, my bookmark. Being brought all over the world and one over there, one over here, one over there, and like not having any contact. They work so well together. I want to see more stuff like this. It's so good. It's so beautiful. I just love it so much. I love it. Yeah, he's definitely had a shit. So I really enjoyed Robin's part. I genuinely thought that she was in trouble there when they got her with the things that they threw. Oh my god, it stinks. I'm gonna have to rush this so I can pick up that shit. Yeah, I went through her and I was worried for her that they had actually done something really bad there. But no, she's a clone and I was very, very happy about that. Good job I was using a clone just in case. Robin, always thinking ahead. I just love this imagery as well with the music. Oh, just everything about Wano is so gorgeous and lovely. Has Tobu gone in the letterbox now too? Oh my gosh, literally. They could have done this while I was reading, not while I was recording.
Chapter 933, A Warrior's Mercy.
Oh, I'm going to suck at names. And even though like Deathly Muffins, again, thank you so much for sending me a pronunciation guide. I go through it so much. But I end up forgetting the pronunciation like 5 seconds later. But I am just in awe at the minute because I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy going on. We have Kiyoshiro. He has the card. He has the symbol, the sigil of the kind of uprising against Kaido. Odin's sort of symbol thing that they're using, or like at least Kinemon had set forth for the people who are fighting on their side. And he has it, but he struck down, like, I was so shocked. He struck her down, but it looked like she was ready for it. Lady Komurasaki. And it does look like she was expecting it, so I think it's part of the plan. So I don't think she's hurt, even though it looks like it bloody hurts. It looks like she should be dead right now. Like, she was truly slashed. There's blood. It's horrifying. It's horrifying, but it does look like he is proving that he's on the bad side by doing that, but wink wink. I don't think all is as it seems. Maybe she herself is a clone. I don't know. I don't know. But that was a really cool little twist. I really like that. A lot of their plans going tits up at the minute. Orochi is a devil fruit user. So it's the snake fruit. So it's not really part of legend then. It's not really like the Orochi of legend. It is just a devil fruit. I'm excited for these nachos and the cookie dough. I cannot wait. It's all I can think about right now. And in the chapter, Big Mom, yeah, I thought we would. I thought we would use her amnesia for our benefit, essentially. And Chopper's using her to take them to Udon. And she just seems so reasonable and she seems so nice. Say this is the good side of Big Mom. This is Big Mom if she wasn't mean. I like Big Mom when she's not mean. Oh, and we have 9 days left. 9 days left until the fateful battle. Ooh.
Chapter 934, Hyogoro the Flower.
Oh shit, I think Luffy's picked the worst time ever to rebel in this prison. Interesting that kid has escaped. I'm not 100%... Did he escape? Did he really escape? Okay, it just, like, that seems to have come out of nowhere, so I don't know if I fully believe that. But also, I'm thinking there is something more important to this old man that Luffy is protecting. I don't know why, but I just feel it in my bones. So the old man who's in the prison with him, he's about to be beaten up by the guards, but Luffy is like, absolutely bloody not. Absolutely not. I don't know. I feel like this old man person is some important person. I think there's something more to him. Oh, God bless him though, when he drops his dumplings. Oh, I would also punch anyone in the face if that ever happened in front of me. Oh, I feel so bad for him. But I do think this action will come back to, well, both bite Luffy in the arse and also reward him later on. Like, obviously he's going to get in trouble because he's fighting all the gods and Queen has come. But I do think he'll be rewarded for helping the old man. I think the old man has some kind of trick up his sleeve. Maybe there's more to him. Okay, Sanji's slipping down again. I hate to say it, but he's slipping down again. He's looking at his Germa suit thing. By the way, do you know where I can find a bathhouse? Stop. Stop right there. I don't want to hear it. I do not need Sanji to be saying these words. I just want to see him fight and cook and be part of the crew. I don't want this obscene perverseness of seeing people without their consent. Whole Cake Island restored him for me as well. I was like, okay, he's great again. I love him. This is concerning me. I want to keep an eye on him. I'm not going to write him off just yet, but he's going back down. He went back up, he's going back down. So that's not good. And I know I say myself, when I said before about Zoro, like, I'm thirsting over Zoro at the minute, I'm not going to lie. And obviously my love for Ace was astronomical. But like, I wouldn't do anything without their consent, essentially. So that's where we differ. So I just need him to calm the F down. I want this to be the last I hear of this stupid invisibility dream. The last of it. Anyway. I love the fact that we got a map of Wano too. I love it when we go to new places and we see exactly how it's laid out, where we are in this world too. I love the fact that we get this, and it looks massive. It looks pretty cool. There are different climates as well, which is always very, very exciting. So there's just so many possibilities with Wano, and again, it just feels like we've only scratched the surface. And obviously because, you know, we're not even that far into the R. I love Big Mom being part of the crew at the minute. You know, she's kind of a Straw Hat-ish because she's kind of helping Chopper right now. So I never thought I'd live to see the day of that happening. But I love it. I love every single time she talks about being hungry, she looks at Chopper. And Chopper's like, don't drool when you look at me like that. And then again, sounds far. Don't look at me. There are some like really good little funny moments in this chapter. I really enjoyed that. The poor shark though. Oh, I like this Sharky Gator. He's a nice good boy. Only because she socked him twice. Bless. I'm scared of sharks myself, but even that is so bad for that shark. I feel sorry for it. So Brooke was unable to bring back a copy of the poneglyph text for Robin. So we aren't really that much further forward for the poneglyphs, but at least Robin is still talking about it. She is still actively trying to read them. Then I suppose the road poneglyph must be on Onigashima. I don't know if that was a cat or the doll.
Chapter 935, Queen.
I was honestly worried for a second there when they were talking about Sanji. And they're like, oh, where's Sanji? Where's Sanji? And then it cuts to the women's bathhouse. Although it's mixed, really, because, yeah, women and men can share a bathhouse. So really, Sanji doesn't need to be invisible for that. Although I didn't spot Sanji. I mean, of course, if he's invisible, I'm not going to spot Sanji. But I don't think he was there. He didn't need to be there if, well, in invisible form, if he was going to do that. And maybe he didn't do that. Maybe this is his restraint. Maybe he saw the opportunity and thought, you know what, I'm not going to do it. Which I would love him for. But I don't know. Why did we have to do this? Anyway, I'm not going to talk much about the whole bathhouse stuff. Because I have nothing to say about it anyway. There was just a lot of chatter with Nami, Robin, and the other women there. So that's fine. Also, I have just had my cookie dough, my nachos, and my ice blast. It was the wrong flavor, but that's fine. Was it the best cookie dough I've ever had? No. Was it the best nachos I've ever had? No. But did I need them? Yes, I absolutely did. And they were still good. They were still nice. So I'm happy. I'm fed. I'm probably going to have some kind of sugar rush. And it's midnight right now. But I do have my blanket and I'm ready to just sit down and continue Wano tonight. I found it hilarious in the prison when Babanuki was telling Queen. Is it Queen he was telling? I think so. Let's have a look. I love as well that the Animal Kingdom Pirates lead performer is called Queen. You know, I mean, considering one of the best bands of all time is Queen, it just feels like a little bit of a nod to that. So Queen is asking, top 3 things you're worried about. And the guy says Eustace Kid escaped. What? And number 2, someone stole the key to the sea prison storm cuffs. What? And number 1, Straw Hat Luffy's escaping as we speak. What? Found that so funny. I loved it. But yeah, you can see Luffy, like just a tiny little dot in the background, escaping. I mean, he doesn't get to escape though. I found it so touching as well when the old man was like, kill me, but please spare the young boy. Please spare Luffy. Oh God, my heart broke for him. That's why I do. Yeah, spare this young man, I beg of you. That's why I feel like maybe he's more important than I think. You know, I just feel like there's something more to it. Oh, the mystery prisoner, who I thought might have been... I thought was potentially going to be, like, maybe Auden? Maybe? Definitely not. But it turns out to be Kawamatsu. I think Kawamatsu has been mentioned. That name rings a bell. But I'm not 100% sure why. I'm probably going to find out. But they seem to be that mystery prisoner, so that's pretty cool.
Chapter 936, Sumo Inferno.
I'm so disappointed. You're probably going to think I'm overreacting. I'm just so disappointed. Right, okay, so there were things I loved about what happens in this chapter, right? Things I loved. I thought, you know what? This is Nami's time to shine. Like the happiness punch thing. I mean, if Nami had been at Marineford, Ace would have been saved. And I get it. It's just a part of this world. It is whatever it is, okay? It's whatever it is. I don't like it, but it is what it is. But Sanji actually being there and having used his invisibility power to get his dream, I hate it so much. I do. I'm sorry. I apologize. I know this is not what you want to hear. Sanji's my least favorite again. All of that progression in Whole Cake Island. It is what it is. I find him disgusting. It is what it is. Even though he didn't even have to be a perv and be invisible and do that without them knowing. He didn't have to do that because it was a mixed bath. But I had such high hopes for his character progression and he regressed back to Thriller Bark. What was the point? Like, seriously, what was the point of him during the time skip? What was the point in all that? What was the point of Sanji getting this power of being able to go invisible with his suit on for him to do that? He could have showed the restraint and I would have respected the heck out of him. And he just went and did that. Nami chose to unrobe herself, of course, and do the happiness punch. Because, yes, she used what she had to her advantage. Because apparently the plan leaked. The crescent moon symbol on the feet, someone's leaked it. So it was a way of getting free and a way of escaping. And Nami, she has the right to do that. But Sanji has been there invisible the entire time, watching them like a creep, like an absolute disgusting creep. I cared so much for him in Whole Cake Island with his backstory, with the story of him as a child, what he went through with Judge and his family, his mum. I cared so much for him. I hate this. I hate it so much. So unfortunately, he's my least favourite Straw Hat again. He was moving up the ranks. And I was seeing so much progression, but he just went right back to the bottom. I know you guys are going to hate me for that, and that's fine, but that's just how I feel about it. In other news, I love the fact that Raizo got the keys for Luffy to get him to escape, just for Queen to take the cuffs off Luffy anyway. Like, he didn't need to get the key. Anyway, was the key even going to work? Like, that's a big question. That was quite funny. But also seeing Luffy in these death matches, he has one of those collars on, and even Luffy says, damn it, just like the Celestial Dragon's collars. And it will, like, take their head off if him and the old man, if either of them step out of the ring, then they could die. But Luffy is excited about the challenge. He's like, okay, bring it on. And the fact that, yeah, he did take off the Sea Prism Stone cuffs means that Luffy could use his Haki. He's just like, okay, next. It's just so good. I love that part of it. It helps heal the whole bathhouse stuff, which, again, just infuriates the life out of me. I love that we go back to Zoro, who is talking to a weapon collector. What do you need all those weapons for? I could use a whole bunch of them right now. And so he's going in for this hopefully legendary fight where he can get some really incredible weapons. It does look like he has quite a few of them. Like, is the next step for Zoro, you know how like Luffy has his gears? Is the next step for Zoro to get like just more swords and keeps adding to the swords? Where's he going to put all of these swords? If he's holding two, got one in his mouth, he's going to have one between... No, I'm not even going to go there. Not after what I've just said about Sanji. We're going to move on and hope that that's the end of it. That is the end of it.
Chapter 937, Yukimaru on Bandit's Bridge.
Yeah, fuck me, that was a fight. The fight with Zoro and the guy who's chasing after the woman and child. When Zoro got stabbed, right, and then he just has this really scary smile. Oh my god. I didn't know whether to be scared of Zoro or be impressed. I kind of lean more towards scared, but that was epic. I love that. That was a great chapter following the previous one. So it was interesting to learn more about the cursed sword, or the sword that Zoro got from Ryuma. It's been a while since Thriller Bark. It was Thriller Bark when he got it right. There's been quite a few callbacks to Thriller Bark in this arc, and I did really like Thriller Bark, apart from some things which have again happened. Going back to Luffy, the fighting, Luffy being incredible at that, really taking in what really taught him about Haki. Just incredible to watch. Seeing his progress has been so beautiful. I don't think I've really managed to sit down and say just how I feel proud of him. I do. I feel proud of Luffy and his progress and how strong he's become, all the lessons he's taken on board, and actually listening to people. And he's just doing so incredibly well. Seeing that happen, and even Zoro too. Seeing him, I mean, learn more about the sword, but also, you know, listening to his surroundings and, you know, helping someone in need, but also like using his body to, I guess, did he use it to like trap the sword in him when it pierced him? And then because they couldn't pull it loose, Zoro's like, ha ha ha, mine now, bitch. And then struck back. Is that kind of what happened there? Because frickin' hell, man, frickin' hell.
Chapter 938, A Woman's Secret.
Oh, we got to meet Momonosuke's sister. What's her name again? I forget straight away. Hiyori? That's so cute. Like, I love the fact that we actually got to meet her. I wasn't 100% sure if we would. Who did I think it was before? I can't remember what my theory was now. I say so much shit during these videos, I swear. I forget my own theories and speculations. I love the fact that we got to meet her properly. Even though we have seen her before, it's like nice to actually know that she is Momonosuke's sister. When they reunite, that's going to be so sweet. Okay, it looks like Lao's going to go after his crew. I'm glad Nami beat the living shit out of Sanji. It really does show you that Nami did not agree to what he did. She is disgusted by what he did. It's not okay. I'm glad that Nami beat the shit out of him. So I feel a little bit better about that. Thank God. Zoro was able to overcome his enemy, which I'm not surprised at. He did so great. Very excited to see him fight even more. And also news about the crescent moon on the ankle or the foot thing is spreading. So that's going to be a huge detriment to the plan for this whole operation that's been 20 years in the making. So they really do need to, I don't know, maybe come up with something else, or I don't know what they can do. The last countdown was, I think, 9 days until the Fire Festival. So like, there's so much riding on this. I don't think there's enough time to come up with a new plan, but they've got to do something. Even Shinobu is just in tears over it all. We've been waiting for this moment for 20 years. If we feel this time, we'll never have another chance. There's so much riding on this. It does feel like this is their one and only shot, and if it doesn't go well, if things go wrong, then it could all just crumble, and that's 20 years wasted building up to this moment. I feel the tension. I feel the stakes in this arc.
Chapter 939, The Old Leopard Never Forgets the Way.
I loved seeing Luffy actually use what he learned from Katakuri in the previous arc about like seeing into the future, and the way that he used that to help the old man, or Gramps. I'm just going to call him Gramps. I love that so much. And I did think Gramps would have more in him than initially thought, because he does end up using, well, I think it's sort of like the will of a samurai, which is like their version of hockey. And Luffy explains, I'm not trying to hold back at the last second. I want to punch them and knock them away without touching them. It feels like I might be able to destroy those tough skills of Kaido's that way, but I won't know until I can actually do it. So the fact that Luffy's using this experience right now, this fight, this whole sumo ring thing, to better advance himself and to learn, again, is just leaps and bounds of character development for Luffy. And the way that we're using this seemingly random sort of side storyline in the grander scheme of things to do something great, to learn something great that we can use in the battle against Kaido, which will be so super important. I love the way that it's just connected to that. I love that Luffy is so open to learning, and Gramps is going to be able to teach Luffy that. Yeah, that's it. Teach me how to do that. And now they're going to actually, they're going to do some amazing things, I think, together. Which, you know, I loved that Luffy was protecting him. I love that Luffy was shouting, to the right, now duck, you know, things like that, to warn Gramps of what was coming, because he was seeing into the future a little bit. Zoro does learn a lot about Hiyori and her relationship with Momonosuke. That was really good. I really loved learning all about that too. So much information to take on, honestly. It was implied in the previous chapter, or the chapter before, that potentially the Harp Pirates might have given away the plan. At least, like, that was what was brought to Law. Like, it was almost like an accusatory thing, and then Law was like, they would never do that. And we do have like this panel here with, this is a bad situation, I hope they don't think we spilled the beans, Captain will believe in us. Something's happened to make it look like they spilled the beans and look like they've betrayed them, when actually they didn't. So I'm sniffing a conspiracy in all of this. But I do worry about the Harp Pirates right now.
Chapter 940, Sparks of Rebellion.
Oh boy, there's a lot of talking and conversations and just information and backstory. Well, not exactly backstories, but just chat about these characters that it's a lot to take in. It's more wordy at the minute than it is anything else, which I'm not hating, but I do think this will be my last chapter of the night, because I want to make sure I take it all in, and I am getting a bit tired. If it was just all action, boom, 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 then I would just continue on and finish this volume. There's only 2 chapters left. I'm so close. I want to finish this volume tonight, but I know my limits. I'm tired, and I want to make sure that I'm doing it justice, you know? A couple of things about the chapter. One, Luffy allowing Carabao to help just out of nowhere, and he's just like, well, okay, as long as you've changed. I'm like, come on. I mean, all help is good help at the minute, but it's Carabao. It's Carabao. I don't trust him. He was sneaky and awful in Fishman Island, so I ain't on board with this. But I guess we're just gonna have to roll with that. Rizo and Gramps talk a lot about the plan, about how the people in this prison are people who are against Kaido and they want to fight for Wano. So they do have a lot of allies within this prison. It was just that they didn't realize that beforehand. This guy who helped Zoro at the start, very, very nice guy. Hi, Ash. Very, very great guy, actually. And he just seems so positive and nice. And his daughter seems awesome too and amazing. I hope they do well. Say goodnight to everyone, Ash, before you go off. Good night, everyone. So antisocial. Yeah, just great seeing the training that Luffy's going through. The fact that he keeps getting told wrong, wrong, wrong when he's trying to do the stuff that Gramps was doing. So it does show you that this isn't going to come easy to him. He is going to fight. He is going to train. He is going to do the best he absolutely can do. And I love that so, so much. It's a good note to end on tonight. So with that, I bid you adieu.
Chapter 941, The Star of Ibisu.
Okay, I am so glad that I went to bed when I did last night and I didn't read on. I didn't read the chapter I just read because I feel so bad for, is it Tonoyasu? The guy who just like constantly smiling and so nice. People call him a saint. He is, well, they say he's a thief, but like he gives to so many people. And he's the one who helped Zoro at the very start too. His daughter is the smiling girl. Toko, I think her name was. Like, is about to be executed. I hope someone saves it. I hope Zoro gets there in time to stop this from happening. Because this is kind of mortifying. The poor guy, he's just like, the way that he's constantly smiling, even his daughter, even as she's running and she's screaming, Daddy. She's obviously got tears coming from her eyes. She still has a big smile on her face. Oh, that's heartbreaking. I know when when some people die and they have the will of D, they die with a smile on their face, like Goldie Roger and Ace. But this guy is just the will of D all the time. He lived smiling even. He lived smiling. Please, Zoro, please get there in time. I swear. If they let him die, and I hadn't really mentioned him all that much so far in the video, but you know, I don't mention everything and I do pay attention to everyone. At least I try to the best I can. But that's just so sad. Komurasaki, she is having that funeral procession, but I still don't think she's dead. I feel like that was a ruse. I do. If he dies and her death was a ruse, maybe all of their deaths will be a ruse. Maybe all the deaths will be fake in this arc again. Just to further the cause of the people who are against the Orochi and Kaido and are working, well, with the mindset of Odin. Just like Tonoyasu, he stood alongside Lord Odin and supported the Kozuki clan. So this is gonna be, oh god, so I'm just shitting myself, honestly.
Chapter 942, Daimyo of Hakomai, Shimotsuki Yatsue.
Oh, that poor man. Oh my gosh. What a sacrifice, though. What a sacrifice. I don't know why. I feel like, even though, of course, like, sometimes I doubt whether people have died, but I don't think there's any denying what's just happened. The poor, poor man. Tonoyasu is, I feel like I already knew this, but it's confusing. I'm not gonna lie, there's just so many names. Just so many names, so many people, and some of them have different names. It's really confusing, so I'm just trying to keep everything in check. But Tonoyasu, the smiling guy, is Yasuie, I believe his name is, and he uses the execution that is about to happen to him to cast doubt on Orochi, and this whole scene was so heartbreaking. But to have Toko screaming, Daddy, 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 as she's running to the execution, hoping to stop it, with Zoro and everyone running behind her too, like, that just, like, dug the knife in a little bit deeper. Well, it does take me a little while to care about characters, and because there are so many in Wano so far, like, my mind is a jumbled mess, trying to keep tabs on who's who, and their names, and what role they play in society, and stuff like that. It is very, very hard to wrap my head around everything. But just stripping it bare to just the emotion of the scene and the fact that this is, well, a father as well getting killed in front of their child, but also what he stands for and represents. And it was beautiful what Hiyori, Momonosuke's sister, when she says, because Zoro's wondering, like, why is everyone laughing? And she says, they're all crying. The people of Abisu who always laugh can't actually show when they're sad or suffering. They've been robbed of every expression but smiles. Laughing is all they can do anymore. It's all because of Kaido and Orochi. It's because of those things they brought here, the smile fruits. So that is tying back to Punk Hazard. I love that fact that we're kind of, well, not exactly wrapping that storyline up, but continuing that story. And like Dressrosa too, bringing that back. So I love the fact that we have an explanation for why they're all smiling and stuff. It's just so sad that they've been robbed of every emotion and the only thing they have left is laughing and smiling. It's so cruel when you see her face crying in the top there. My daddy is dead. Ah ha ha ha. Oh god, like, it's jarring. All this laughter that's happening and something tragic has just happened. It's jarring. I don't know how to feel about that. It's just so much. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. The poor man, like, look at that. That's just awful. Being shot from that huge platform, which is kind of made up like a cross, like Jesus Christ. In the fact that he uses his final words, his final moments in life to cast doubt on Orochi and to help Kinemon and the plan and the whole crescent moon thing in the symbol that was passed around. He takes credit for that and he hopefully has changed the course of this fight. But did he have to die for that to happen? Did he have to? I'm surprised they let him talk for as long as he did, to be honest. Like, they could have just shot him at the very start of this speech and that would have been the end of it. Like, you know? No, they gave him a chance to speak and use his final words. And hopefully his death wasn't a waste. Hopefully the sacrifice means so much to the story now going forward. The plot, the plan. Oh, a child saying their father died like that. Oh my god. I have Ash as well. Don't worry, Ash. Nothing bad is going to happen to me like that, okay? Well, I finished volume 93. Honestly, I'm so glad I didn't go to bed with that last chapter last night. And I'm going to start volume 94.
Chapter 943, Smile.
Oh my god. I wanted to both cry and laugh, minus the smile fruit, in this chapter. What? Oh my god. Zoro and Sanji are together again. Oh, I'm so happy about that. But I was also breaking my heart over Toko, who, the way she was saying, father, daddy, here's some toad oil, this will help you. And Usopp's like, no, that's not what it... Oh god, I'm just... That whole bit... This entire chapter, honestly, hearing... It's just tragic. It's so tragic. And hearing more about the smile fruits and why they're called smile fruits. Because I was also wondering for the longest time, like, it's a bit of an odd name for an artificial devil fruit, right? But, like, also to hear about the full extent of it and how only 10% will get actual power from it. The rest of them will have the, the side effects from the actual fruit. And the way that they just gave it, or gave the leftover fruit to a really starving and desperate town, and these poor people who couldn't disobey their rumbling stomachs to have it. Oh my gosh, like, you have to be the lowest of the low. When Luffy hears about this, he's going to be pissed. And even, it looks like Zoro's pissed as well when he finds out about it from Momonosuke's sister. Oh, but it's when she's... it's when Toko's over her dad. Daddy, look, I have good medicine for you. Oh, Daddy, come back to life. This medicine will cure you. Oh, no. Oh, that's so sad. And he's just, like, right there. He's just, like, right there. His body's there. He's bleeding. Oh. I want to know as well, is this toad oil legit? Because it seems to have healed people in the past. Like, obviously it won't bring someone back to life. Well, at least I don't think so. But, like, is it legit? Has Usopp been telling a lie? Because you know what Usopp's like. He is... Well, he's been less and less so as the years have gone by, I guess. But he's still a storyteller at the end of the day. So is the toad oil just another kind of lie? But apparently it has healed people though. It has healed wounds. I don't know, but oh my god, seeing Zoro and Sanji after all this time. Oh, this is amazing. It is amazing. And you know what it reminds me of as well? Long Ring Long Land, when they are forced to, like, be together and fight alongside one another. And also like those sumo games in a way as well that Luffy and Gramps is doing. That's also a little bit Long Ring Long Land-esque in the prison. Oh my god, Ash is so cute. He's just demanding attention. He wants belly strokes. Like, this is not the time nor place. God, my mind is all over the place with this. We did get so much information about the smile fruits. Why do you have to have this really heartbreaking moment next to this moment that I've been waiting for so long and I'm so excited for, to see how they actually react to one another? All they've done so far is say what, and they do look like they're probably going to murder each other, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it kind of looks like. Obviously they're not going to. They're going to fight alongside one another, I'm sure, while also throwing words at each other and being mean. Well, this is what I've been waiting for this entire time. Why does it have to be following such a tragic moment? It's like, I don't feel like I'm allowed to be happy right now because of it. I don't think I'm allowed to. All these people who can't and have been robbed of their emotions, apart from smiling and laughing, it's like, I shouldn't be allowed to be sad myself or happy. Like, I feel like that is also a disgrace. I don't know what to feel. I just feel awful. I feel awful, but I feel great because Sanji and Zoro, but I feel awful. Oh god, I'm so excited to see them fight though. It's gonna be awesome.
Chapter 944, Partner.
Ooh, I think that was the quickest chapter in existence, but I'm loving all the chaos that's going on, all of the fighting that's going on, Sanji and Zoro just like, well, Zoro tried to attack Orochi just like right there and then. I feel like it's gonna be harder than that. Having everything out in the open, having all of this chaos in plain sight, and all of this fighting is just, I love chaos. I do. I love it when it's a little bit messy, and that's what it is. Like, they're kind of thinking on their feet. They don't really know who their opponents are right now because that guy who slashed the woman a few chapters back, the one who's working for Orochi, the one who I think is secretly on our side, not gonna lie, Kiyoshiro, yeah, he just stands right in front of Orochi and saves him. I think he's on our side. I do. So yeah, there's like no plan really here. It's just attack, attack, attack. And I also love that Zoro and Sanji are just like back to their old ways. Again, like, Zoro, I don't have time to waste with you. And Sanji, right back at you. Oh god, I've missed it so much. I've missed Zoro and Sanji, their banter, the way that they react to one another. Oh god, it's perfect. Especially considering their first scene back together is just so chaotic. And there is fighting. And oh my gosh, amazing moment as well. Which one is it? Is it Drake? Yeah, Drake is rampaging. Yeah, Drake is the one who transforms into this dinosaur here. Which I'm sure Sanji got flashbacks to Little Garden there. And do you know that bet? Was it like a competition between Sanji and Zoro and Little Garden of them bringing back the biggest dinosaur kind of thing? I don't know why, but it just feels like it's also harkening back to that. And Sanji is now kind of up against this dinosaur person. Oh, I love that Frankie jumped in front of Zoro too and took the bullets. And it's his face. Like, he's so strong. He's a great asset to have during a fight. And it does look like Usopp, Nami, and Robin at the bottom there might be getting in on the action too. But again, there's just like so much going on. It's kind of hard to keep tabs on everyone. But this is what I've been waiting for. And that Luffy is actually watching on the visual transponder snail too. And rooting for them. Yeah, slice up that scumbag. Go Zoro. It's just brilliant. I did think Captain Kidd would end up coming back. When he escaped, I just didn't think that would be the last we saw of him. I didn't think it would be gone too long. But I cannot believe that this guy was revealed to be Killer. Where is he? Yeah, Killer, who was Captain Kidd's partner back in the day. And it seems like, yeah, he's had one of the smile fruits. So, oh my gosh, like, that just blew my mind too. I really do hope we get more of Kid and Killer and, you know, learning more about them. It's kind of a little bit tricky at the moment because they are being drowned. And they will only be lifted back up if Luffy dies. Like, that's obviously not going to happen. So, Queen, it has a lot to answer for. But now, Big Mom has arrived. Big Mom has arrived, and I'm just like so excited. The best moment of this chapter, I think, was when Luffy said, "Shut up, the only one who decides where I'll die is me." I'm a little bit concerned about the end of One Piece, and yeah, I feel like there's a part of me that's thinking, "Oh, Luffy's gonna die at the end," which I really hope doesn't happen. But I feel like this moment might be something that we have to consider and reconsider going forward. By the time we get to the end of the series, this might have some weight to what ends up happening later on. But Luffy has always been the one to decide his destiny and what he does, so it was just a brilliant moment. I'm so excited to see Big Mom in this prison bit now. I'm so excited about Zoro and Sanji fighting in public. This is great. Like, this is awesome. I felt like Act 2 was slowing down a little bit, and then we get the execution, and everything's just popped off. You know, I mean, I'm not saying Act 2 was boring by any means, and there were still really exciting things happening, but I feel like now I'm just like, oh my god, oh my god.
Chapter 945, Olin.
Oh boy, absolutely nobody gets in between Big Mom and her food. I mean, we spent most of the whole cake island running away from Mom, who was screaming, wedding cake, wedding cake. And now Queen, thinking that they can stand before Big Mom in the way of this food. Oh man, I mean, to be fair though, I thought maybe he would put up more of a fight. I mean, I don't know if he's just gonna get back up, because that looks like one killer punch. But he's this like big, what is it, Brachiosaurus? He turns into this big Brachiosaurus, which again, I'm loving all of these dinosaur references. And all of this that's been incorporated into Wano, after I felt like Little Garden did let me down a little bit in the dinosaur representation. But the fact that Big Mom just literally punched him down into the ground. Wow! Oshiruko, it's all mine. You won't get a drop of it, old hag. Oh, honestly, I pray for you. Maybe we're gonna get another One Piece death so soon after the last one, because I just don't feel like there's any coming back from this. But also Luffy's reaction to Big Mom coming back there. He's like, ah shit, here we go again. I'm wondering what Ashura needs to show Kinemon as well. When he says, come with me, I got something to show you. What do you gotta show? What do you gotta show? Why can't you just show us now? Show me it now. So I'm really intrigued by that. All the fighting is amazing too. I love that Sanji is rather jealous of Zoro, because obviously Momonosuke's sister has spent some time with him, which Sanji takes as some kind of flirtatious move on Zoro's part. And I don't know if Zoro's going to ham that up because, you know, it will piss Sanji off or not, or if Zoro even cares enough to kind of play that kind of game. I know he's like a big talker and they love talking smack about one another and all of that. I don't know if he would actually do that. I don't know, but it would be interesting to see if he does. And I'm also wondering if there's going to be a big fight between Law and Basil Hawkins. He seems to be in like such an odd position because Law still needs to save his crew. And it seems like Basil Hawkins is standing in the way. You can only strike me down for good after your 3 subordinates are dead. I have 4 lives in my possession. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tricky. But yeah, I sense a big fight between Law and Basil coming up.
Chapter 946, Queen versus Olin.
Why am I falling in love with Big Mom? Oh, she was going to give all the food to the people in the village because they were nice to her. Oh, God, Big Mom. Okay, is it weird that I kind of want Big Mom to be a sort of temporary straw hat against Kaido? I kind of want us to join our team. I love her. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Well, I don't know. Maybe she's always had that kind of kindness in her. She's been a very complex person. I don't think she's as straightforward as I initially thought. Even during Whole Cake Island and we got her backstory, I felt so bad for her back in the day too. So there's just like so many levels to Big Mom. And right now, oh, I just love her. I know she was like almost kill Luffy and Gramps, but that's just we're not going to talk about that. But I'm obsessed, for one, with the fact that it was so nice of Big Mom to be like, I wanted to give all of it to the village. Everyone in that poor little village was so nice to me. I wanted to take back all of it for them. Why did you eat all, boy? Yeah, it's like, you know, she was being very selfless there. I need to think about this for a little bit. Because also, Carabao was actually useful and helpful. What is this? Order, stop. I don't want to like Carabao. I draw the line at Carabao. I know like he did have some development in some of the cover stories. I think during the Whole Cake Island arc, there was some stuff about him during that in the cover stories. That's all fine and well. Maybe this is my own prejudices. Again, I shouldn't judge people by the way they look, but I don't like his design. He looks scary. I don't like it. I don't like his tongue. But also at the same time, his actions have been terrible. Absolutely terrible. He was awful to the princess in Fishman Island. He was going to kidnap her, right? Remember that? He's going to kidnap her. And also he knows that she is a weapon too. So, like, he does have a lot of info that we don't want to get out. But at the same time, god damn it, he was very helpful. I'll give him that. Credit where credit is due. I had a massive face palm when Luffy shouted out pretty much, oh, I get why she's sad. I wish I could eat that stuff again too. Sure was tasty. Like, come on. But I love the fact that he was like, I said that out loud. I was only thinking how good it was. You just said it again. It does prove that Luffy just doesn't really think. He just says everything. That's just his personality. That's just the way he is. Whether it gets him in trouble or not, which it kind of did. But wow, Luffy's strength of getting the collars off him and Gramps, incredible. So at least now we can actually move and get out as well. Because, yeah, he's been trapped for too long. Now with Big Mom there in the big hole in the side of this, like, prison thing, he'll be able to escape. He'll be able to get out with everyone. I feel like Chopper's been a little bit isolated from everyone else for a little bit, so it's nice to have them all together. But I did feel quite sad for Big Mom when she opened it up and there was nothing there. Like, just that disappointment. Like, I've had that feeling before. I feel like we can all relate to Big Mom. So that is just as heartbreaking as the death a few chapters back. Big Mom, though, the fight with Queen, yeah, she took him down in like 2 hits. She's incredible. She is incredible. Honestly, I do want Big Mom to help us with Kaido. I'd rather her be with us than against us. Because, damn, girl. Damn. However, I don't really have the highest of hopes because we do end the chapter with Luffy saying, then come Emperor of the Sea. I mean, a fantastic moment, and I love, again, like, Luffy's confidence with that, but gosh, she could be so helpful, just like Carabao. This could be the arc where so many of our enemies, or people we thought were our enemies, will come to our side. And also, where the hell is Jinbei? I need Jinbei to hurry his arse up. I mean, I know he was like sorting out a lot of stuff at the end of Whole Cake Island, so he's probably still sorting that out, but like, come on, Jinbei. Come on, let's hurry it up.
Chapter 947, Queen's Gamble.
Oh my god, I laughed so much because I genuinely thought Luffy would manage to do it when Big Mom was about to punch him, and he was gonna use the hockey that he used to get the collars off. I just did the same thing I saw Rayleigh do back then. I don't remember how I did it, which means you must be able to stop her, deflect a monstrously powerful fist, and save both our lives. So she's on her way, she's coming. And I was like getting hyped up. I was like, okay, he's gonna do it. And then the next thing you know, both Gramps and Luffy are in the wall. And Luffy did not manage to deflect it, which is actually great because maybe it wasn't going to be a little bit too easy if he did manage to do that. But it just made it so much more funner. It made it more fun. And it was funnier. But then I was like, crap, because Queen came to and used this move on Big Mom that restored her memory. And I was like, shit, like, this is going to be so bad. Like, this is going to be awful. I felt like, oh, she's going to go after Chopper now for using her and things like that. But she ended up falling asleep. She fell asleep. And, like, Queen is getting everyone to tie her up and do all this, that, and the other to make sure that she can't get free and cause havoc and, you know, hurt people. So, yeah, I feel like maybe she will get locked up now, so we might be fine from Big Mom, but I was hoping a little bit that she would also be on our side and join us in the fight. Luffy claiming, is it Udon? Luffy claiming it as his. I've always been free and now this place is mine. I'm just like, yes, that sounds good to me. But I would like him to leave. Like, it might be yours, but you don't have to stay there that much longer. You can go now. There's still some obstacles in the way, but he doesn't have the collar on anymore. He doesn't have the shackles on or anything like that. There is a big hole in the side, so he needs to make a move. But that was a fantastic panel, just like the whole Brachio Bomber move. Hilarious. I love it. But that must have hurt. Ow. Actually, yeah, that's making my head hurt. I'm also currently dealing with an eBay seller who I bought a One Piece booster box back in March, and they haven't sent it out yet, and I'm emailing them today, and they're like, oh, I can't remember what you got. I can't remember what you bought. Can you remind me? Oh, it says you've been refunded. I haven't been. And this was before I found out there's an official One Piece card game shop literally right where I live, so I can walk in and buy as many booster boxes as I want at a reasonable price. So I'm currently dealing with that. I hope he can refund me so I can just buy it in person. But if not, hope he can send me it, what I've already paid for. And if not, then I'm going to use a Brachio Bomber on that bastard.
Chapter 948, Introducing Kawamatsu and Kappa.
Poor Chopper can never catch an actual break. An incredible moment with Luffy and everyone, like the people who are on our side, the ninjas, and all of that. Like, incredible moment of them all being together there, ready to fight. And then, you know, you have the people saying who each person is, like, oh my god, that's that person, that's this person. So who is Luffy then? And then it goes to Chopper, nothing. And then they just continue their conversation, and Chopper's like, what about me? Bless him, that's so mean. The masks look so good. I absolutely love this. I love the fact that she says, no, now that you've seen us, we demand your silence. Oh, this is going to be like a kick-ass fight. I can just feel it. We also get to see the person who was in the prison, like in that cell that we only ever really saw their eyes every now and then. We didn't actually know who it was. But we actually see them. They come bursting out. Kawamatsu. I don't know if I'm supposed to know this person already. Like, I was anticipating maybe someone we already met. I don't know if maybe they've been mentioned already. I know there's been so many names thrown at me in this arc. So they could be mentioned. They do look cool. I definitely don't think I've ever seen them before. I'm sure I would remember this design. It's an incredible design. It's a really fun design. But even Gramps is getting on the action. Raizo. It looks so good. Like, they're gonna do amazing. It'll be so cool to see Luffy fighting alongside some ninjas too, and samurai. Especially since Luffy is still adamant that he's gonna keep learning from the experiences he's having right now, from the fights that he's having right now. So that continuous learning, it's gonna come in handy. It's been onwards and upwards for Luffy in this arc, just constantly developing himself, chapter after chapter. Sanji could take some notes.
Chapter 949, Mummy.
I just got chills, absolute chills, when Luffy goes, I saw a pretty bad future just now, and he's looking up at the guy who's about to shoot the plague shot, and he closes up the elephant trunk, and the plague shot just like explodes in their face. Oh my god, the way that Luffy just did that was, I got chills. I literally got chills. I'm freaking out. Like, that was just, oh my god, that was so amazing. That was so amazing. What? That was so good. It's the way he looks up just so casually. It was just, oh my god. This is a fantastic chapter. It's so heartbreaking to see the prisoners who are wanting, I mean, they want more than anything for their life to be not complicated by the actions of an outsider who they see, and they think that nothing's going to change. You know, you can fight all you want, things are going to be the same. Like, this is the way that Wano is right now, and an outsider's not going to change that kind of thing. So it was heartbreaking for the prisoners to be seeing things like that. And I think they also mentioned a lot of it in the previous chapter that I didn't mention then, but I'm mentioning it now because it was more important in this chapter, because this was the point where Luffy was like, enough. You know, like, you guys are so broken on the inside, but you need to see the wider angle of this. You guys are slaves. There is no normal. You guys aren't living. This isn't right. Are you with us or are you with Kaido? Because they're going to fight Kaido and they're going to win. In the whole interaction of Luffy with the prisoners, touching their hearts the way he does, he is the king of the pirates. He is. He's just showing just how much he deserves that title each and every arc since Sabody Archipelago, really. Like, honestly, the more I think about that arc, I didn't give it its due at the time of reading it, but like, the more I think about it now as time has moved on, the more I appreciate it, the more I appreciate what happened in that arc, the more I appreciate the development of Luffy since then. It's just incredible to see the power that Luffy has because of that entire saga, really, like the Summit War saga, the Paramount War saga, like, because it comes back here, this stuff has no effect on me when he's protecting, I guess, a lot of people from the, what was it? Yeah, the plague's name is Mummy, and a lot of people are affected by it, but then Luffy is like, touches them, and he stops them, and he's like, this doesn't have any effect on me. And I feel like a lot of that came from, and I could be wrong on this, but like when he fought Magellan in Impel Down, I feel like that has come back to further enhance Luffy's strength in all of this chapter. This chapter was fantastic. I love the little bit of fighting, but the fact that there was this like really scummy plan with this whole plague thing, which reminds me of Punk Hazard, reminds me of Caesar, and Zo as well reminds me of Zo. And like, what a cowardly thing to do during a battle, to release something like that in all of those weapons. They are terrifying and scary. They are weapons of mass destruction after all. And it's good timing as well because Oppenheimer is in the cinemas right now, and it feels like we are building to something a little bit like that in One Piece with all of these black market weapons and the whole stuff we have with Doflamingo and all of that. So that was really interesting. Kid, the camera's gonna die, but Kid, I'm glad he's gonna be escaping with Killer. I really want to see them develop.
Chapter 950, A Soldier's Dream.
Can't believe chapter 950 done. I feel like that's another huge milestone for me. Again, never would have thought I would get here this quickly. I genuinely didn't. Secondly, I may have oversold Luffy and his ability to be resistant to like poison and toxic and stuff like that. He's still damaged by it. He's still affected. Chopper still needs to get him an antidote. But I still feel like it's incredible just how much he was able to stand strong against that whole plague thing. The way that he was infected so much by it and took it on, that he was still able to stand and talk and deliver like one of the best moments for me in Wano so far. And I just think that's just a testament to him and his strength and how far he's come since Impel Down, for example. And I love the fact that this parallel is coming while Luffy is in another sort of prison setting. So it's almost like we're redeeming Luffy from not being able to take on Magellan and all of that in Impel Down at the time, which honestly isn't his fault. You know, he was underprepared back then. He wasn't as strong as he is now, of course. And it was all just a learning experience. So I love it. But I just wanted to point that out just in case you guys thought that I genuinely thought that Luffy was immune to all poison and toxic. I just think he's built up a stronger defense against it, but not that he's like completely immune. Oh my god, the moment with Momonosuke and all of the prisoners there bowing down to him, it's good to see you alive and well. Like, just the symbol of Momonosuke and the idea of what could potentially happen next with Momonosuke being there and the hope that these prisoners, and I guess a reflection of the hope of the entire people of Wano will have, that everything that Odin stood for 20 years before will be Wano's saving grace. So that was just so incredible, like another incredible moment. We've just had incredible moment after incredible moment in these chapters recently. Volume 94 has been, sublime. Absolutely sublime. I'm worried for Law. He is with Basil, and he looks like he is chained up, he's been beaten. In Basil, I know you've got a connection to the Straw Hat crew, so you're going to tell me what you're plotting here in Wano, all of it. So I am very scared for Law. I don't think he's going to confess anything, I don't think he's going to reveal anything, even though his crew's lives are on the line, but it's still scary to think that Law is tied up. He's being beaten. So this is another person now we have to try and save. I feel like we have to save Law before we can do anything else. I know it's not long before the fight with Kaido. I can't remember how long it is now. Is it like 8 days or something? So I just, it kills me. It does. Kid has also left with Killer. And considering the last time Kid was up against Kaido, he lost severely. Let's go, Killer. We do things our own way. Let's get our people back. So hopefully he gets his crew back. Hopefully he can do something, but come back. I don't want Kid to just go because I want to see more of Kid. Even though he scared me quite a bit in previous arcs, just like his look, he just seemed like he was a little bit mad, a little bit crazy. It seems like the more I get to know him, the more I realize he's not as crazy as I thought or as scary. Like, I shouldn't be scared of him. I can feel ourselves building and building and building and building, and it's just non-stop now. It's just constant. Zoro actually will be going after the guy with his sword, so I hope Zoro gets that before the battle too, so he has it on him. I want to see Zoro like really give it his all. I want him to put his entire Zoasi into another fight. So I need him to be at full strength, at full capacity, have all of the swords he needs, and kick some ass.
Chapter 951, Rampage.
I told you I'd kill you if it came here, and what kind of idiot shows up to get killed? Oh my god. Big Mom and Kaido going at it, fighting-wise. Oh wow. They are both just such huge deals in the One Piece world. Having them both be together and fighting against one another. Wow. I mean, I did want Big Mom to be on our side. And I mean, she's not exactly on our side, really. But fighting against Kaido is a win for me. I'm in love with that face. With all the posters being around the capital because everyone's likeness has been drawn. And now it will be dangerous if the Straw Hats and anyone on our side are out and about in the capital. To see Robin and Usopp getting past because they don't look like their likeness because of the face is literally, I think, the best thing to ever happen to One Piece. In all honesty, I think it's just incredible. It's hilarious, amazing. It's just so funny every time. Ooh, as well, okay, I didn't realize this, but Basil Hawkins had released Law's crewmates, the 3 crewmates that are here, in exchange for Law himself. But Law has told them not to tell Luffy that he's been captured. So now Law, I think, is just on his own, which I do believe he is capable, and I believe he's doing this so that it's not detracting from the main mission of Wano so far. But I'm still just like, I kind of need Law. Yeah, I don't know what Basil plans on doing. I still don't think Law will spill anything to do with the plan, so I feel okay there. I don't really feel any stakes with the whole Law and Basil Hawkins bit. I still worry a bit because I hate seeing Law get hurt, but I'm not that scared for him. He is incredibly capable of handling the situation on his own, apparently, especially since Luffy ain't gonna come to save the day. He might end up doing it anyway. Luffy might end up accidentally doing it somehow. I just can't get over Big Mom and Kaido though. I can't get over it. And the fact that they were on the same crew too, decades ago. And then they are two massive characters. I think we're nearly at the end of Act 2, so what could possibly happen?
Chapter 952, Hiyori and Kawamatsu.
God damn it, Carabao. God damn it. Raizo is praising Carabao. All thanks to you, Carabao, about the whole like prisoners being all locked up safe and sound. Like, because they've managed to convince the Kaido team, the Kaido pirates, that all of the prisoners are locked up, even though they're not. It's like, it is all thanks to Carabao because of the whole snail, smail, transponder phone situation. So, god damn it, I really didn't want to like him. I didn't, but that was actually like a really great thing for him to do. I'm still going to reserve judgment on him because I still feel like he would betray us at the drop of a hat if it's in his best interest. They do need a lot of weapons, especially if they have so many people on their side now, especially after the whole prison stuff. And weapons are difficult to acquire, so this is just another kind of roadblock in the road to defeating Kaido and the fight with Kaido. Although Big Mom is fighting Kaido as we speak. And it looks like it's going to be a really long and arduous thing that's happening here. So even if Big Mom doesn't win against Kaido, which I doubt she will, I do think we're going to have to face Kaido at some point. If she can weaken him just a bit, right? Just so that when we do fight him, he will be easier to overcome. Then that would be amazing. So Big Mom would be serving her purpose well. It's honestly just so cool to see a villain from a previous arc. I mean, we have had that before with Impel Down. We had like Crocodile come back and Buggy and things like that. But like two emperors, I still can't get over two emperors in one arc. Genuinely blown away by it. And I know some people said as well that Luffy's being given the unofficial 5th Emperor title from the papers, I think it was, when I mentioned it in the Reverie arc video. I misread the newspaper as Luffy was definitely named an emperor, but it's kind of like an unofficial title because of what he did at Whole Cake Island, given to Luffy from the papers, I think. At least that's what I kind of gathered from some of the comments. So I might be wrong on that too, I don't know. But I did need to correct myself that Luffy wasn't made into one of the 4 emperors because it can only really have 4 emperors, right? So it's just like an unofficial 5th Emperor kind of title. So that's all fine and well.
Chapter 953, Once a Fox.
Onimaru is so cute. Oh my gosh, the little foxy. The little fox is so cute. Right, I also got little vibes. I mean, he doesn't look as cute in that panel there. He looks a little bit scary. But, oh my god, he's so cute. Oh, look at the little face. Look at his little face. Oh, he's so cute. I got little vibes to, was it Orange Town? The dog that was guarding the shop. Because the Foxy, companion to the deceased daimyo of Ringo, and I believe is like stopping anyone from grave robbing. And there were so many swords used as grave markers. So when the people of Ringo are born, they're gifted a katana. They live with their katana and use it as a grave marker when they die. So there are so many katanas there used as grave markers. But Kawamatsu needs these weapons for the fight against Kaido. The battle between the Animal Kingdom pirates and the land of Wano is not yet finished. It is too early to let these swords sleep. So there is like a certain power as well with all of these katanas too. I imagine when all of these samurai and anyone who fights in this war is going to be imbued with so much more power as well, because it has so much meaning in the, you know, the process of these swords and wielding these swords and what it actually means to wield the swords. So I love the fact that heritage and history is being honored and continued in the current storyline. I think that's really poignant and beautiful. And I love that flashback as well, the scenes there with all the snow falling and the grave markers. It was beautifully depicted again. And I feel like Wano was definitely delivering on what I wanted in terms of being able to see the structure of the place and seeing the architecture, the detail behind the actual country, the buildings, the places. I'm seeing a lot of that, so I'm so happy that we are getting glimpses into that. So this was mainly to do with that kind of flashback, but the little foxy, and from what I understand, I might be misreading it, because when Kawamatsu got locked up, you know, for stealing, the fox was left behind and apparently seemed to have continued collecting the katanas. But I think it's this guy who Zoro's been fighting for the sword. I think it's him, you know, the one who's been collecting weapons from people. It looks like he's transformed back into the fox. So I do think I'm reading it right, but you never know, because sometimes I do and sometimes I really don't. But I think he is the foxy, the little fox. It is a little bit, I don't want to read too deeply into it, but like Zoro, because like this sword obviously means so much to Wano, and I know Zoro got it from the late samurai, but at the same time, like, if it belongs to Wano, it belongs to Wano. Zoro is saying, I told you it's mine, even though Momonosuke's sister is saying, please return it to Wano. But she will apparently give him another in return. The katana I received from my late father, the sword is called Enme. It is a legendary katana, the only one to have ever wounded Kaido. I mean, that could be amazing. I'd love to see what the sword looks like and how Zoro wields it. That would be incredibly exciting to watch. But yeah, Zoro can't just claim a sword that really does belong to the land of Wano. But obviously it's Zoro being Zoro, you know. But love the flashbacks so much. I'm going to love the fox forever. Finished volume 94, onward to volume 95.
Chapter 954, Like a Dragon Given Wings.
I've literally just finished the chapter, right? Could someone explain this to me? You probably can't see. Kaido and Big Mom, Kaido's pirates and Big Mom's pirates, an alliance. Oh, just when I thought we were getting somewhere. Just when I thought we were... I'm scared now. I'm so scared. I mean, I was scared before. Kaido himself terrifies the life out of me, but adding Big Mom into the mix, after I was starting to like her again. I mean, I still like her. I think she's a great character. But like, my dreams are shattered. I mean, I've been loving seeing them all get prepared for this battle that's coming up. Did it say 6 days? 6 days until the Fire Festival? Oh, was it 5 days? Oh my god, like, it's coming up so quickly, man. Kinemon and all of our team are about to do a strategy meeting. So, like, 5-6 days left. 5-6 days to go. I'm stressed. I'm so stressed. I can't do it. I thought that we were really getting... And we are getting somewhere. Don't get me wrong. We are. Because, like, 5,000 men... where I think was the goal for us. Like, it's all coming together. Yeah, Sanji said it best. It's all coming together well. We may actually reach our goal of 5,000 men. Yes, it's splendid. Yeah. Is it, though? Is it after Kaido and Big Mom are formed an alliance? Is it really that, you know, great? Is it that splendid? No. I don't think it is. Also, the numbers, I think they're called, they look terrifying because they're huge. Like, or at least they see, yeah, they're huge. They're towering over the trees and things. So, obviously... they're part of the Animal Kingdom pirates. I hate those guys, they're such messy drunks. I don't just think that they're messy drunks, I think that they're just so big and intimidating and strong. There's gonna be a fight and is there any chance we can get to Elbaf? And get, like, some giants with us? Because I feel like that would work in our favour, but I just don't think we've got time. I don't think we have time to do that. I did really enjoy the scene between Basil and Law. It looks like they have been fighting because Basil's also beat up, so it's kind of an equal footing kind of thing. I thought it was going to be very one-sided with Law being like captured by him, but they've actually been talking a lot, and also we see why Basil joined Kaido, because yeah, when they were up against Kaido, he had a 0% chance of being successful, but chance of survival upon surrender was 40%. However, Killer and Kid did fight against Kaido until they couldn't fight anymore, which honestly makes me appreciate and respect Kid and Killer that much more. Like, to actually go up against Kaido with a 0% chance of success, I mean, it's dumb in a way, because what we're expecting, but I have to respect the audacity. I have to respect the bravery, even though I do think part of that decision was rather dumb in a way because if you've got zero chance of success, why do it? I don't know. It just obviously meant so much to them to do it. And I do respect the hell out of them for that. So, like, wow, I didn't think I would ever respect Kid because, I mean, to be fair, I barely know Kid. I barely knew him before. We only got really brief glimpses of him. But, like, damn, I really do respect him now. I think he's going to be a great asset if he helps us, if he joins us, which I do think he will do because he'll have a vendetta against Kaido, especially with the whole Smile Devil Fruit, Killer having a fiasco. There is a personal vendetta there too. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a huge asset and a great addition to our team. But I just don't know if it's going to be enough if Big Mom is joining Kaido. I'm so sad. I want a Big Mom to join us.
Chapter 955, Enma.
Oh my god, Act 2 is done and apparently the battle's about to begin. Oh my gosh, we like flew through the rest of that week. But, you know, we did see like little snippets of people training, like Luffy as well. He's like, huh, just your way, Kaido. Zoro as well. I mean, oh my god, that sword is incredible, right? What? He literally took off part of the freaking cliff? Well, the coastline? He sliced the coastline with the new sword? Which looks and sounds amazing. Enma. So I do think Zoro got a really big upgrade on the sword there. Although I do wish, I mean, I know the other one goes to Momonosuke, but like, I do wish that Zoro had both of them. I really do feel like he'd be unstoppable with both of them. But you know, just one of the 21 excellent great swords is enough for me. I was a little bit worried about him after wielding it too, but honestly, he's so strong, he's so powerful, I shouldn't be scared because even though we have around about, I think they said like 4,200 people on our side on the Alliance and then like 30,000 on Kaido's side, and I don't think that's including Big Mom's pirates. I think that's just Kaido and Orochi, I think. Without factoring that, I mean, we're so understaffed. We don't have as many people, but I think the quality of people might make up for the lack of people that we have on our side. Just like Zoro with this sword, cutting off a bloody coastline. Like, it's so incredible. But yeah, it's just a whole lot of getting prepared for this raid, this battle, this uprising. We got to see Pedro's sort of grave marker too. Oh, that hurt. That did hurt a bit too. Oh, I'm so sad about Pedro still. But we've barely seen Carrot in this entire arc. I honestly forgot that they were here. Love this panel too with a lot of the samurai walking all together. I think they look so cool together. I'm scared. I'm scared about this coming war, this coming battle. Honestly, even just the ambience, like the atmosphere of this whole thing. There is tension, there is so much going on, but we still have... This is someone else playing the music. Come now, gather round. It's what we've had at the start and end of each act so far. And I just love that incorporation of the music, incorporation of the culture. Having even an Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 is very play-like. It's the structure of, well, many, not just plays, but films, TV. There is a lot of like the 3-act structure. I'm sure, is that right? Let me just research this because I may be totally wrong. 3-act structure. Yeah, 3-act story structure. Model used in narrative fiction that divides a story into 3 parts. The setup, the confrontation, and the resolution. Although I do feel like Wano, in order, has really changed that all up because there was a bit of a confrontation in the first act between Kaido and Luffy, for instance. So it wasn't even really in Act 2 that this confrontation thing happened. I mean, yes, there was with Big Mom and Kaido. There were many different kinds of confrontations, of course. And yeah, there was set up in the first act. So maybe it is following that 3-act structure. In Act 3 will be the resolution. It will be the battle. It will be, hopefully, Wano becoming whole again and getting out of Kaido's grip and Oroshi's grip too, and, you know, getting Oden's plan, his 20-year plan, successful. You know, that's what I'm hoping for. But we still have like quite a ways to go with this arc and with Act 3 that we are now going into. So honestly, anything could happen at this point. I'm scared for the moment that they find out that Big Mom has joined Kaido. I feel like this is a turning point. I don't know if I'm quite ready for it.
Chapter 956, Big News.
Act 3 is already starting in a way that is bringing chaos to the entire world. There's like so much going through my head right now. The first thing though is that I've just had to talk the ear off eBay about this listing about the COD booster box that I bought back in March. And I think it might have turned out to be a scam. But the 90 days have passed since I got it. And even though the seller was telling me, oh, you know, it's just a pre-order for June or July, I've had to go through eBay and hopefully I'll get a refund. They're going to see what they can do and then I'll find out in about a week. But I was actually going to go to the card shop that's nearby me, which is the official One Piece card game shop that sells booster boxes. I was going to go there today and like buy some, but I kind of want to wait until I get this money back, if I get it back at all, before I do that. I just want happiness. And as much as I'm getting it from Wano, I want to buy One Piece things right now. I think that's what will help restore my heart a little bit too. Anyway, I digress. This is about Wano. This video is already going to be long enough if I start going off on tangents. But okay, so the dissolution of the pirate warlords. And, I mean, poor Buggy. Like, he was literally just declared one and finally got all of the perks of being a warlord just to get it stripped away. I do feel really bad for him. Not that he really truly deserves it, because even at this moment when Buggy's like, we're gonna fight like hell, that's what we'll do. Yeah, that's our chairman Buggy. Now go out there and show him what we're made of. Yar. And in the meantime, I'm gonna skedaddle. Like, could we expect anything else from Buggy? But I'm also distraught. I am distraught. What has happened to Sabo? They haven't said what it is, but they're being very vague about it. They're being very fucking vague. And I'm just like, can you just tell me? Please? Can you just tell me what's happened? This is Sabo we're talking about. It's impossible. I won't believe a word of it. And then we just have some people just saying, Sabo, please don't be true. I think that's Koala. There's someone there as well going, oh, Sabo. I think they're from the village that they grew up in. Oh, I can't remember her name. I'm terrible at this. I'm so terrible at remembering people's names. But they are from the village that they grew up in. I remember her, I just don't remember her name. And yeah, she's saying, oh, Sabo. She closed the bar for today with all the news happening. What happened to Sabo? He's not dead. He literally cannot be dead. We just got him back from the dead. Are you kidding me? Just tell me. Just tell me what the news is, please. But also, what's happened to Alabasta? Okay, so like, obviously I really wanted to know what happened at the Reverie. And now we're getting all of this really vague information about it. The incident is regarding the Kingdom of Alabasta. What? Princess Vivi? What? Look, I didn't sign up for a mystery manga, okay? You don't need to be doing this order. I don't need like 1,500 mysteries about this Reverie and what happened at this Reverie to be brought up right now. I can't handle it. My emotions are shot. I'm all over the place. There was just so much to take in with this chapter, like so much. I just love the kind of relationship between Gob and the Mermaid Princess. Congratulations on finishing the trip. Thank you, Sir Luffy's grandfather. Oh, it just, I don't know. It seems like every now and then he can be a really good grandfather, and then other times not so much. Like, I will never forget the child abuse when Luffy and Ace were kids. Yeah, the Navy are on the way to Wano. Even though Wano isn't government affiliated, they're still doing that. We got to see Kobe again and fucking Blackbeard. So Drake, Navy Headquarters Top Secret Special Force, Captain of Sword. And Kobe's member of Sword? Haven't we just been fighting Drake before? I don't know what side people are on. Boa Hancock as well. Kobe's on the way to the Island of Women to capture the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Eesh. Mihawk, former warlord too. That must have been the news that Mihawk mentioned to Perona about like concerning news or something from the Reverie. So like, are we gonna have all these warlords like kind of on the run a little bit, or like a battle between the Navy and the former warlords? Because it does seem like Boa Hancock is indicating there will be a battle. The reason they chose us to be the 7 warlords was for our strength. Everything's in disarray. Everything is in disarray. The world is on fire right now, and we've just started Act 3.
Chapter 957, Ultimate.
God Valley. What? Okay, there's an island that disappeared called God Valley, where Goldie Roger and Gob teamed up together. What? Oh my god. What? Did I get a smile through? Because now I can't seem to stop smiling. Like, I'm in that place where I don't know what else is going to blow my mind, but it just keeps happening. Gosh, okay, we find out about the Rocks Pirate crew, which had Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido in the same crew. The same crew. I can't even picture that. Which even, it says there was like a lot of infighting or something, like their ambition of the captain They got along terribly. No one actually wants to tell the tale. Well, no, but we haven't heard about it before. Because... But, what? God Valley, which just up and disappeared. Where'd it go? Where did it go? God Valley. I'm looking at it now. I'm trying to see the structure of it. Yeah, Sengoku who says, it doesn't strike me as coincidental that all of these great figures should have such close ties to the land of Wano. Like, so does God Valley have something to do with Wano? I don't know. Hang on. Do you not think... Do you not think it looks like Wano? God Valley? There's God Valley there, right? You go back to this illustration of Wano. It just looks like the water's risen. Or like there's a waterfall around it even. Yeah, no, sorry, the water hasn't risen. There's just like a waterfall around it. I feel like it has the same kind of structure. Wano isn't God Valley, is it? Because it looks pretty similar. Oh, that was probably dumb of me to say, to be honest. Or is God Valley just like a totally different place? Because I'm just surprised at Garp as well. Gosh, we've gotten so much of Garp in this arc too. And Reverie. We learned so much. I can't take my eyes off these pages. I mean, obviously I want to sucker punch him in the face. The Rocks Pirates. I'm still wrapping my head around it. Captain Rocks. I mean, fortunately Captain Rocks is dead. So we don't have to worry about him. Oh, but look at Garp. Look at him. Younger Garp, oof. A rampaging force of evil that none had been able to stop had been taken down by a Navy Vice Admiral by the name of Garp. But he fought alongside Goldie Roger. He fought side by side with the King of the Pirates. Did God Valley, which I don't know why, it must have something to do with the Will of D, right? Does it have something to do with the Will of D? Because Rox D. Sebek, he has another initial of D. He has the D. Oh, I'm just, you know that formula meme woman who's like looking around and all of those equations are coming at her? I'm that right now. I'm just like, whoa. Mind blown yet again. I don't know what to make of it. I don't. I'm just... We got some bounties updates. Blackbeard, 2.2 billion berries. Shanks, 4.05 billion berries. Big Mom, 4.39 billion berries. And Kaido, 4.61 billion berries. But then Whitebeard was 5 billion and Goldie Roger was 5.5 billion. Yeah, exactly. With a combined total of Big Mom and Kaido together, that's just too high. It's too high. So really what we need Shanks. If Shanks could just come out of nowhere and help with this fight at Wano, that would be amazing. And I hate to say it as well, but maybe Blackbeard too. I feel like having two emperors on one side and two emperors on our side. And then we have Luffy, who I think is the unofficial 5th emperor. I'm just, oh my god, what am I making of this? I think Sakisugi said, actually, he doesn't have any marine people to spare to go to Wano even. Don't have the manpower. But I'm sure it was mentioned that, maybe in the chapter before, about Navy people going to Wano. So maybe they're not. I don't know, I'm a little bit confused on that, but... I keep thinking, oh, what would I love to see from the One Piece world that's not following the Straw Hats or in this kind of current time period? I would love to see stories that happened long before. I'd love to see like Goldie Roger's journey and his final voyage. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see this. But I think now, after reading this chapter, the thing that I would love, absolutely love to see more of is this fight at God Valley. Garp teaming up with Goldie Roger, and that is what I want to see the most now. I would love some kind of prequel about that. Oh my god, like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Chapter 958, The Promised Port.
Guys, why is no one there? Why is no one there? They've gotten to the place where all of these boats are supposed to be with all of the men and the people who are going to fight with us. And there's no one there. There's not a bloody soul there. What's happened? It says the incident already happened the previous night. Did something happen? Did they get here the day before and there was like a big battle and maybe Kaido and Big Mom took all of them out? Why? In Act 2, we were starting to get somewhere. And then as soon as Big Mom and Kaido joined forces, everything went to shit. Everything went to shit. What is this? Since Marineford, actually. Marineford is the most stressful arc I've ever read. How up and down that was. This is up there with Marineford for me. In terms of stress. I'm stressed. What has happened? Where are they? Why is no one there? Why? What happened? But look at all the storming that's happening. The heavens are against us. It looks it. It looks it. All the waves. And then Kaido's island there. Freaking hell. I mean, I know it has a proper name, but I just want to call it Kaido's Island. Because it's got the horns and everything. I mean, it looks fantastic. You know in, what is it? You know in Peter Pan? The Skull Island kind of thing? Where Peter fights Captain Hook? This kind of reminds me of that. Is there some kind of like little Peter Pan / Neverland kind of stuff going on here? I don't think there's a whole lot else to say about this chapter other than what the fuck. And actually, this is the start of Act 3, so the previous couple of chapters must have just been the sort of intermission, I guess, so that we could check in everywhere else. But feck me. Feck me twice. Odin promised to open the land of Wano and wait for a future over 20 years from now, and that was 25 years ago. Also, really cute to see Little Shanks and Little Buggy, who are part of Goldie Rogers' crew. I always love seeing that, like the little flashbacks there and stuff. But guys, come on. Come on. The jig is up. The jig is up. Okay, ha ha ha. Right, you guys have obviously got Ashton Kutcher here. I'm being punked, aren't I? I'm being punked. All these people, all the people who are coming to fight on our side, on our alliance, they're hiding, aren't they? They're about to come out with Ashton Kutcher and be like, surprise! Because if that ain't the case, I'm DNFing. I'm DNFing One Piece. I can't handle it.
Chapter 959, Samurai.
Don't tell me the Thousand Sunnies at the bottom of the ocean. The Thousand Sunny got bombed. Bombs away. There it is, I see it alright. And it's the Thousand Sunny in the cave. And then bombs away and the cave's gone. They've also like bombed loads of different ports, bridges, places that are vital to the Alliance in getting to where they needed to go to, the promised port. And that explains why nobody showed up. But I am freaking worried about the Thousand Sunny more than anything right now. Also Jinbei. Even Luffy says as well, maybe not just Luffy but the others, about like, hey, Big Mom's here, why isn't Jinbei here? Is he alive? He's definitely alive. He's going to join us. I hope we get this incredible moment as we're fighting Kaido, where Jinbei comes out of nowhere, just as it looks like all hope is lost, and then Jinbei just walks in. He's just like, I'm here. Let me sort this out. Freaking incredible. Freaking incredible. So, just nothing is going in our favor right now. Absolutely fecking nothing. Except Luffy's design, Luffy's look in his samurai outfit. We'll be samurai warriors, yo ho ho ho. And I love the fact that Luffy, the first thing he says is, I can't wait to show Usopp. I love the Usopp and Luffy friendship and how much they mean to one another too. Like, it's not just like Zoro and Luffy, but like Usopp and Luffy too. They have such a great friendship. And it reminds me again of like Long Ring Long Land, when we had Afro Luffy and he comes out and like Usopp helped him and stuff like that. It just, it's great. It's a great little callback to that, I think. But in terms of what is going on right now with everything getting bombed and being against us, the time is now to strike back. They cannot wait. And Kinemon is so adamant that it has to happen now. They cannot go another year. Like, the next chance will be a year from now. They cannot wait. The food for people, they can't just keep stealing food. They can't stay in hiding for a year. It's just not feasible. So it's now or never, but I mean, I'm sure things will work out, but my hope is dwindling. It is dwindling. Well, are we going to get some like flashbacks to Odin? Because we end the chapter with the Black Pages, and it seems like we see Odin 41 years in the past. Yeah, 41 years ago in the Flower Capital, and we have Odin. So we're actually going to finally meet Odin? I'm excited. Bring Odin on.
Chapter 960, Introducing Kazuki Odin.
Right, I think I'm at the point of Wano where we're getting some backstory on Odin, which is fantastic. His reputation definitely precedes him. I love the fact that we just kept getting told about him, his upbringing, the first 14 years of his life, what he was doing, before we actually got to meet him officially. As he was eating something over bones of somebody's father-in-law or something, it's like, interesting introduction. But his reputation definitely preceded him, so I love the fact that we got all that info and then met him, you know? It's like, yeah, he seems like such a legend in my head. We've been building up to actually meeting him in flashback form for a while now, and it is really interesting and exciting to meet him. There is some kind of mountain god boar incident that's happening at the minute too. White boar the size of a mountain, that's what they call the mountain god. That's all interesting stuff too. It'll be interesting to see like how this connects to the present day. I always do love a good flashback, so I imagine we'll be having a few flashbacks for the next few chapters. And yeah, but I might not have a whole lot to say about this section, which hopefully is fine, because I'm just reading, taking it in, and just loving my experience.
Chapter 961, The Mountain God Incident.
If I could go back in time and kill this bastard, I would. I would. So we do have a live and kicking Yusui. I will get there eventually, I promise. So does he become a manservant to him? And then after everything that happens in the present day, I'm just foaming. I'm raging. I'm so angry at him. I hate Orochi even more, knowing what's coming. Like, I was just plodding along through this chapter, just being like, oh, this is good, this is good. I like knowing about Odin and seeing his strength, and he got to conquer the mountain god and stuff like that, and all of that. But like now, though, now I'm feeling angry. Now I'm feeling so fucking angry. So I'm probably going to say how Orochi ends up being a betraying little bastard. Essentially, that's what I'm getting from this. But also Kinemon following Odin, like how that comes about, and I love seeing Kinemon back then too. Nice to see how he was when he was younger, what got him into being part of Odin's followers, I guess. It doesn't sound like a cult at all, but no, I'm keeping an eye on Orochi. Also, I'm currently arguing with the eBay seller for that Romance Stone card box set.
Chapter 962, Daimyo and the Vassals.
Oh, it's going to be so awesome if we get to see the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Kaido, Rocks himself. It's going to be so awesome if we do get to see more of them, especially since they are the remnants of the legendary former Rocks Pirates began to gather new comrades, steadily expanding their claims and infamy. Oh! Okay, it's picking up steam now. It's picking up steam, these flashbacks. I mean, while they have been good, it hasn't really blown me away because, you know, it is just showing us how like Kinemon and even Raizo, we got to see Raizo a bit younger, although he kind of still looks the same-ish, and how they kind of come together. So that's all good. But also, start the chapter, that Orochi is a snake. He is a snake. Telling Yusui about Odin stealing in broad daylight too, slipping money into his sleeve. So from day one, he is stirring shit. He's being a snake. So that snake fruit he has, I think that's what it said it was, it makes so much sense that he would turn into a serpent, an 8-headed serpent, because he's just a snake through and through.
Chapter 963, Becoming Samurai.
I was not expecting that ending. Odin asking Whitebeard, well, first they strike one another, and then he asks, I ask you, let me ride on your ship? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting some kind of battle, trying to get them away from Wano. This isn't the Rock Pirates either. This is Edwin Newgate. It says Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. And there's Marco too. So these aren't the Rock Pirates. This must be a few years after they all disbanded. And I think this is 30 years in the past from our present day. Just wrap my head around because we've been kind of flying through the timeline a little bit with these flashbacks. So to have Odin and Whitebeard, maybe in the next chapter, yeah, we do. Maybe in the next chapter we will see more of Whitebeard. Because you know what, when we got more of Whitebeard at the start of the arc, when we got to see Marco again and got some stories about him, I was really glad that we were going to get more Whitebeard backstory, or at least like more Whitebeard information. I wonder if this will tie to Weevil, and if we will discover anything else on that front. We have seen Weevil a couple of times so far in this arc. I haven't really mentioned him, but again, like, I'm keeping him in my mind. And that whole thing needs to be wrapped up too, because like, is he Whitebeard's son? Is he not? I don't know. It seems at the minute that he might not be, and his mother is just manipulating him to think that, but again, I need answers. But I love the ties to Whitebeard and that we're getting a little bit more of him, and that we also got more of Ace this arc too. So the two people that we lost in Marineford are getting more of a showcase in the Wano arc. So I'm really happy about that. I would love to see more of Ace though. Hopefully more comes in the coming arc. But I think probably we're past the Ace story, because I knew he came to Wano, but I think maybe we've passed that now. But yeah, just loads more information. Orochi being a snake, it just looks so shifty. Like, look at him, he's so shifty. I want to kill him now.
Chapter 964, Odin's Adventure.
I am loving these flashbacks to Goldie Roger and Whitebeard. Those are the kinds of adventures I really wanted to see. And I don't know if maybe this is just an over-exaggeration on the character's part, but it was mentioned that there are so many islands that you can't count them all in this world. And that just Oh, again, my mind, I don't think I can comprehend it. It's a bit like I can't comprehend space. It's just that huge. The universe is that big. I can't comprehend it all. My brain won't allow me. And it's like, can you imagine all the stories untold to us from the One Piece world? Can you imagine the possibilities of what could have happened on the other side of the One Piece world? All of those islands. Maybe something huge has happened there. Things could have happened there that just haven't reached us yet. And I'm just. There's so much to do in this world, and Oda can't unfortunately live forever. And I'm just like, once One Piece is over, like this story, One Piece, I want more. I want more stories from within this world so badly. I love the flashbacks in this. I'm glad that we got to see Odin with Whitebeard too. He was holding on to the thing off the ship for 3 days. He did only let go because he heard a woman scream. So Whitebeard did then end up letting Odin join his little family, which is just so cute. I just love seeing Whitebeard and his crew. I even call some little brother. Oh, that's just like, I love these origins so much. We got to meet Toki in person as well, who seems pretty cool. And Odin just reminds me of Luffy a little bit as well. Just that thirst for adventure, the thirst to leave home and see the world. It reminds me of Luffy's drive. And there are definitely like more similarities between Odin and Luffy than ever before, I think. Which makes me feel even more sad now knowing Odin's fate, knowing Odin's dream and goal is still on the line in the present day. I'm really thankful for these flashbacks. I mean, I don't know, maybe the flashbacks still continue. I don't know yet. I finished volume 95. I haven't seen volume 96 yet. But if the flashbacks continue, it's only going to make me care more for what's happening in the present day. I'm not saying I didn't care before. I'm just saying it feels more real now. Now that I'm getting to know Odin more as a character, as a person, what he went through, his drive for adventure, what he did for his people, the lives he's touched, the fact that he got to be with Whitebeard, and also Goldie Roger at the end, a samurai from a close-up nation. I'd like to meet this fellow. There seems to be a couple of people who want to go to Wano. Well, Toki wants to go to Wano, and I love this, it's so funny. And when she says that to Odin, he pulls his face, and she's like, oh, you don't seem to like that. And then she does the same thing to Whitebeard. She says to him, oh, I'd love to go to Wano, and he pulls the same face, and she's like, oh, you don't seem to like that. I love recurring jokes like that. It's so funny to me. I don't think I have anything else to say, just I'm so in awe of Odin, hanging on to that rope for 3 days pretty much. He's an actual strong, incredible character, which we keep meeting more and more of in this world. So I have finished volume 95. I am going on to volume 96.
Chapter 965, The Kurozumi Clan's Plot.
Hey, I am so excited to see Whitebeard and Goldie Roger together. Whitebeard's landed on an island that Goldie Roger and his crew are at. So like we have Rayleigh, which I always love seeing Rayleigh, Little Shanks. Oh, where's Buggy? Where's little? Oh well, there's little Buggy up there. I was looking for him in the group shot, but he's there. Like Little Shanks is so cute. The main thing that shocked me in this chapter though was seeing a little Blackbeard. I spy with my little eye a future pain in the arse. I mean, it looks like he's crying though. So, do I feel sorry for him? Not really. So obviously this is how he ends up coming onto Whitebeard's crew. And he's another orphan. Please say I have got nowhere else to go. Knowing what's coming, I want to stop this from happening. It's the same with Orochi and what he was doing and how he managed to get himself into power. I just want to stop them. I know I don't have the power to do that, but I just want to stop them. But it was Say and Teach that really just... I think it's going to be awesome, the face-off between Whitebeard and Roger. Roger does say that they've already had a scrap, so I doubt they're going to fight or battle. But we did get a whole lot of backstory on Orochi and his kind of claim to Wano. Oh, actually, you know what the sweetest moment of this was? Momonosuke being born. How cute! Oh, that's so sweet. With his mum and dad, just being a little baby. It has been so wonderful to see so many backgrounds of these characters that we've come to know and love since Punk Hazard. But we're going to see more Roger. We're going to see more Whitebeard. I'm loving these flashbacks.
Chapter 966, Roger and Whitebeard.
And we got to see Skypiea again, and we got to see the Golden Bell and the poneglyph that they ended up discovering, which we saw in Skypiea. Loving that connection. I hereby guide this document to its end. Just like that. Well done, Auden. Okay, lots to love about this chapter. The fact that Whitebeard and Goldie Roger fought, well, the pirates on either side fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Just for them to end up kind of gift exchanging by the end of it too is so funny to me. Considering like how badass the fight was and the fact that they're not even touching, the swords aren't even touching or anything. It's like, what an epically terrifying but brilliant encounter. And then they're just sharing drinks, sharing jerky, pillaging each other has become a gift exchange. I'm just like, yeah, this is One Piece. I mean, obviously there wasn't going to be a fight to the death, but it was so much fun to watch. So apparently the last island that you can reach on the Grand Line with the log pause is Lodestar Island. So I need to make a note of that because that must be the island before Laugh-Tale or Raftel. It had 2 different names. I think it's Laugh-Tale, which again ties into the whole laughing and the smiling and I don't know what I'm trying to make a connection there with. Yeah, I was trying to connect some things with like laughing and Laugh-Tale and I don't know. I don't know. There's just like so much going through my head at the minute because there's so much information taken in on the world. There is one more island and only by going there will the unprecedented circumnavigation of the globe be complete, which is something that I really want Nami to be able to do too. I love this little exchange between Buggy and Shanks. I really want Buggy and Shanks as adults to put aside their differences and be part of the same crew again. I would honestly love to see them together. They just, I just love their relationship, I do. But they're talking about Teach, about Blackbeard. They're talking about him. Buggy says he's never slept in his life. And Shanks says, I bet his life has been twice as fun. Buggy says, that's not the point, don't you get it? He's a monster. I love that Buggy is the first person to call that. Buggy is the first person to see right through his bullshit. I mean, I know he hasn't done all the things he's done yet, but I swear, if I had a time machine, I'm going back and I'm killing a lot of people apparently in Wano. So the whole reason why Roger wanted to even see Auden was so that he could help with the poneglyphs and, you know, tracking down the poneglyphs and locating the final island. So that makes a whole lot of sense. Because, yeah, the poneglyphs originated from Wano, I believe, right? This is why I am desperate for more poneglyph stuff to happen during this arc. Not just in flashbacks, but because I want Robin to do something extremely useful in the present day. I really want her to do something with that history, the 100-Year Void, or trying to, you know, find another road poneglyph, learn more about the poneglyphs. I don't know, just something that will really help. Oh, but can I just say as well, like how cute Goldie Roger was with Momonosuke? Like how cute is that? I'm sure Momonosuke did say, didn't he say that he met Goldie Roger as a child to Luffy and Luffy didn't believe him? Because obviously, oh wow, that's a connection and a half. So I haven't always known that Momonosuke was 20 years from the past, right? I definitely did just find out for the first time during Wano, right? I'm sure I did. It wasn't mentioned before. But that makes sense now when Momonosuke says that he met Goldie Roger. Didn't he?
Chapter 967, Roger's Adventure.
Wow, this is exactly what I wanted to say when I said I wanted a prequel to see Roger's adventures and like how he gets to Laugh-Tale and become King of the Pirates. We pretty much got to see it in this chapter. I mean, I'd love to see it more embellished because we go from place to place to place in this. We even got to see Water 7 again with Tom's workers. We got to see little Frankie, a little iceberg. That was so fantastic too because I remember, didn't Tom lose his life? Wasn't he like executed because of his connection to Goldie Roger? Isn't it like he helped with his ship or something like that? Or he built the ship? Yeah, actually, isn't that what it is? He built the ship that Goldie Roger ended up taking to the end of the world with him. I love the fact that actually the puffing Tom was mentioned too. Like, Goldie Roger brought it up. Yeah, did you build that train of yours? Are you crazy? I'm still designing it. Like, that's taking me back to Water 7. It's taking me back to Ennius Lobby. It's like... I'm loving seeing all of these connections. Like we've heard, oh, this person's connected to Goldie Roger, this person met Goldie Roger, this, that, and the other. But like to actually see all of that stuff happen is incredible. These are the flashbacks of my dreams. This is the prequel that I wanted. Oh god, I love it. Look at little Frankie. Look at little Frankie. A pirate? No way. You gotta meet Auden, or yeah, you already met Auden. So Frankie did meet Auden. Wow. Wow, and yeah, it goes to Fishman Island. Seeing everything come together. Also, yeah, Goldie Roger hearing the Neptunians, which is something that I think was also told to us when Luffy could hear them too. Honestly, the connection between Goldie Roger and Luffy, I want to know more. I want to know more. And I'm so excited because actually on, well, which he calls Laugh Tale. I mean, we've seen this panel before, but to actually see it happen within the moment of them discovering the final island, the first in 800 years, and we're going to give it a name, we'll call it Laugh Tale because the reaction of them is laughing. Or Joy Boy, I wish I'd been born in your time. This is quite a treasure you've left behind. Oh my god. And I think while there as well, yeah, we learned the entire truth of the world. What the 100-year void is, what the people of the day are, what the ancient weapons are. In the past, Wano was open to the world, and in the vast treasure, which was very real indeed, Roger just laughed. I freaking love that. And yeah, I don't think I mentioned this as well, but in Sabari Archipelago, like in my arc video for that arc, I didn't mention this, but I really did have the answers. And Luffy was like, no, don't tell us, don't tell us. You'll ruin the adventure, you'll spoil it. So the answer's there. We need to get to Laugh Tale. We need to get there like so freaking badly. We just need to get those road poneglyphs. Come on, we've already started. We just need more of them now. Oh, it was so sweet as well that Shanks stayed back to look after Buggy and didn't go to the final island. Which obviously makes sense because Shanks and Buggy haven't been to the final island, so I was wondering why. And it seems like it was because Buggy became ill and Shanks stayed back to look after him. Like, that's so nice. That's amazing. Buggy, you need to start appreciating Shanks a little bit more. Come on. I know you two have beef, you have history, but that was a huge thing. Shanks actually gave up going to the final island to look after you. Like, gosh, that's huge. That's really big loyalty. I can't imagine somebody doing that for me. Shanks is the friend we all need, apparently. I don't know what more they can show me that wouldn't already make me feel incredible. I love this chapter so much. Ow! I just hit my ankle with the book. I'm that excited I'm hurting myself.
Chapter 968, Odin's Return.
Oh my god, I think I'm going from like so much excitement to literal dread by the end of this chapter. Okay, first, please correct me if I'm wrong, but does the One Piece is the treasure that Goldie Roger found at Laugh Tale, and that's just like the name that was given to it, right? That's the One Piece. The One Piece is Goldie Roger's treasure, aka Joy Boy's treasure. Everything that Roger gained as the One Piece. So that's the One Piece. We still don't really know exactly what that treasure is, right? It's not just gold. It's more than that, right? It's like everything he found, which is also the stuff about the void in history, the Will of Day, everything like that. Is that correct? Is that the One Piece? Yeah, now everyone was after Roger and they're trying to steal his treasure. So, like, we do get to, like, I guess the end of Goldie Roger's story in this because, yeah, he did get a disease. Like, he does have a disease. And he leaves the Roger Pirates. Oh, bless. I love how the narration is saying, this was a man's farewell, we were utterly stoic, not a tear was shed. And yet everyone's crying. Everyone is literally crying. But the crew of the King of the Pirates would never ever cry. Sure, Jan. Oh god, it's like so sad though. Like, the final image of Goldie Roger to the Roger's Pirates. There's just a sense of like an adventure ending there, and they've had the best time. Honestly, like their journey, their adventure is way too incredible to describe. Just way too incredible to describe. Oh my gosh. I also wonder, what did Shanks ask Goldie Roger as well at the start there? When Roger returned from Laugh Tale, Shanks came to him and asked him something, only to shed tears afterward. So before the day that Joy Boy appears, the doors to Wano must be open. So this is again what we're fighting for in the present day. Oh, but seeing Auden go back to Wano, as much as I was excited for that because he'd be reunited with his son and his wife, you know, it's like really great and touching. All of the shit that's happening in Wano because of Orochi, and we hear about Kaido, about how he's backed Orochi too. we know that Odin dies, right? Like, Odin does die. There's a little part of me that's like, maybe he escaped. But, like, Odin does meet a grisly end. So now I'm just feeling all the dread again. All of this is what then leads Momonosuke, Kinemon, and the others to go 20 years into the future, right? It's like we're getting closer to that moment. That really sad, awful, tragic moment that's about to happen. I can feel it coming now, and I kind of want it to stop. I want to keep going with Roger on his adventure. I don't want to see what happens to Odin. I don't want to say it. I'm scared again, guys.
Chapter 969, Fool of a Lord.
Ooh, the Hour of Legends. I mean, I already kind of know how it all ends up anyway, but just seeing what happens is going to be really exciting too. It doesn't take away from any of the excitement or the enjoyment of this. But the Hour of Legends. Why was Odin doing all that dancing in the street for like, what was it, like 5 years? Like, what's all that about? I mean, I'm sure I'll find out in the next couple of chapters. And if I don't, please do let me know down below. I just can't wrap my head around why he's dancing weirdly and what, like. So we had like the big confrontation between Orochi and Odin, and then Kaido appears in the sky as a dragon again, which is always like an amazing entrance, by the way. That's like so killer. Why was he dancing? Like almost naked. I was so confused by that. So sad when Odin finds out about Goldie Roger's execution as well. The fact that he cries but laughs is very reminiscent of what's happening in the present day too, with all the smile fruits. Oh, I love this. I'm showing you. I love this panel here with the sunset and the bridge and the legends crossing the bridge, and even just the imagery as well. With him stood 9 men made samurai through his patronage. The hour was sunset, the sun crimson red. It shone like flames upon these men heading into battle, and the katanas they wore at their waists burned just as brightly with life. Has Oda ever written anything so beautiful? His writing, can I just say, his writing in the Wano arc has been gorgeous. Gorgeous. I've always really enjoyed Oda's writing in pretty much all of the arcs, but like it's been gorgeous in the Wano arc. His dialogue's been brilliant, but his description, his narration, gorgeous. Gorgeous is the word of the day. Guys, I don't know if it's calling it too early because there's still so much to go with Wano, but it could be one of my favorite arcs of all time. I'm calling it now.
Chapter 970, Odin versus Kaido.
Oh, sentenced to be boiled to death? Ow. That isn't how Odin dies, is it? I can't remember how they said he was executed or how he actually perished. But to be boiled to death? Oh, if that actually happens. I mean, I know like a lot of the other samurai must escape because the 10 wicked samurai are sentenced to be boiled to death. But I only really know Odin is the one who actually perishes by the end of this before the present day. Please don't say that they boil him to death. That's disgusting. The fight with Kaido as well was pretty intense, pretty good. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on that. The only thing I will say is that the sword that manages to strike a blow on Kaido, Odin manages to do it, and it's like an X on, well, the dragon Kaido's chest area, I think. Just like how Luffy has the X on his chest. So I don't know if that's a parallel, if there's a connection there, but I just find it interesting that that's where he manages to strike a blow. I don't know if maybe this has something that will come back when, I don't know, when Luffy's fighting Kaido. There's part of me that thinks maybe Momonosuke is the one who has to take down the people who are infecting Wano at the minute. You know, like he has been built up and raised. I do think Momonosuke is going to have a big part in it. But I don't know, just seeing that big X on Kaido after he got slashed, the only time he's ever been able to get hurt, a place where a blow was landed was an X on his chest. That's suspicious. That's weird. I should have just waited instead of just like asking all these questions. Why Odin decided to dance in a loincloth naked in front of everyone was a method that would not hurt anyone. So it was kind of like a way of Odin protecting the people of Wano. You are one of them, the fool who chose to dance, stripped to your loincloth, mocked by all. I stand by my decision that day. So that was like a really huge thing, especially since it pretty much ruined Odin's reputation with a lot of people. They lost a lot of faith in him, but they actually don't realize the extent of what he did, as ridiculous as it looked. In as much as it made him look a fool, it was a huge thing, a huge sacrifice of himself to do that. It is embarrassing. Like, it's so embarrassing of him to do that, but he still chose to do it to protect them, which is such an amazing, incredible thing. And when we first met Odin as well, you know, he was an alcoholic as a child. He was gambling. He was not a great person at the start of his life, but wow, the way that Odin changed his life around, reformed, became this incredible person who ended up going with Goldie Roger to Laugh Tale. And I just can't fathom the influence and the importance of Odin and what he stood for and how big a impact he's having on Wano. And again, like, the more of these flashbacks that are happening, the higher the stakes are getting in the present day. This fight with Kaido, Orochi, Big Mom now as well, is bigger than ever. And I keep saying that almost every other chapter. I'm like, oh, but the stakes are higher now. The stakes are higher now. Come on, like, the stakes can't get any higher. I'll be in space.
Chapter 971, Sentenced to Boil.
Oh my god. God, I have no words for what's happening to Odin right now. As soon as I saw what he'd actually done, or what he's doing, like the boiling thing. Good grief. So it's like a huge pot of oil. And as we saw with somebody before this, he lasts like a second. A second, pretty much. It's like an instant death. And then, oh god, it's so painful to look at. When he makes a bargain with Kaido, because he's so bloody smart. He's so smart. And he says, all 10 of us will enter the pot together. If any of us withstand the boiling for the amount of time you agree upon, please let those who do go free. And Kaido says an hour. And I was like, shit, they're not going to last an hour. Come on. But he literally got the plank. And as soon as I turned the page, I was sitting here for like a good few minutes, mouth open, gobsmacked, that Odin himself is in the pot by himself, holding the plank up with the other samurai that were convicted. All of our friends, essentially, Raizo, Kinemon, Cat Viper, Dogstone, you know, everyone is on this thing. It's only Odin who is actually in the oil, which is exactly what he said. Like, they're all in the pot technically, but Lord Odin has to hold that up for an hour. The last person didn't last a second. It's still going on by the end of this chapter, page after page, and I'm sitting here, I'm in pain, reading this, reading what Odin is doing. He's still going at the end. And the fact that people are like, oh, this is boring. We're going to go, like, he's not even screaming in pain. What a fool of a lord. I was getting so pissed off. I'm so glad that Shinobu put them all in their place, told them exactly what's going on. I was a bit right on why Odin was dancing, and it was to protect and save the people. I didn't really know the full extent of it because he'd been traveling region to region every week, making certain nothing had happened, but still did the public dance in the buff at the same time every week as an apology. He would save 100 lives with each dance. And he's just, at the end of this chapter, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. This is painful to me. I feel like I'm the one standing in this pot. This is probably the worst, well, one of the worst deaths in One Piece, I think. It's got to be. Like, what a way to go. Like, I mean, he isn't dead yet. I just know the next chapter is going to be that, and I'm trying to stall it for as long as possible. I just want to sit here and think, oh, I want now more than ever for Odin's wish to come true. I want them to... Kaido and Orochi need to pay so bad. So bad. And the fact that Oroshi's vengeance is to just ruin Wano. That is why he's there. He's there to ruin Wano. He doesn't even want to, like, take control of it. He doesn't want to really rule it for the rest of his life. He wants to destroy it. Oh my gosh, okay. I need to continue on, but just know, like, this is taking... I'll finish this volume tonight, and then that's it. Even though I feel like I could go on for even longer, because I've had Red Bull. I don't know if I've got the emotional capacity tonight.
Chapter 972. I am Odin, and I was born to boil.
Honestly, why do you guys do this to me? God, I was in bits reading that chapter. I fucking hate Orochi. I hate Kaido so much. What, they think they can just change the punishment in the very last minute? Odin literally, he did it. For that entire hour, he did it. And then the last minute, like, oh, we're just gonna get you by Fireman Squad? Oh my god. Oh, I feel like the previous chapter and this chapter were two of the most painful chapters I've ever read. I mean, other than the Marineford chapters, of course. I don't know if it's a connection or anything, but the first moment we meet Odin properly, like we actually see him, was him eating out of a boiling pot over a corpse, essentially. Just to end up with Odin being in a boiling pot at the end of his appearance in this arc. Well, there's still time, I guess. But before his death, he's killed. But he withstood the boiling. He withstood it. I don't think he could have lived long after that. I feel like he would succumb to the wounds of that. But the fact that he had to be taken out by a shot at the end, I am Odin and I was born to boil. Oh god, I was like really rooting for it. Like I knew nothing would change it. I knew nothing can change the outcome. I knew Odin was gonna die. I knew it. And I think it's probably important as well that he did, to instill in Wano the importance of him, his message, his legacy, what he's waiting for. Wano, no, the entire world awaits a figure, and when that figure appears after an 800-year span, this country must be prepared to welcome and work with them. Is that Luffy? Is that Luffy coming to help? Because I imagine like the whole 800-year thing, it's like it's been about 800 years since the last time someone was on Laugh Tale before Goldie Roger and his crew. Or is it Joy? No, because they're talking about Joy Boy, aren't they? They're talking about Joy Boy, and they're awaiting Joy Boy's return. Is Luffy Joy Boy? Because it's been about 800 years, and he's come to help. I don't know what to think. Oh my god. I think it was Odin's idea for Toki to use her powers to 20 years in the future. Yeah, 20 years in the future. So, oh god, I can't speak. I think I've got like 2 chapters left of this volume, and I can't speak.
Chapter 973. The Kazuki Clan.
What? So Momonosuke's younger sister is Komurasaki? Komurasaki? I will go on to the pronunciation guide in all of that, but my mind is just like too... good. So I'm feeling like I'm starting to get a little bit of a handle on the characters. And then something like this happens. So she's been Momonosuke's younger sister this entire time. So when he slashed her and it looked like she died, and I didn't think she died. I had a feeling in my stomach that it was like a ruse or something. I didn't think that he actually did it. I thought that he would be on our side. I knew it, but I didn't expect her to be freaking Momonosuke's younger sister. I didn't tell. Oh my gosh. This moment though between Kaido and Momonosuke, when he has him by the throat. Holy shit. Like, I knew nothing bad was going to happen to Momonosuke, but the fact that this even happened, Kaido had him by the throat. He could have just killed him right there, and then he could have just done that with his hand, and Momonosuke would have popped. But he didn't. But this was when his mother used her powers, her devil fruit powers, I think it is, to transport them 20 years into the future. Oh my god. This flashback sequence has literally just blown my little titties off. It has. God, what am I supposed to say? I'm winded. I feel like I've been beaten black and blue after this sequence. I feel like I've been boiled alive. But I was not expecting the ending of this. I was not expecting that. I feel like we're coming to the end of the flashbacks, though. It feels like a natural place to come out of the flashbacks, I think. Because, you know, Odin's now gone. Goldie Roger is gone. And it just feels like we've kind of transitioned into the present day again. I mean, I'm not 100% sure yet because, you know, we've ended the chapter on a flashback. But I feel like this is the natural thing. I feel like this is what's happened. Oh, and the fact that she's been playing the music as well. Oh my god, so that means when, because you know how she's been playing the music for Act 1 and Act 2 at the start and end. And then, oh, what chapter did Act 3 start again at? I don't have the volumes with me. But didn't Momonosuke's younger sister, aka her, play the music anyway? So it was still her playing the music the entire time. I feel like maybe I've gotten that wrong. But that just popped into my head. I'm just like, oh my god, this arc. This arc.
Chapter 974. Onward to Onigashima.
I haven't finished the chapter. I had to stop the camera again. I was just sitting here. Just... Everything's a lie. Everything's a goddamn lie. He's been with us for ages. I don't believe it. I don't believe he's been leaking all of the info and the intel and he's trading. It's just like... I don't get it. Why? 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 Let us clear it all up now by acknowledging that it was me. Why? 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 Can't you know why? Yeah, you almost boiled in that pot together. Why would you do that? Ever since I completely lost my will to go on as a child, I've been searching for my place to die. The man you thought I was never existed. That doesn't give you the right. That doesn't give you the right to betray us. Yeah, I shared joys and sorrows with you all, earning your absolute trust. You earned my trust as well. You earned my trust as well. Why? One thing I did was continuously send Lord Orochi information. Why? Yeah, why would you do such a thing? My name is Kurozumi Kanjura. Need I say more? No, Yasui's death was not in vain. It wasn't in vain. How dare you? Don't you say that, you dirty bastard. You should not be able to reach his all without a Viva card. Didn't you think it was suspicious when Jack showed up there? Fuck you. What? Oh my god. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm so scared. No. Oh no. The coming. It are spies among them. Is that you indeed? Oh my. Oh my god. Kinemon's just sliced his head off. Oh, please say this is sticking. Oh no, he's right down fucking there as well. Oh, but Momonosuke. Is that Momonosuke? Oh, hang on. I need to read the panel before that. The final act is finished. I don't fucking think so until your head is fucking sliced off your body, you bastard. Once I bring Momonosuke, yeah, so he's absolutely fine. He's fine. He's fine. But Lord Momonosuke, stop. No, he's not. Get off him. Get off him. Wait, hang on, what? I ate, I slept, and now I'm awake. That's when I'm the toughest. Luffy, sorry we're a little bit late. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. So is Luffy here now? Why didn't I hear it? Wait, hang on. Have they known about this? Did they know about the betrayal? Because he's saying, why didn't I hear about this? Luffy, this doesn't make sense. They said we just had to sink a few samurai in a rowboat, but these guys are pirates, the worst generation. I thought they were locked up. When you're at sea, you fight against pirates. Oh my god, Kid-in-law and Luffy. Oh my god. The three. So what happened to Basil Hawkins then? They haven't fought side by side since Sabaody, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's the end of the chapter as well. To be continued in volume 97. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm dead. He said, why didn't I hear about this? No, surely they didn't know he was the traitor, because they seemed so shocked. Where's the Thousand Sunny? Is the Thousand Sunny okay? I can't see. There's so much going on. Yeah, it is. There it is. There's a thousand sun. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was really worried that maybe it was like blown up or something after what happened, but no, it's absolutely fine. Thank God. Sorry, I was too much in shock to like really pay attention to the details because that's tiny. Oh my God, when you would say you fight against pirates, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Calm down, bitch. Okay, well, I mean, you got to see more of my reaction to that one than anything else, but this felt like a natural thing to react. I was just too shocked. I felt so flabbergasted. I had to. I had to. Oh my God. Oh, that chapter was very good, by the way. I don't know if you know that. It was very good. It was a very good chapter, but oh my God, I'm all over the place right now. He betrayed us. Oh my God. I hate him. I hate him so much. But Luffy, Law, and Kid, they're here and they're together. Ho ho ho. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight. It's gonna be amazing. I don't think I have anything else to say about the chapter because it's taken everything out of me today. One Piece has everything. How in the world am I gonna sleep now?
Chapter 975, Kinnamon's Clever Trick.
I am so happy. I'm so happy. Oh my God, just when I thought all hope was lost, Denjiro just comes out of nowhere and literally restores all of my faith in this battle. And what a battle this is going to be. The fact that we have these ships and we're on this ocean that's being so destructive. It's the war of my dreams. You know, I don't usually love battles and wars and things like that, and they can be exciting. But usually with One Piece, it's like on land most of the time, and it's like away from the sea and all of that. But this is a spectacle. This is like a blockbuster film. I wonder how we're ever going to top this, honestly. Like, Wano feels like this could be the end of the story. Like, this could be the final boss we're going towards, you know? That's how it feels to me right now. But Denjiro, oh my God. Like, oh, Conjuro can suck it. Absolutely suck it. They're so smart. Not him, but Denjiro. Oh, he had no idea. He is so confused. Yeah, I was confused too. I was like, how is this possible? How is this possible? Like, he explains everything. And the fact that we had somebody who was outwardly against us. I mean, I kind of knew the entire time. I did have a feeling. I had an inkling he wasn't actually going to be a bad guy. But Denjiro was the presented enemy to us, whereas Kanjuro isn't. You know, he was the one who was hiding behind a mask. And now the roles have completely flipped. It shows you so early on in this battle, in this journey to Kaido's island, that the roles in this war aren't black and white. Like, whose side is who on, and you know what I mean? Like, who can I trust? It just adds so much to this battle before it's actually even really begun. I loved when, yeah, Kid, Law, and Luffy all took down one of their beast's ships. Like, that was incredible to watch. But honestly, just hearing about the fact that all of the people on our side, the Alliance, the ships, haven't been destroyed. They're fine. They're fine. Yeah, literally, everyone is fine. But not just that, though. Not just like 4,200 people that we have. It's now 5,400. I'm just... Oh, the raid is going to be incredible. Oh. Oh my gosh, like, it's not just a straightforward kind of fight here we're talking about. It's like, there's so much levels to it, and it's just so exciting. First and foremost, it's just so exciting. God, I love Denjiro. I do.
Chapter 976, Begging Your Pardon.
Oh, Jinbei's finally here. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Okay, volume 96, right? Threw me through so many emotional loops to the point where I got myself so upset with what I was reading. It just felt like all hope was getting lost. But Jinbei, oh my God, like, there's no chance of us losing now, right? Jinbei is here. We're completing the Straw Hats, and we're getting to see a little bit more of the Straw Hats as well in this chapter too. We have Sanji trying to go after Momonosuke, and even like Robin's there on the ship too. Like, well, I mean, she doesn't really do much, but like, she's there too. You know what I mean? It's like the Straw Hats are there. The Straw Hats are there. They're together, which is exactly what I wanted. So is this like the first chapter in like freaking ages that everyone, including Jinbei, the Straw Hats, are reunited like in one chapter? Is this the first time in ages? It feels like it. Oh, but he's just back. Oh, I hope he had a good time. I do. I hope he managed to sort out the whole Cake Island situation. Maybe nip to McDonald's for like some food or something, and then just like he's all ready for a battle now. But the fact that he's here, like this is the perfect moment for him to arrive. You know, they're all on their ships. They're all on their way to the island. It's he just knows. Jinbei knows how to make an entrance. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Which is why I'm a little bit concerned. Because this happiness is going to be taken away from me at any minute. I just know it. I just know it. Loved Momonosuke when he was being like kidnapped and taken into the sky. How he's like, I will find a way to escape on my own, destroy Kaido and Orochi and protect Wano. He knows, and he's putting the country before himself. You know, he's trying to make sure that the people who are trying to save him aren't wasting their time trying to save him when they could be taking down the big bad, you know? He's come such a long way, Momonosuke. Like, it's gonna be so sad saying goodbye to Momonosuke and Kinemon. Like, we've spent so much time with them. Like, I feel like, yeah, Punk Hazard, that was in like the 700s, right? Like, chapter wise, and now we're in the 900s. Like, we've spent such a long time with them. At this point, I care so much about what happens to them. Rain down ink arrows, so he is able to draw. Because I remember, yeah, the ugly monstrosity is washed away in water. So, yeah, like before, I remember in Zoe, it was a cute, what was it again? Was it like a cute little thing that helped them go up the leg of Zoe? It was something that he'd drawn. But yeah, he wasn't able to draw well. And this bird thing that he draws is like gorgeous. So honestly, the lies, they never stopped. They never stopped. I hate him so much. But it's counterbalanced by Jinbei being back.
Chapter 977. The party is off.
These straw hats are ridiculous, and I love them so much. I love the fact that they just charge straight for that gate. The guards at the Torii gate, and like everyone else is talking. Like Kinemon, Law, all of them are just chatting and talking about strategy and what they're gonna do. And then they hear an explosion in the mist. Was that Sir Luffy's voice? And then they're already just like fighting the people at the Torii gate. Like even Jinbei is just like, he's just joined the Straw Hats officially, like literally just, this is their first time together as a group, as a team, and they're doing this battle at this gate, no questions asked, they're just gone right in, like straight in, they're just like, doing all this, that, and the other, and it just, look, I love seeing them each do it, like, got Luffy there, Jinbei, Zoro, and Kinemon's face is like, what are they doing? Brook, Robin, Sanji, Frankie, and then obviously Chopper, Nami, and Usopp just watching because, you know, that is their contribution to it all. But they're literally like, well done everyone, looking good out there, it's a nice start, and they beat the guards at the gate. Oh my gosh, and like Luffy's just looking around like, yeah, everyone's like pretty much down. Hey Kinemon, we found the bad guys, ha 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 ha. I told you these guys were drinking over here. What kind of sense of smell do you have? Literally, Zoro could smell that they were drinking. There was alcohol, there was booze. There was booze. They literally mentioned this beforehand as well, I'm sure. Something about booze. And it seems like that was Zoro's motivation a little bit, you know? He can smell the booze a mile away. And they all just did that. The Torii cards have been wiped out. Yeah. I love how we have this huge fight, right? And Luffy's like, let's raise a toast to Jinbei joining the... And you know what I mean? It's like, even though all of this is going on, Luffy's never losing sight of his people, his friends, the Straw Hats. Like, hey, let's toast Jinbei. Oh god, like, yes. The Straw Hat Crew are a good group to have on your side. You're absolutely correct. Because freaking hell, like, it looks like it was barely no effort on their part. No effort whatsoever, which I freaking love. Everyone's talking about this plan and they're just off doing their own thing. It reminds me a little bit of Enies Lobby when Luffy just charged straight in when everyone else is like trying to think of a plan of storming Enies Lobby and getting inside. But Luffy was just straight in. Let's win this fight and then we'll have the biggest and best party yet. So even though I've been scared, right? I've been so scared about what's going to happen. I've been scared about the war, the battles, all the serious stuff that's going on. Luffy never loses sight of how fun this adventure is. And it reminds me of like how fun this adventure is. I might be getting stressed when people are getting boiled alive and dying and people betraying us. I'm getting so bogged down in all of that I'm losing sight of like, this is a fun adventure. This is the world. This is Luffy's kind of story right now. Yeah, we're gonna have a party when this is all done. Yes, you. Oh, I bet the booze will taste even better then. Yes, but also like the fact that Kid and Killer are trying to get to Kaido so that they can kill him first. But then Luffy's like, Jimmy, don't let Jackie's ship get there first. Haha, you've got it. Like, that's a competition between them two as well. It's like, it's not supposed to be a competition, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be a war. It's supposed to be a battle for Wano. And Luffy's like, yeah, that's all fine and well, but Kid can't get there first. You know what I mean? It's like, he's still... I just love it so much. Like, this is the best ever. Like, the best ever. I'm just... it's too early to say this is like my favorite arc so far, I think, isn't it? It's too early to say that. But also the Toby Ropo have arrived. Send them in. What does that mean? Who are they? What is that? I'm not gonna let myself be scared, because after being so scared so much already, I'm starting to feel good again, which is always a bad sign in One Piece.
Chapter 978. Introducing the Toby Ropo.
Okay, so it seems like Toby Ropo are a group of 6 of maybe Kaido's strongest. It didn't like explicitly say, but they have been called by Kaido for like some family issue. But it does have Sasaki, X-Drake, Black Maria, Who's Who, Page 1, and Ulti. And Black Maria looks huge. She's massive. And I guess so is Sasaki. But X-Drake and Page 1 we have been seeing a lot of before in the arc, so I do know those two. Can I just say, I love the costume change again when our alliance, when our team come into the island and they change because of Kinemon's Gob power. I call it Kin's Clothing Company. I love the way they look with the horns. Like, they actually look so cool. I want some horns now. I want to get some horns. Damn. Even Zoro with his horns, Luffy with his horns. And I even thought Kid looks pretty awesome with the horns too. I feel like the horns need to stay. I would love it if the Straw Hats adapted the horns. Keep the fashion statement. I love it. I was a little bit scared for the Thousand Sunny again when the samurai sink their own ships. And Kinemon says, we sink them before we go on this mission. We need no return ships. Scared me a little bit for the Thousand Sunny, but Frankie, over my dead body, they're not going to do that. And Jinbei's like, we can hide a few ships. So fortunately, I think the Thousand Sunny is fine. Well, I keep worrying about the Thousand Sunny. There's so many times in this, oh god, the Thousand Sunny's not going to die by the end of this arc, is it? It's not going to be a callback to Ennia's lobby with the Going Merry. Because firstly, the bombing, which fortunately the Thousand Sunny survived. Then the samurai sinking their own ships, which it looks like they're not doing. But still, just so many times in this arc, and especially after so long too, I haven't felt like the Thousand Sunny has been... I mean, I felt more attached to the Going Merry, for instance, by this point. And with the Thousand Sunny, I just haven't really felt it just yet, which is mainly story-based because we have been away from the Thousand Sunny a while. We did have 2 years away too, in the 2-year time skip. So... yeah, it's been a little bit harder to get attached to the Thousand Sunny. But because the Thousand Sunny has been in danger more times in this arc than any other arc so far, I'm starting to feel concerned. I'm starting to feel a bit concerned about it. But look at that, Onigashima. Kaido's Island. It does look amazing. I love this setting so much. It does look really cool. It looks bigger than I thought when you see it from afar. So they're sneaking in, and I don't know if Kaido is aware just yet. I do have a feeling that maybe he will be. Maybe that's why he's called this meeting. But no, it'd be cool to see more of this Toby Ropo Animal Kingdom Pirates gang.
Chapter 979. Family Problem.
Oh, we got so many like Straw Hat scenes in this chapter. I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing my tits off with it. I love Robin and Jinbei the most. I feel like their dynamic together is going to be so incredible to watch going forward. Especially since Jinbei is watching all of the fun things that they're doing. You know, like, they are taking it seriously, but, like, with a Straw Hat kind of humour to it. Obviously, like, Sanji's being Sanji and Chopper's being Chopper and things like that. Jinbei's like, you folks are lively as ever. But when everyone is spoken about fighting, the key will be having someone who can calmly observe the state of the battle. And Robin's like, what a mature point of view. It's good to have you with us. They're perfect for one another. Like, is it... oh, no, not romantically. Not romantically. I mean, like, they are two of the most mature, smartest Straw Hat crew members right now, okay? That's what I mean by it. I just love Jinbei's, like, passion and dedication. I want to make myself useful for my first battle on the crew. You already have. You already have. You are part of the crew. We love you. We love you. But I just love, he's like fitting in so well straight away. I mean, I know they don't have like time to gel in terms of like personalities coming together or like having a good time of just being together and chatting and getting to know one another. They're literally in the midst of battle essentially, or they're getting ready for battle, they're going to battle. So it's not like really the ideal circumstances to welcome in a new Straw Hat for the first time. It's just great the way that they're kind of coming into this situation. I love it. Chopper is so cute. I'm Commander Chopper and I run this tank. Oh, so cute. Frankie, looking incredible. So I really do hope that we get a lot of fighting with them and that we do see like more Frankie being Frankie and letting him have a time to shine, and even Brooke too. I love how Frankie offered Robin to ride on the back of him and Brooke is the one who gets on. Why is it you? The backseat's for chicks. There's nothing wrong with some good meal bonding, yo ho ho. I agree. I would say like Sanji and Frankie are very resistant of even spending time with people of the same sex. So it's nice to see Brooke just being like, hey, meal bonding, let's do it. You know what I mean? Freaking Zoro's probably gotten lost. Luffy's gone off on his own. And when we end the chapter as well, I think this might be the catalyst of the battle, because they're seeing Kaido's people in this place wasting food and saying those beggars should be happy they're alive at all. They'll happily suck the dirt dry. Luffy hears this and he looks pissed at the end. He cares, like after meeting the girl at the start of the arc who met Ace, he hates the idea of what they're doing right now. Like what they're doing right now, it's pissing him off, and for good reason. I feel like he's gonna throw a punch. It started raining again. There's gonna be no sunshine this summer in Britain, I tell you. Oh, King is the one who kind of called the meeting, but they said it was like Kaido. But also, Kaido, I didn't realize had a son. Well, he asks the Toby Ropo, this is the task I want you to perform. I need you to find and bring back my idiot son Yamato, who disappeared earlier today. I didn't realize he had a son. So that's gonna be interesting as well. Like, are they evil too? Are they just as scary as Kaido? Because I am a bit scared. I am a bit scared of anyone related to Kaido. Who would birth Kaido's child? Like, it's Kaido. Oh, actually, before I move on and read the next chapter, I forgot. There's somebody watching Robin and Jinbei walking away, and I'm wondering if that is Yamato, if that's Kaido's son, watching them maybe, because, you know, we got the mention just after this about them. And yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a connection there and if it'll be the same person, maybe, who's watching them. I'm just like, why? Why are you watching them? Why? What is your game?
Chapter 980, Fighting Music.
Right, okay, I guess the fighting starts now. I did think that Luffy wouldn't stand for what the, like, Kaido's men were doing with the food, especially since he remembers, like, how hungry Tama was at the start. And even what I love as well is that Luffy's done this for her and for the people who are starving. And Zoro, when he reveals himself, look, you've made a mess of things, why can't you behave and infiltrate the group like a normal person? And then Luffy says, but they spilled it on the ground on purpose. And then Zoro's like, well, that settles it, they gotta get sliced. Why is that setting them off? That's because it's meant a lot to both of them. They've both, like, part of their story in Wano is, you know, the other people who have touched them and the stories of the villagers and their hunger and what they've gone through because of Orochi and Kaido. So, of course, that's going to set them off. It's something that they need to stand up against and stand up for the people who can't stand up for themselves. So I love the fact that this is how we've started the battle here. I don't know if this is leading into the bigger battle with Kaido and Big Mom and all of that, but there is a lot of commotion going on where the party was happening. I also realized as well that there's just been like a lot of music too. I know there has been music beforehand with like Brooke's song, was it Binks's Sake, and you know, things like that. There have been like odd moments of song throughout One Piece, but I think ever since Whole Cake Island it's been a lot more prevalent. Like, we had a lot of songs in Whole Cake Island, we've had a few now in Wano, so I love the fact that music is like really not exactly taking over, but it's becoming a lot more prevalent. Even though it was beforehand, it was still there. I'm not saying it wasn't, but I'm just saying it's like, it seems to be a bit bigger. It's almost like the music in One Piece is like in tune with the story and the climax, and it's almost like an orchestra is building to something and building and building, and incorporating the music is just like another enhancement of the One Piece story, you know? So I'm really enjoying all of that. And yeah, Kid is also getting in on some of the action too. So that's going to be really exciting to watch that, see how far like this battle so far goes in this town. If it reaches Kaido or what have you, if that is actually what kickstarts this massive war, then I better buckle up, strap in, and enjoy the ride.
Chapter 981, Joining the Fight.
I feel like now I'm going to be like reading this pretty quickly because there is just a whole lot of action going on, which is fine by me, honestly, but it might mean that the chapters might be a bit short talking about them. I love the fact that Marco's come back though. Didn't he say at the start of the arc that he had a message for Luffy? So I wonder if Mark was going to give him that message in person. And he hasn't already given the message, has he? I don't think so. I don't think he has. But the fact that he's there and he's helping, because I think he takes down Big Mom's ship. Yeah, Marco has managed to stop them from entering Wano because they're going down the waterfall. Let's knock you out of the picture. I love Marco, I do. I feel a lot safer and more confident now having somebody else who was a former Whitebeard pirate in the fray and helping. I think that's going to be awesome. I really want to know what he wants to tell Luffy though. I do want to know that. This moment was hilarious with Big Mom in the bathhouse, I think. And then when Chopper's passing the window, they see each other and Chopper is terrified. Terrified. Is the jig up? I don't know, there are so many instances where the jig could be up. But I'm really taking in the details of the place because, as I usually say, it's the environments that I love. It's seeing these new places, the buildings, the architecture, the bridges, the river, just everything is so beautiful. Even though this is Kaido's place, I was expecting it to be gnarly and grisly and ghastly, but it's actually just as gorgeous as Wano. You know, it's beautiful. I can't wait to get to Kaido's castle. I can't wait to see like all of that, and if that's where we're going to end up fighting him. No, but really, really cool. I also noticed as well that my copy of this volume is a bit smudged. We do have Nami and Carrot, I think, about to make themselves useful, and they're going to see if they can handle the Momonosuke situation. I do think Momonosuke will manage to do it on his own, at least that's what I'm kind of hoping for. I do want Nami and Carrot to be useful, I do want them to have their uses and do something, but I feel like it would be a huge character moment for Momonosuke to be the man, you know, be the man of the moment.
Chapter 982, Scoundrel Meets Scoundrel.
My hatred for Orochi and Kanjuro just keeps on getting stronger. I hate them. Oh, honestly, poor Momonosuke, he has literally been beaten black and blue, and Orochi is saying they're going to crucify him on the platform, which is very reminiscent of Ace and the countdown on him and the execution platform in Marineford for him. It's awful. And he's just a child. I feel like I kind of like Black Maria, who seems to care for Momonosuke just a little bit. Like, she sees a child and she's like, wow, he's hurt. So it's not like all of the Kaido side are evil through and through. But I do feel like Orochi is irredeemable. I don't think there's anything that will make him a better character in terms of like humanizing him. I feel like we're long past that. He's about to crucify a child. So yeah. But it does mean that Kaido knows that Luffy, Kid are there and the prisoners from Udon have escaped. Oh, and Prometheus has come across Nami as well. So I wonder if Nami is going to keep Zeus and get away with him. I wonder if Zeus will stay with Nami forever now, or if Nami will eventually give Zeus back to Big Mom. So it'll be interesting to see Nami and Carrot versus Prometheus, if that does happen. But also, yeah, Chopper and Usopp are facing off with Big Mom. Ooh. Or at least it's like right in front of them. They might just run away, which is fine. I don't know if they can really handle or take on Big Mom right now. Do you think Marco's message to Luffy was just that he was on his way to Wano? Which, the fact that he is there now, it just means the message isn't like relevant anymore because he's here. I might be late, but I'll be there, Marco. It doesn't matter, you're there, and that's all that matters. We are inside Kaido's castle right now, and it looks like Luffy might be facing off with Ulti and Page 1. It just seems like there's going to be a lot of face-offs in the next stretch of chapters.
Chapter 983, Thunder.
Hey, we get to meet Kaido's son, Yamato, and I like them so far. And if Luffy feels like there is no hostility coming from them, then that's a relief to me. Because, yeah, Luffy was in this fight with Page One, and Ulti, who also can transform into a sort of dinosaur. So that was a cool little battle there. The headbutt move was rather awesome. But yeah, Yamato just comes out of nowhere, picks Luffy up, and runs away with him. And I love what Yamato says, actually. It's making me think, I've been waiting for you, waiting for a very long time. Again, isn't it Joy Boy who Wano was waiting for after all these years? Isn't that who they're waiting for? And I had a theory that Luffy is Joy Boy, which I feel like is stupid. I'm pretty sure Joy Boy will be a totally different person. The fact that Yamato said, I've been waiting for you, waiting for a very long time, it just makes me think that he's talking about Luffy and potentially being Joy Boy. Zoro's fighting his way through the castle too. Kid is there too, fighting, just fight. I did like the Ulti and Page One kind of dynamic. I felt like they both really care about one another, even though Ulti used Page One to go down the stairs, and then she shouts at Luffy like, "You've hurt my brother," and he's like, "It was you." Also, I'm a little bit over Sanji at the minute. Like, every single time we see him, it's to do with women. Every single time in this arc, and I'm over it. I'm seriously over it. Sanji does have more to offer outside of that, but it just seems like he's far too obsessed. When he goes to the pleasure house before, Nami says, "You said you spotted Sanji earlier." "Yes, but," and it goes back to Sanji saying, "I'm not giving up on finding ladies." And Nami's like, "Why did he even come?" I'm honestly, yeah. At the minute, I'm like, why is Sanji even here? When I was telling my channel members, because I'm giving them an update every day for Wano Week that I'm doing right now, I'm giving them an update at the end of every day with what I've read, some generalized thoughts, like very condensed. And I told them, I hate what Sanji did, and I think he's my least favourite Straw Hat now. And somebody did say, fortunately, that's the worst thing he does in the arc. And I think they said that's the only thing that he does that's terrible in the arc too. So, like, that's fine and well. I'm willing to continue on. And hopefully Sanji can maybe climb up the ranks again in terms of my favourite Straw Hats. But, like, seriously, every single time, every word he utters the past dozen or so chapters has just been about women. That's all he has said. That's all he's contributed. I'm pissed off with him. I'm so fed up with him. He's doing my head in. And I know that's going to piss off so many people, and there's going to be so many people disliking the video. That's fine. But I don't see the point in him right now. And it breaks my heart.
Chapter 984, My Bible.
Ace was mentioned again. It's been a while since Ace last got a mention, so I'm really happy about that. And also we get to meet Yamato properly without their mask on. I'm not 100% sure of their gender or how they identify. It seems to me like, because Luffy even says, "You said son, right?" And Yamato says, "Well, Kazuki Oden was a man, wasn't he? So I chose to be a man too." So was Yamato born a female and then decided to be a man so that they could emulate Oden? Because they look up to Oden so much. Like, they found Oden's journal, voyage journal, and it's their Bible. I can't wait to find out more about them, honestly. They already intrigue me so much. The fact that they want to join Luffy's side and fight alongside Luffy. They also want to open the country to the world. Yes, wouldn't that just be incredible? So I love that we've gotten ourselves another ally, and with them being Kaido's son, that's like a huge thing. Also, Kaido mentioned something about the new Onigashima project. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? So the execution of this tedious brat, Momonosuke, is going to do an announcement for the new Onigashima project. What is that? Is that surrender? Are they surrendering? I doubt it. That's not it at all. I loved seeing Jinbei and Robin with Kaido's people, like, blending in. Robin's always been a pretty good actress. Do you remember in... Is it Dressrosa? Was it Dressrosa when she pretended to... Oh my gosh, I need to reread, but I remember she was acting. The other people were being turned into toys, and Robin was like a distraction, and she was like acting, kind of. And it's kind of like she's doing it here as well. Like, she would be an amazing actress. Jinbei, totally man, totally. Robin says, "Don't do it all the way up on that stage, bro. Bring him down here so I can stab his freaking eyes out." Robin, you're too good. You're too good at this. Where is the Oscar? I mean, obviously she doesn't mean it. I can't stand to see poor Momo like this. Yeah, like... It must hurt to watch this and not be able to do anything right there and then. So I totally admire that they're keeping in character and that they're restraining themselves from doing what Luffy did in just attacking, you know? So I admire their restraint. Really interesting end of volume 97. But I'm just so intrigued by Yamato. And the fact that they met Ace. They've met Ace. They know Ace. But I'm going to continue reading on. I'm going to get a handle on their character. Finished volume 97. And now I'm on volume 98. And I love this cover so much. It's so colourful.
Chapter 985, New Onigashima Project.
Did Kaido just behead Orochi? Is he dead? Again, I question everything. But you can't deny that, surely. He literally just took his head clean off. Did he literally just kill Orochi in front of everyone? After they've been planning and plotting for years and years and years. Yeah, they've been allies for years and years and years. Yeah, that's just what I've just said. Oh my god. Oh, so the new plan, the new project is turning the country into a pirate empire in preparation for the coming world war. I'm going to make Yamato the shogun of Wano. I love that Yamato is running. Not even for a second, stupid dad. I love that. I love that. I'm in love with Yamato right now. I'm not going to lie. I just can't get over that. Literally just killed a What? I'm in so much shock. Kaido and Big Mom going to claim the One Piece too? Existence of Asian weapons. Shit. I wonder if we even fight Kaido and Big Mom in this then. I wonder if the rest of the series will just be a race towards the One Piece. And like Big Mom and Kaido being together trying to get there before Luffy does. I mean, it does add stakes again. It adds like the ticking time bomb kind of thing that Oda loves to do. But I'm speechless. And Big Mom looks so happy. Like, it's the happiest I've probably seen her. And I do kind of like that a little bit. I'm just so... Oh my god. Yamato was supposed to join Ace and see the world, but can't because of the shackles on their hands. Luffy offers to take them off. I wonder if he actually can. I mean, he has been able to do it before with the collars that were around his neck. But yeah, I wonder if Yamato will also join Luffy too, because if Ace said that they could join the crew at some point, see the world, just like Odin wanted to see the world too and wanted to escape Wano. I wonder if Yamato will be the next Straw Hat. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, they've only been in a couple of chapters so far and I already love them, so that speaks volumes. I loved Jinbei from the first time I met him too. I pretty much loved Brook from the first time I met him too. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a good instinct, it's a good reaction to these characters. If I love them from the off, then no doubt they will end up making a good Straw Hat. I will say, like, Miss All Sunday as well, she intrigued me from the off. Like, literally from the off. I wasn't sure if I liked her yet because we didn't see enough of her, but I was so intrigued by her, and then she turned out to be Nico Robin, and I love Nico Robin, so yeah, even that too was a good instinct of, oh, this character's interesting, I want to keep an eye on them, you know? Just like I want to keep an eye on Yamato. I just can't believe that.
Chapter 986, My Name.
I am so proud of Momonosuke. And I'm so proud of Usopp and Chopper as well, heading towards Momonosuke to help him. Usually they're running in the opposite direction. But Momonosuke, he doesn't give up his name, he doesn't give up his title, he doesn't give up his family, his heritage, anything like that. He stands strong, even though he's facing execution. He's an 8-year-old child. And he still said his name. Kaido gave him an out, and Momonosuke chose not to take it. My name is Kazuki Momonosuke, the man who will be Shogun of Wano. Oh yeah, screw you, Kaido. Screw you. Ah, gosh, yeah. I'm rooting even more for Yamato to kick their dad's ass. Because once the cuffs are off, like Luffy managed to get the cuffs off Yamato, they say, he really was going to kill me. I no longer think of him as a father. So that's like really heartbreaking too. Like, I totally get it though. There have been times myself when things with my dad have happened and I've been like, oh, I don't really see him as my dad, and things like that. Like, things have happened. Everything's fine now, by the way, just in case you're wondering. But I get that feeling, and yeah, it's an awful feeling when you think you no longer have a dad. So I totally feel like, even though it did look like Kaido would have killed Yamato the second they stepped off of Wano and those cuffs would have exploded. It just proves it. But at least they know now. At least they can join in on this fight and just go all at it, really. Be an ally. Well, it was a really exciting chapter. Again, lots of fighting. I loved the start scenes with Kinemon and everyone in the snow. Oh, it's just the architecture, the snow, the landscapes, it's just so gorgeous and so beautiful. I keep saying that, I keep reminding you guys of that, but I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but it really is. I love this setting so much.
Chapter 987, Vassals of Glory.
Oh, Kaido's in dragon form again. I get terrified when he does that. I'm getting such anxiety again about this whole thing, even though like so much has worked in our favor so far and like there's been so many wins for us. I'm still rather scared about what's happening on the page. I do love the fact that the minks, with the full moon coming, they will be able to transform, just like how Carrot did at the end of Whole Cake Island, I think it was. And that was an incredible transformation. I cannot wait to see that again. So this will be amazing. But like, look at this. Look at that. The dragon, Kaido dragon against the full moon. It's gorgeous. The snow, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Like the skull and everything and just, oh God. I can't get over everything that's happening in one. I can't get over it. It's too perfect. It's too good. Is this perfection? Is this what perfection looks like? I love Luffy. I came here to whoop the whole lot out of you. It's an all-out war. Bloody rights it is. I wonder, because like the raid started and everything, I wonder if this is the start of the big battle. If this is it. This is it. No more running around. No more like doing this, that, and the other. Like this is the battle. This is the chase. This is the big event. The big event is happening now. Okay, I'm taking it in. I'm taking it in. I love Big Mom getting close to Luffy. Straw Hat. Ugh, Big Mom, I'm busy right now. He just doesn't want to give her the time of day. I came all this way just so I could kill you. So, is this going to be who Luffy fights next? Maybe this will be the first time they come head to head then. Maybe this is the first time they'll fight. Which, exciting. Again, exciting. Just, oh my gosh, so much to take in. So much to take in. I might take a little break now though. I might go to Forbidden Planet, buy some manga. I have so much I need to do tonight. So, I probably won't get a whole great chance to read a whole lot more for the rest of the day. But I will. I mean, I'm almost at volume 100. I'm so... I'm having the time of my life, honestly, I really am.
Chapter 988, Sorry for the Wait.
Oh my gosh, I'm so tired now. I spent over £100 on manga. I also had to deal with a troll on my One Piece videos. I didn't realise this, but they've been leaving comments for the past 3 months, like fake queer tears when I was crying over Ace and the Going Merry. Insane. Oh, Ace was in like 3 chapters before Impel Down. Grow up. I'm like, for God's sake, whatever. Anyway, I gave them sass and then I blocked their ass. I read the 988th chapter and I'm so drained. I'm so drained, like physically, mentally, but again, I'm still having the absolute time of my life. But it does mean that I'm just gonna lie here and give however many chapter reviews until my live show tonight with my patrons. I am so sad that the friendship between Zeus and Nami is over. I hate your guts, we'll never be friends again. That's actually kind of sad to me that that's over now. I mean, not that their friendship was ever really developed. And to be fair, Nami did steal Zeus away from Big Mom, but still, I thought there could have been something there. I thought maybe we could have kept on to Zeus for a long time and Nami could have used them as part of her fighting routine and all of that. So I hope we do get some kind of Big Mom and Nami kind of action, but I think it might actually be more Frankie who fights Big Mom. I did love the fact that he came in and hit Big Mom right in the face. I'm Frankie the Freedom Rider, in Nami shouting big bro. Like that's, I love moments like that so much. Like Frankie is looking after, well, I guess his little sister. Isn't that what Frankie's family used to call him back in Water 7? So I love that so much, unless I'm wrong. Then ignore me. And it's true as well, actually. I feel like with Big Mom and Luffy, she is correct. The wedding, the tea party, the feast, you've destroyed everything I look forward to. I would hate Luffy too if I was Big Mom. Honestly, I would. He has ruined everything. She is naughty. She is very naughty. She deserves to be stopped. Yeah, if I was in Big Mom's shoes, I would hate Luffy. Sanji did something good in this chapter. I'm gonna be looking for all the positives from now on. And Nami even said it best. Sanji, I thought you were chasing after women. Yeah, because, that's your whole personality in Wano, essentially. But no, every now and then, I mean, he did help with the fight at the bridge. I'll give him that. And he has rescued Momonosuke. So he did something fantastic in this chapter. So I will give him props for that. I did love seeing him flying, helping. It was about time he did something that wasn't obsessing over women. The Minx, the Musketeers, Dogstorm, Kaido in dragon form, just so much going on. And I do think Big Mom needs to be taken down first before Kaido, and I think Luffy might be realizing that as well now.
Chapter 989. I can't imagine losing.
Another amazing moment that I absolutely love. The Straw Hats all together. It's the Straw Hat crew. And I love the way that Jinbei, Robin worked together, the way Sanji helped out, and Zoro, just everyone. Usopp and Chopper in the can thing. Oh, it was just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Seeing them all. This was like a very Straw Hat heavy chapter, which is so surprising to me these days, honestly. But it was, and I think Luffy's about to go off and take out Kaido. You guys handle the rest, watch my back. So maybe the Straw Hats will be taking on Big Mom, and Luffy's gonna go and take out Kaido. I think that's a great idea, actually. I always love a power pose. I love a group shot, and it's like one of the best group shots ever. And it is a little bit like Thriller Bark. Wasn't there a moment in Thriller Bark when they do the same kind of pose with all the numbers being there and the numbers being so massive? Somebody said, or Frankie even, reminds me of Thriller Bark. They're all sized. What are they? And yeah, I can totally say that. I can totally say the call back to Thriller Bark. But Big Mom has nothing on our Straw Hats because Brook can use his soul powers, Nami can use her weather powers, and like the rest of them can do odd things too, as we've already seen with Jinbei and Robin. Like it'll make it such a great team. I mean, I keep saying this, but I do hope that they're all gonna fight together against Big Mom. I've said for hundreds of chapters now, well, that's an over exaggeration, that I do kind of want Nami or Brook or the Straw Hats to face off with Big Mom and take her down. It's about bloody time, if you ask me.
Chapter 990. Army of One.
I have been reading the SBS corner, but I haven't really been paying too much attention to them because a whole lot of them are pervy questions. But this is really interesting. The officers of Kaido's pirate crew are all named after cards and card games, aren't they? Yeah, I've never heard of like Black Maria before, or Ulti. I mean, Texas Hold'em, Page One, Black Maria, Who's Who. I mean, yeah, that's actually really interesting. Doflamingo's codename was Joker back in Dressrosa. That's because my initial plans he was going to show up in Wano as one of Kaido's powerful allies. Good thing he was being in Dressrosa first. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, a lot of the like card games and stuff, which also ties back to Basil Hawkins. But yeah, we do. We have Jack, like Jack of Hearts or the Jack of Spades, or like the card Jack. We had Queen as well, King, Queen, Jack. So that's actually really interesting. I didn't think about that before. But I'm floored, flabbergasted. Drake is joining us in the fight, changing sides. I love to see it. I mean, to be fair though, the others are turning against Drake. He's just protecting himself at the end of the day. But yeah, we have Drake now. We have Yamato. So that's all good. That's all good. EFO action. I always love to say that. Oh, I love the callback again to Thriller Bark. If that's supposed to be like Oz, then we once teamed up like this and just barely beat one of them before. But that was a long time ago. Things are different now. And I love like you see, Robin's face, she's looking, Zoro's smiling, Usopp, Sanji, Brook. I love the faces that they're making. Because yeah, it does go back to Thriller Bark. And I remember when Robin wouldn't do that group thing. I can't remember what it was called now, but it was really ridiculous. And Robin was like, that's an embarrassment. I'm not doing that. Hilarious. I wonder if they're going to do something like that again. And maybe Robin might be open to doing it, but then Jinbei is the one who's like, that's embarrassing. I'm not doing that. I don't know if that would be funny, if that would happen. But again, I do like that little callback. Kinemon is going strong. I do worry about him. We have spent so much time with him. I really do care about him now. Kaido, and just like seeing the island, Kaido's island, is just so tense, so horrifying, so horrific. But oh god, the art style, I can't get over it.
Chapter 991, Let Us Die.
I love that Luffy was like the only one who was willing to let Drake join. Every single person was against it. Frankie, Jinbei, and Jinbei is like one of the wisest, right? Zoro's against it, and Luffy's just like, sure, he can be on our side. He doesn't really care about the story of like why he wants to be on the side, just that he wants to take Kaido down, and that's the end goal. I know you, and you want to defeat Kaido, huh? I can't tell you the reason why, but our goals are aligned. Frankie, I don't trust a guy who turns his coat that easy. Jinbei, stay away from Luffy, X-Drake. Even in the pirates world, there is a code of honor. Luffy, sure, can be on our side. It's just like, I just love that so much. Like, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. I mean, there is always the potential and possibility that he might betray, but Luffy isn't thinking about that. He's just thinking about taking down Kaido, and Drake wants to do that. I love that Nami hit, gosh, I've forgotten her name. Is it Ulti? Who did that? And then Nami, my favorite kind of pest control is getting rid of lizards. I hope you're ready for this. Then she hits Usopp, who is hiding behind her, and then she ends up running away. Hey, your words don't match your actions. At least every now and then, Nami will strike. Sometimes when their back's turned, sometimes when they're vulnerable, but, you know, at least she makes the effort every now and then. Honestly, I'm just in awe of all of the fighting, really, and all of the panels. There's so much going on. And you guys already know there's a lot going on. We're in the middle of war.
Chapter 992, Remnants.
Whoa, Rizzo, when he uses his scroll, and when Kaido is doing his blast breath, and Rizzo gets the scroll. My scrolls can wrap around anything in existence, and then sends it right back at him. Blast breath restoration. God, this fight with like Kinemon, Raizo, all of the samurai with Kaido right now is just 100% in fucking insane. Again, I just got no words. I have no words at all. It's just intense. And the fact that Kaido is saying, like, these blades don't have nothing against Odin, so why are they slicing? Why are they hurting me? Yeah, because this has been 20 years in the freaking making. This has been 20 years. They need this. This is their entire life right now. I can feel the desperation to overcome Kaido and kill him and stop him and restore Wano to its former glory. Like, this, their whole lives are on the line right now. This is what they've been working towards this entire time. Like, of course it's going to be hurting Raizo because this is everything. None of these attacks bear a resemblance to Odin's blades, so why can they cut me? Because they need this. This is so super important to them. There's just nothing else on this earth that means more to these samurai than to take this scumbag Kaido down. I feel like I'm in this battle right now.
Chapter 993, The Dream of Wano.
Kiko's arms just come off. Ugh. Good grief. And even Kaido is gloating at them that their cuts are too shallow. You don't even have enough power to open up the old scar. They're not Odin. And they'll never be Odin. Nobody's ever going to be like Odin again. And then poor Kiko, oh my god. The entire arm, it looks like it's just come right off. The blood, oh. If they survive that, damn. But the fight at the Skull Dome, oh, chef's kiss. I love that Yamato is fighting for Momonosuke. And every now and then, they say, I am Odin, as in they're like, not exactly a reincarnation, but I feel like because they were so heavily influenced by Odin, they are saying that they are Odin, which obviously they're not, but it makes sense that they're going to try and save and protect Momonosuke since Odin was his father. So I like that. Am I tired of the fact that Yamato doesn't have a father anymore, as they say? I love that Sanji and Luffy are together, and Sanji is trying to get Luffy to Kaido, but there's just so much happening, so many people wanting to fight, And Sanji's like, no, don't fight, Luffy. I have to. And then they're arguing. It'll take you too long to handle all these guys alone. Shut up. It's 10 seconds too long for you. I'll do it in 3. And then all you hear is Fishman Karate, Shark Breakfast. And then Jinbe just comes bursting through the wall. And then he's like, Luffy, Sanji, I figured I would find you here. I'm getting you up to the roof. You must conserve your power. And I'm just like, trust Jinbe to again make an entrance. If Jinbe can do anything, it's make an entrance. And then even though Sanji shouts at him like, I'm the one dragging Luffy along. Oh, you are? Sorry. Despite this like really serious stuff that's happening and the fights that are happening, it's just funny to get that kind of humor too still. But yeah, I think Jinbe is taking them up to the roof. So, but also there was like some kind of, it almost looked like an impel down kind of situation where there are like different levels all the way up to the top. First basement level, whew, they've got a long way to go.
Chapter 994. My other name is Yamato.
Yeah, I think I love Yamato now. Momonosuke is asking, who are you? My other name is Yamato and I would die for you. It's so extreme for someone they've just met. However, because of how important and how touched they were from Oden's story and what happened when they saw them getting boiled to death. In this speech that was given to tell everyone about like how Oden has done this, that, and the other for the people of Wano when everyone thought he was a fool of a lord. And that just touched Yamato so much that they've changed their entire life for them. And it's just, it's incredible. Like, seriously, they can see the importance of the situation, the fact that they're willing to risk their life for Momonosuke, for the better of the country. It's so inspiring, honestly. Like, a lot of this is just so inspiring. Still, like, the way that they're fighting Kaido still too, the samurai. It's just Jinbei, Sanji, Luffy making their way through that castle. They're on the first floor. That's good. I thought I'd mention that. Love that someone shouts out, it's Straw Hat and Jinbei. They're really tough, watch out. And then you can see Sanji kicking someone. Why didn't you mention Blackleg? I can think of a few reasons. No, but I agree as well. Like, Sanji is formidable in a fight. He should have been mentioned too. He should have. We meet Fortrix and Hamlet, and Chopper is getting another time to shine, trying to get the antidote from Queen because they've released the plague thing again, and Chopper now needs the antibodies. In Brook, it had to be a lead performer. Stealing the antidote will be a tall task. But Brook, who is the Soul King? Who is the Soul King? Who is the best performer in the entire One Piece world? It's Brook. It's Brook. If anybody can do it, it's Brook. So I hope it's like some kind of musical battle between the Soul King and Queen. Soul King and Queen. I love that. But I have finished volume 98 and now I'm on volume 99.
Chapter 995. A Kunoichi's Oath.
Oh my god, Thomas back? What's she doing on the battlefield? She's far too young. She's far too young to be battling anyone. I mean, she came just in the nick of time. She has helped Nami, and I was a little bit worried. Well, no, I wasn't, because I didn't think Nami would ever not say it. But it's when, it begins with a U, that girl with the horns, when she says, say it, my captain will never be king of the pirates. And then Nami's like, okay, I'll say it. Luffy will never stop until he's king of the pirates. And I mean, there's not really much that Nami can do right now because she's a bit unmatched in this fight. But what she can do is stand by her captain and still believe in Luffy until the very end, even if it means that she would die. I mean, obviously she wouldn't, but she doesn't know that in the moment. She doesn't know that she's going to be saved just around the corner, you know? I mean, Usopp got a headbutt right to the head, and it did look like it hurt. That looks like a bitch. Honestly, I'm glad I'm not him. But it was an incredible moment for Nami to not betray her captain in that way. Like, I didn't think she ever would. And she proved me right. Chopper has been affected with that plague thing, so now he's going to need the antidote. But just a whole lot more fighting. Zoro and Drake are fighting together. Oh, what I do love, though, is that Carrot, she is transformed. And she is trying to get vengeance for Pedro. Even though Pedro did have, you know, a ticking time bomb on his life anyway. She is it Perespero, I think it's pronounced? She has come up against him. And she just wants to avenge Pedro's name, essentially. So I I agree. Even though, yeah, he did blow himself up, yes, but like that's not the point. Great fight between Marco and Big Mom too, and the fact that Carrot also like stepped in. It's just like you have these fights, and it seems like it's gonna be between two people, but then somebody else comes in, and it's almost like a tag team kind of thing, almost sometimes, and it's so unpredictable. I've got nothing else to say about these fights though, so I'm struggling. I'm sorry, but I just love it.
Chapter 996, Island of the Strongest.
Best part of this chapter, I think, was the conversation between Law and Robin, which happened in flashback. But it's the fact that one, Laura mentions Cora, which I miss Cora. I still hurt a little bit off that flashback. But he mentions, hey Cora, I've made up my mind. I want to know the meaning of this checkered fate. And just before this, with his flashback to Robin talking about the will of D and what needs to be done in order to find it out, and having to beat the four emperors to do this and do that. And I just think having that moment of Law wanting to know the meaning of this checkered fate gives him like so much more agency, I guess. Because I don't know, like he has got his own things going on, but I don't know, he just a lot of times he just seems so melancholy and so, I don't know, like lost. And I feel like having this goal to find the meaning of this checkered fate just gives him a bit more meaning to his life, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. It's nice to know that Lo, he wants something. He has a goal. He has a dream. And it's not to become king of the pirates. It's to find out about the will of D, I think. And I would honestly love for Robin to find this out too. Captain Kidd and Killer are just above Luffy on the way to the roof where Kaido is. And it looks like Kinemon, Raizo, I think the Red Scabbards are like overwhelmed. Pretty much like a lot of them are on the floor. I can see Raizo's on the floor. Kinemon's being hit. It looks like this fight with Kaido is intense and they might not be strong enough for it. So with Kid on floor 3, Luffy, Jinbei, Sanji coming up to floor 3, but also Big Bomb is flying up to the roof too. I mean, the drinks must be cheap because everyone seems to be wanting to get to this roof party.
Chapter 997, Flames.
Oh, the island's flying. Kaido sent Onigashima itself aloft. He's going to move the entire island to the flower capital. Whoa. What? Wow. Like, the whole island is in the air. Now, the people in the submarine can't get on. And now, Yamato can't escape with Momonosuke. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, it just made it more exciting. I mean, it was exciting before, but like, come on. This is a whole new level. Like, they're in the sky. And Kaido's doing all of that. Jeez. He really does deserve his bounty. Like, he has the biggest bounty of all of One Piece, right? Like, he has the biggest bounty. So, of course, he's going to do something this outrageous. Whoa. I love this moment between Chopper and Zoro when Zoro gets the antibodies antidote thing to Chopper. And Chopper says, I already figured out how this virus works. And Zoro looks down and he's smiling and he's like, knew you would. He's like a big brother to Chopper. And I just love how like proud he looks and how happy he looks. It reminds me of Long Ring Long Land when Zoro, he kind of shouts at Chopper, doesn't he? Like telling him to, I can't remember exactly what he says, but it's something about like growing up or like being brave or just like, you know what I mean? Like a hard life lesson that Chopper needed to learn. And it just feels like every time Chopper does something and it's like incredible and amazing, Zoro is like so proud. It's, you know, we've come a long way since then. And it almost even feels like Chopper is trying to prove that to Zoro too. Like he is grown up and he should be proud of him, you know what I mean? I love their dynamic so much. It's just like a tiny little part. But man, it made me smile so much. I just love how Zoro's just like cutting everyone left, right, and center. He's like, come on, this is wasting my goddamn time. I didn't come here to waste my time or waste time on a bunch of nonsense. I just love the fact that he's so furious that even though all of these people are fighting, this is not the fight he wants to be part of. There is a greater and bigger fight. Like the way he just took Apu down, he's just, he thinks nothing of it. He thinks nothing of it. He's just all in shadow. There's so much black blackness there. He just wants to move on to bigger and better things. Sanji's being trapped by Black Maria. I mean, I appreciate the fact that Sanji is kind of fighting back a little bit. Like, he doesn't lift a leg to a woman, right? Unless it's for some other things. But like in terms of violence or like fighting against women, he does kind of resist a little bit. Like, boy, don't insult me, untie me, I'm in a hurry. You know, it's like, even though this gorgeous woman is before him, he's still trying to escape. Even though he does end his little scene with, untie me, you want the truth is I love you. Who knows, maybe Sanji's charm will work on her like it kind of did with Pudding. So maybe that will help get him out. Honestly, I don't really care about all of that, to be honest. I'm just talking. I'm kind of sad that he's broke himself off from the others, like from Luffy and Jinbei. Because it's like, we did not need this side distraction, but at the same time, he did think a woman was in distress. So I appreciate and respect his chivalry, but we could have done without this.
Chapter 998, Ancient Types.
Oh, I get to see Ace again. I thought the Ace flashbacks were over. A man who came here years ago to kill my father. So Ace has been to, well, the reason he came to Wano was to kill Kaido. I did wonder why he was there. I mean, obviously, did they ever have a fight? Did that actually ever happen? Because, like, Ace losing to Kaido, surely I would have known about it, right? If that ever came to be. I don't know, but we got to see him again. You know, I've got a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth because I was arguing with an arsehole today on a few of my past One Piece videos about my love for Ace, but that troll can choke. Anyway, right, let's just start from the beginning. This is a great chapter, by the way. I really feel like we're ramping up to something as we get into chapter 1000. Can't believe I'm going to be in the thousands soon. But yeah, Flying Island. It's incredible to see as well. It just looks so terrifying, formidable, just so intimidating. It's honestly insane. Honestly incredible. Sanji is trying to get away from Black Maria and the other women. So hopefully this acts as a sort of test for him. Like, if he manages to escape on his own, of his own free will. I mean, I'm not going to forgive him for what he did in this arc at all, and he's still going to be my least favourite. But, like, at least it will show some progression, because I'm sick of Sanji getting some character progression, character growth, just to go back 2 steps. This would be a win if he is able to resist their charms and to leave of his own volition. I think that would at least put a good taste in my mouth with Sanji after this arc. I love Jinbei talking to some of the Tobiropo people. I feel like the Tobiropo people, villains, are going to be obstacles for more of us to fight in Wano, which obviously, but like, I feel like they're going to need to be taken down. Big Mom, Kaido, and they're all like turning into like these big dinosaurs, which is awesome. And I love what Jinbei says to them too, when they say, have a little pride for my warlord of the sea, and Jinbei says, I'd prefer my more prestigious title, Helmsman of the Straw Hat Crew. Yes, that is a more prestigious title. Yes, I love that. I love the fact that he has just gone all in so quickly and so hard. Ash has gone for a shit. But all I want to talk about really is Ace at the minute. Like, I know you guys are probably sick of it as well, just like the troll who was giving me grief today. But I love Ace, and I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not ashamed to say it. And I'm so fucking happy that I get to see Ace again. Now let me go and clean up Ash's shit as I get to chapter 999.
Chapter 999, The Sake I Brewed to Drink with You.
Oh gosh, I'm getting so emotional reading about like Ace and the background of him coming to Wano and him wanting to save the people of Wano all those years ago. And it was something that he wanted to get stronger for, just like how Luffy wanted to get back to his crew after Sabari Archipelago and the 2-year time skip. He wanted to get back to his crew and say, like, be strong enough for the new world. So it's just a little bit emotional right now. It's beautiful, honestly, to see how a character who's already gone still be touching so many lives to this day. And again, like that stupid troll person in my comments today and about like, he was only in 3 chapters before Impel Down, blah, 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 blah. I feel like some people just don't understand the importance of Ace. I know it seems like, oh, you just like Ace because he's hot and whatever. And it's just like, yeah, little. But also because I love him. I love his relationship with Luffy. Like him and Luffy, their bond, the brotherhood between them is one of the most powerful messages I've taken from One Piece. As a big brother myself, it's just I see like a lot of that in myself in Ace kind of thing, you know what I mean? So like there's just like a lot of connection there, and there's a lot that I personally relate to. Whether or not I find Ace hot or what, I love what he's done. I love what he's stood for. I love his relationship with Luffy, which is the most important thing and one of the most beautiful things I think Oda's ever explored in One Piece. I feel awful because Ace never got to finish his story. He never got to finish what he set out to do. He didn't get to go back. There's just so much that he didn't get to do, but also the fact that Ace wouldn't stop talking about Luffy too when he met Yamato, when he's telling Yamato about all the powerful people in the seas. And he says, but the toughest one of all of them won't be setting sail for a few years yet. My little brother. He's going to be massive, trust me. It's just like, has anybody loved Luffy as much as Ace did? I don't think so. I mean, people love Luffy, yes, but Ace. Do you remember? I'm sure he did the same thing when he was talking about Luffy to Shanks as well. You know, it's just having somebody believe in you so much like that. It's one of the reasons why I love Ace as well. It's not just because he's hot. It's because he means so much to Luffy, and Luffy meant so much to him. So that was emotional. I was going to turn the camera on and do a live reaction thing like I did with chapter 974, but I was just like sitting here just weeping, just like I didn't want to. I just didn't want to like reach up, press record. I just wanted to experience this moment with Ace in private. Now my nose is like running. I'm sorry, I apologize. And it is explained that Ace never actually went up against Kaido because he wasn't even there in the first place when he went, but he did still meet Yamato, and there were promises made, there were things happening, and I'm now trying to remember everything else that happened in the chapter. It was a lot of fighting again. Some stuff with Marco, Queen, King, dinosaur transformations, Momonosuke learning about Ace being Roger's son and Luffy's brother. Also, yes, actually the plan as well is to drop the island onto the capital, so that is new. What's it called again? The new project plan, essentially. The renovation of Wano, the capital. I'm going to drop it on there, and there's going to be loads of lives lost. But I did find it interesting that Big Mom said, hey Kaido, kill as many of them as you want, but leave Nico Robin alive. And then Kaido brings up Pudding. Why can't that 3 eyes of yours read the ancient writing? And Big Mom can't wait for her true eye to awaken. So who knows, maybe she can read the poneglyphs when her true eye awakens, maybe. That would be interesting for Pudding. I don't know if that would actually happen, but, you know, obviously Big Mom is hugely thinking about the poneglyphs and getting to the One Piece. It's like, they are adamant of getting it. Like, seriously, like, they have this obsession with getting the One Piece now. It's like taking over them. And it sounds to me like maybe there are plans to take Nico Robin from the Straw Hats and kidnap her so that she can read the poneglyphs for them, the road poneglyphs, to get to the final island. Who knows? I hope not, because if she tries to split up the Straw Hats, I'm a slapper bitch. No more kidnapping, okay? I can't have another Water 7 moment with Nico Robin. But I'm about going to chapter 1000. I can't believe 1000. This is my 1000th chapter, and I'm about to read it. I'll probably, you know what, should I live read? I'll live read it because it's important. It's huge. It's a milestone. And Roxanne did give me a list of chapters to react to. I haven't reacted to. I try to, but then I'm just like, this doesn't feel natural, so I just don't react. And I just give you my review. So I'm just reacting when it feels natural to me. But chapter 1000 was one of them. And I agree. I feel like because it's such a milestone, I should do a little live reading for it from like what I did with the Reverie arc. Let's dive into chapter 1000, and then I'm in the thousands.
Chapter 1000, Straw Hat Luffy.
Honestly, like, this is not glamorous. It is, like, well, nearly 1 a.m. right now, but it's fine, it's fine. The Dogstorm Three Musketeers, man. God love them. I don't think I've even mentioned them at all in this video, but God love them. Thanks, Lion Viper. Oh my god. There's Marco tossing people up to the top, up to the roof. Easy now, easy. Stop freaking out and let the man go. Ah, don't just toss me. Zoro, come on. There's like a hint of fear in Zoro's voice there, I think. D, and this is in my father's journal. So Momonosuke is learning from Yamato about the will of D, I think. Oh, it's so sweet that Yamato was giving it to Momonosuke, Odin's journal. So hopefully this will be a way of Momonosuke getting closer to his father. The father that he lost. Although it's still... I didn't mention this too, but like, yeah, they went 20 years into the future, but it doesn't mean that 20 years have passed since his father died. It's only been months, I think, at this point. I think it's been a couple of months since that point. I might be wrong on that. Oh, more Ace flashbacks? Oh no, I'm going to end up getting upset again. So, still, the death is still quite raw to Momonosuke. Oh, stop. The world overrun by young, powerful new pirates. I believe that Ace was first and foremost among them, but when he died, I remembered something. Wait, what did you remember? Shoot, that was a slip of the tongue. I wasn't supposed to say that. I think he accidentally revealed that me and him were engaged. I think that's what he accidentally told Yamato. I told him not to tell anyone. Wait, he believes Luffy can make it happen. Does he mean the One Piece? Getting the One Piece? I'm not going to laugh at him. Yamato crying. Those are the words the king of the pirates spoke. I think what he's meaning is that Luffy is saying he's going to be king of the pirates. There was a great man who said the same thing in Odin's journal. Of course I wouldn't laugh at him. Your brother is incredible. Yeah, he is. Maybe one day me and Luffy should sit down. Oh, Ace wanted to have a drink with Odin. Him, Odin, and Luffy have a drink. And then he finds out he's dead. You've been talking about dead guy? There, it's done. This is your Viva card. Huh? It's just a piece of paper. Oh, did Yamato make Ace's Viva card? Yamato saying this is your Viva card. So that's Ace's Viva card. This paper will bring us together again. Tear off a bit of it and give it to your friends. Oh, so that was Yamato? Yamato gave Ace the Viva card? And that was how we ended up finding Ace. Learning that he was even in trouble. Well, I mean, it was in the papers, and we'd seen post Enies Lobby too. But like, are you telling me that was Yamato? I love Yamato even more now. Oh, I love you. Thank you for what you did for my husband. Let's meet up again one day, Ace. Oh, stop. Stop. You bet. Oh, stop. It's a good job I'm not the jealous type, innit? Ace's card just disappeared. Shortly after that, I learned the truth from the newspaper. Oh, that's so awful. Ooh, Law. Is that Zoro? Oh, I think they're actually face to face with Big Mom and Kaido now. I think it's starting. Shit. He has another one. All of you stay back and watch me fight. Straw Hat. All these fetching young heads ripe for the taking. Oh my god, they're literally right in front of one another. Oh god. Over 20 years in the future, powerful pirates lead the next generation will come swarming into the new world. If I am dead by then, they will be the ones to strike down Kaido. Yes, they fucking will. Oh my god, but look at that. Look. That's so scary. That's so scary. The quality's probably terrible. I apologize. Oh, he's a saucy one. She's talking like an old woman. He talked a big game to me too. And he destroyed my castle. Oh my god, get over it. Get over it. You want me to apologize for that, Straw Hat? Nah. Nah, I'm fine. Luffy isn't even taking the bait. He looks like he's done. He is done. Hey boy, say it again. Tell us what you're going to be. Right, come on, tell him. Tell him. Oh, hang on, he's ignoring him. Kinemon. You alright, Kinemon? I'm sorry it took so long. Oh gosh, everyone is like down. All of the samurai. Oh, poor Kinemon. Oh gosh. He fought so well. And he fought so hard. Oh yeah, everyone's down. When I pass on, I have nothing to show Lord Odin but my shame. Stop it. Don't talk like that. There is no shame here. None whatsoever. You did amazing. Will you put Wano on your back? Of course I will, dummy. It's my friend's country. Oh, I need a friend like Luffy. Kaido's right behind him. Stop. I am in your debt. Traffy sent them all down below. Oh, so Traffy's like used his powers to get everyone out of there. So they're out. Kinemon, Raizo, everyone, they're out. It's time for the worst generation. It's time. Oh my god, Kaido though. Kaido, get away, get away, get away. Gear 3, Gum Gum. I wonder which one he's going to use. Raizo is alive and well. We would never sell a comrade to an enemy. I want to defeat Kaido. He's getting flashbacks of all the people we crossed through time to arrive here from the Wano of 20 years ago. Oh, Luffy is pissed. Luffy is pissed for everyone else and he's just punched Kaido in the fucking face. Red Rock. Kaido, what are you doing? How could you let him hit you like that? Because he's shit, Big Mom. Kaido, more like Kaidon't. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will surpass you to be king of the pirates. I thought that would be the end of the chapter. That was like such a Kaido dropping moment, if you ask me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes, he told you. He told you. He said it before, you'll say it again. Tell us what you're going to be right here where we can hear you. Okay, I'm going to surpass you and become king of the pirates. Yes, he is. Oh, I'm so happy. I feel so bad for Kinemon and everyone. Of course, you know, this is their moment. This is their battle. This is their country. This is their life. Kaido, he beat them. He beat them. And there's no shame in that, because it looks like Kaido is one hell of a goddamn villain. Just as I thought he would be. Oh, that moment though at the end. Oh, I would have surpassed him, become king of the pirates. Oh my god, literally. The fact that he knocked him a Gear 3 as well. Oh, I can't wait to get to Gear 4 on his ass. Oh my god. It's 1 a.m. Really, I should be going to bed, but I might as well finish the volume.
Chapter 1001, Battle of Monsters on Onigashima.
Guys, I don't know where to look. Like, we're actually fighting Kaido and Big Mom now. Actually fighting them. The worst generation. Although the next chapter says Four Emperors versus New Generation. So is it now New Generation, not Worst Generation? I mean, I didn't think they were ever the worst. They are the best, really. So it's not really a fitting name, if you ask me. But there's just so much going on. Just like... I need to see all of this in the anime. I really do. I wanted to watch the anime from the start and I'm still in Skype here. Oh my god, it's taken so long. But I need to just watch Wano. I do. I just want to watch Wano now. Oh, do love the moment. Well, a couple of moments actually. Oh my god. When they're doing the her face. That is never going to get old, I'm telling you. I love it. Also, another one I love too is when Zoro puts his, what do you call it, like a bandana kind of thing on his head. I love it when he does that because he means absolute business at that point. Like, there's no going back. He's in it to win it. I love the banter between Law, Luffy, and Kid. The three of them, oh my god, what an incredible what do you call it, like trio? What an incredible trio. I love Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, don't get me wrong, they're an amazing trio too. But Law, Luffy, and Kid, I need to say more. I love that, yeah, Law was like, hey, I was going to do it before you told me to do it. And Luffy's like, I don't care. And then Kid's like, hey, you two can fight for all I care. Which one of you losers wants to follow the other? It's just like... I just love their chemistry. I love the way they bounce off one another. They're just fantastic. And I just love... This is the best. This is the absolute best. I can't think of anything better, honestly. And like, obviously Zoro is there too. I love Zoro. I love Luffy and Zoro. But like, Zoro does his own thing. You know what I mean? Like, he can handle himself. And Killer is there too, as well, of course. All of them are fantastic. It's just, oh god, I'm living. I am living. I honestly feel like One Piece is coffee or caffeine for me right now. I shouldn't be reading it before bed because it's going to keep me up all night long.
Chapter 1002, Four Emperors versus Worst Generation.
Holy fuck, I think Gum Gum Kong Gatling is my favorite move ever. Like, freaking look at that. I mean, I don't know if you can due to the quality right now, but what the fuck. I love how Big Mom tries her lightning, and she's like, why did that lightning work on you? And he says, because I'm rubber. And then Kaido's like, my flame doesn't work either? Why not? Guts! I'm just like, fuck yes. Fucking Luffy, I know I got laughed at, right, in my early One Piece videos for thinking Luffy was like the greatest and the strongest in all the world. And of course, like, he has a long way to go, and he wasn't at that time. But I just believed in him as well, okay? I just believed in him from the very start. And this is proof of my belief. My belief that he is the strongest and the best and the most amazing. Not that I think the fight is going to go our way the entire time, because I don't. We did get Killer get blasted. We also had Zoro unfortunately miss with the sword, and also get blasted. So, like, it's not easy sailing at all. We are getting so many hits in though. We are getting... Well, I'm talking as if I'm there myself, and I'm the one who's also fighting them. But you know what I mean? There's so much going on in just how many hits they get in on Kaido, for instance, and being able to actually hurt him, and the fact that Luffy can even hurt him with just his fists. Oh my god, like his haki, his strength, his power. I'm calling it out. He's the strongest person ever. If he beats Kaido, does that mean his bounty will be like 5 billion? Kaido's like 4.6 billion, 4.8 billion or something like that. Luffy will probably become number 1 after this fight, right? I mean, obviously Law and Kid and Zoro are helping too, and Killer, but like, come on, it's all about the Loof.
Chapter 1003, Night on the Board.
Kaido at the end there, he's transformed again, I think. His man-beast form. Kaido, why does he look like that? Oh my god, I can't wait to see what he looks like in the next chapter. I'm scared, but can't wait. But also, does he think it's a game? This is fun. I was just thinking the same thing, Kaido. Big Mom, what? It's not a game to you guys. It's fine if it's a game for Luffy, Kid, and Law, because they do joke on and they have that fun banter, but absolutely not from Kaido and Big Mom. They need to take this seriously. This is not a game. Only for our side it is. I will not allow them to be happy. I will not allow them to laugh. Absolutely not. I love that Zoro managed to get some hits in though, and actually made him bleed. Like, he cut the scales. Like, I was worried Zoro wouldn't be able to get there and actually put some hits in, because it seemed like he was getting pushed back and missing in the previous chapter, but no, he actually goes all in. It's freaking incredible. It's incredible. The swords that he has now too, there is no stopping him from being the greatest swordsman of all time after this. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think just Mihawk, but come on. Where's Mihawk right now, huh? Where's Mihawk right now? Lots and lots of fighting. Poor Luffy needs to recharge. So as soon as he's recharged, then he can use his haki, gear 4 again, and get it in. I love the strategy that they're doing as well. You know, after Luffy did all of that and exhausted himself, and Kid went to Killer, come on, let's go and wear him down. Yeah, keep up the pressure on Kaido. I love the strategy. I love that they're really working together. And it's just so beautiful. Like, one person's throwing a punch, the other person's throwing a punch, the other one's doing this, the other one's doing that. It's beautiful. This is like a dance right now. This is a beautiful dance between Big Mom and Kaido versus the two Emperors of the Sea versus the worst / new generation. It's a gorgeous, beautiful dance. Oh, I've never seen a battle so beautiful.
Chapter 1004, Millet Dumplings.
Right, I need Sanji to be a man right now, okay? The samurai are in trouble. They could end up dying if Sanji doesn't move his bloody arse. So, come on, just do something. Kinemon and the rest of them are in, like, the treasury. That's where their bodies were taken. Bodies, I say it, they're unconscious. They're not dead. But there is somebody there. There is someone there with them. I don't know who. I'm a little bit scared. I don't think I can make out who it is. Maybe I should be able to, but I can't make it out. And they need to be stopped. Whoever it is need to be stopped. So Sanji, come on. Let's stop this. Let's stop this. Kick one of the women if you have to. Just get out of that bloody place and do the right thing. Save them. They were trying to get Sanji to call Nico Robin, and well, they're talking about like mutilating her and like killing her after a few years. And I do love that Sanji said, underestimate Nico Robin at your own peril. Yeah, you're going up against Nico Robin. All the power to you. Because you're not getting out of that live, Black Maria. So that is a good Sanji moment. I love that Nami fought back as well against Utah? Ulti. Utah? Ulti. So against Ulti, she managed to use Thunderlance Tempo against her. So I'm glad she fought back. Usopp also fought back as well. Frankie is fighting. Like, there's a lot of Straw Hat action in this chapter, which I really appreciated and really loved. I love the fact as well that Tama is, you know, using like the dumpling thing that helps people go to her side on the other side so that they join our side. Like, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. She is one of the best child characters we've met in One Piece. 100%. 100%. Like, she's brave. She's amazing. She's getting all these people to switch sides. I'm in awe of her. I really don't have anything else to say about that chapter, but I do have the world top 100 popularity poll. So I think this is based on the world, not just Japan, I think, is what the other popularity polls were. And I was always so perplexed at how low down some people were when they deserved to be higher. So I am so freaking glad just from first glance that Nami and Robin are a lot higher than they are in the other polls, and they're above Boa Hancock. Again, I like Boa Hancock, but I don't always understand why she's so high, or at least above other people. Like, she is great, but there are a lot of better characters, you know? But obviously Luffy's first, 1.6 million points. To be fair though, Zoro's not too far behind with 1.4 million points. That's amazing. But Nami is third. Third. She's never been that high before. Never. At least I don't think so. I don't remember. But like Nami and Robin always get undersold in the popularity polls. They're always too low. Sanji being number 4, I don't like that. I don't agree with that, but it is what it is. Law number 5, I do agree with that. That's amazing. Robin number 6, amazing. Love that too. I would put Robin higher, of course, but that's just me. Hancock 7, Carrot 8, Ace 9, and Sabo 10. I mean, I'm kind of glad Sabo's as high up as he is now, that I'm kind of getting used to him and I do like him. And I'm just glad he's not above Ace, okay? I'm just saying I'm glad he's not above Ace. Yamato's already number 11. Wow. Above Shanks as well. And above Korra. And above wow. Wow, so you guys really like Yamato. I'm so glad though. I'm so glad. Katakuri 14, 15 Usopp, Chopper 16, Jinbei 18. Wow. Where's Frankie? Where's Brook? Okay, Brook is 26. Frankie's 28. Okay, I mean, the Going Merry's 32. Is the Going Merry above the Thousand Sunny? I don't even think the Thousand Sunny is in the top 100. I mean, I do love the Going Merry. I do prefer the Going Merry so far in terms of personality for the ships. But honestly, poor Brook and poor Frankie being so low down. Chopper being number 16 doesn't surprise me because I don't think he does a whole lot. To be honest, I love him, I do, but I don't think he's done a whole lot. But yeah, really interesting, good poll thing. I'll go through it properly later. And yeah, I have finished volume 99. I'm going into volume 100. Volume 100. Oh my god. Oh, Ace is on the cover. Do I get more Ace?
Chapter 1005, Demon Child.
Oh my god, I've not long come out of the shower, so my hair's doing its own thing today. But that's fine. That's fine because I finished chapter 1005. Again, I cannot believe I woke up this morning and the first thing I thought of was, I'm in the thousands. I'm in the thousands in One Piece. So this was a great chapter because it's gonna give Robin this huge story part now in the Wano arc. And yeah, she is important anyway, as we saw with Kaido and Big Mom and wanting Nico Robin to come out of this alive. So, like, okay, the thing that Sanji does, I'm a little bit conflicted. In one way, he does give up Robin in a way, you know, like Black Maria is like forcing him to shout out for Robin and to get her to come and be lured into her trap. But Sanji did say, don't underestimate Robin, and he's correct. And then he does get her to come, and she thanks him, which was actually like such a touching, really nice moment. Like, thanks for relying on me for help. I really appreciate that. It does take a lot for someone to ask for help, and with Sanji's pride too. Was it in Water 7 or Enies Lobby when he was fighting against, was it Khalifa or something, and he wouldn't hurt her, and he wouldn't ask for help. He wouldn't. He would rather die. He was near death's door, to be honest. But it does take a lot of strength to ask for help. So, like, while I'm a little bit conflicted about him selling out Robin, it's not really selling her out. It's not really giving her up. Because yes, she is strong, and I cannot wait to see this fight now with Black Maria and Brooke. Brooke is going to be there too. And Robin is very thankful about the whole thing, and like, I appreciate that you believe in me, kind of thing, you know what I mean? No shame whatsoever in asking for help, okay? No shame whatsoever. So I think I love the fact that he did that more than I frown upon it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not just gonna hit on Sanji because he's done some really scummy things in this arc. When he does something right, I'm gonna give him credit. But I guess I was just like shocked that he just shouted out for Nico Robin. I was a bit shocked because he seemed to be standing so firm on not luring Robin there, you know what I mean? So it was still a great moment. And honestly, just seeing Robin come to the rescue with Brooke. Oh my god! Like, oh, and when Robin says as well about her friend, I spent a lot of time working in evil organizations, and when someone does horrible things to my friends, the demon part of me starts to emerge. Yes, oh my gosh. I just love the whole spank move as well. Like, she literally slaps Black Maria across the face. This is going to be an epic fight now with Robin and Black Maria, and Brooke's going to be there as sort of backup because Robin could handle this on her own, right? So I absolutely adored that. So I guess this does kind of show some Sanji growth, some Sanji character growth, and being able to ask for help. But I wish we also had that same character growth in other aspects of the Sanji character. He's just so unbalanced. You know what I mean? I feel like he has had the most disservice from Oda in terms of writing a character, you know? Like, I just feel like he's... Oh, I'm just so torn about him. I really am.
Chapter 1006, The Honorable Hyogoro the Flower.
Okay, not a whole lot to say about that chapter. I'm not looking to recap every single chapter for you guys, so if I don't mention things, it's literally just because I just don't really have anything to say right now. Again, it's a lot of fighting. Marco is fighting. Poor Carrot and Wonder, though, they have, well, seemingly look like they've been defeated. Not gonna lie, which is, it hurts. It hurts because Prospero, the way he's just like, ugh, it's just so full of himself. If you didn't want to see your friend die, then you should have stayed in the forest and nibbled at your grass, rabbit. Come on, Carrot, get back up. Wanda, get back up. Beat his horse. Sanji's a bit torn about where to go. He might go to Yamato in Momonosuke. I think that's what he's going to do because, let's be honest, Kid, Killer, Zoro, Luffy, Law, they don't need Sanji up there. They don't need him up there fighting Kaido. They don't need him there. If he can get to Yamato and help with Momonosuke, then that's fine. That's great. He can make himself useful.
Chapter 1007, Mr. Raccoon Dog.
What? How is that Lord Orden? How is he the one who was tending to them? Was it at the end of one of the previous chapter, end of chapter 1004? I think there was a mysterious figure in the treasury room with the like the injured Kinemon and Raizo and everyone. Like, is this another time travel thing? Is this a clone thing? Like, what is this? Could someone explain this to me? I've missed you. You're so much older now. What? What? That's crazy. That's madness. Oh, gosh. Oh. If Momonosuke can get there and see his dad, oh, that's going to be so sweet. But how? How? What is this? Before that all happened, this was definitely Chopper's chapter. Really appreciating the fact that the Straw Hats are each getting a spotlight. And in this one, it's Chopper and using what he's learned through the 2-year time skip and the stuff even before then too, to counteract this virus. Just look how cute he is as well, by the way. And this amazing mist cloud thing that he does. Yeah, he says, viruses are meant to be used as weapons. They'll always slip out of your control in the end. Exactly. But he's going to stop a bad virus with a good virus instead. Yeah, we split up and went all over the world to train for this. Yeah, like, can you picture any other more perfect moment for Chopper to come through using his medical knowledge, his expertise to help in this fight? And the fact that the people on Queen's side, or Kaido's side, has turned over and are now following Chopper, they would rather save the person who saved them, which just shows you their morals are still there. They're not evil, they're not bad people, they're just following orders. But when those people get betrayed by the people who they put their trust in, well, they'll do anything. So this is why the bad guys always lose. They never win because they don't treat their own properly. I'm sure this has happened before in an arc when we have had some of the people on the other side kind of switch sides because their leader hasn't been treating them right, and the Straw Hats have willingly saved them despite them being on the opposite side. So seeing Chopper doing all of this was just incredible. Nice job, Raccoon Dog. I'm not a raccoon dog. Okay, so we had the medical knowledge with Chopper. Now he's going to kick Queen's ass in his Rumble Ball. Is that like Monster Point form? I can't remember the points now. It's been a long time since Chopper's used them, to be honest. But that was a great Chopper chapter. Ooh, I love the sound of that. But what the world? How is Auden here? How the hell is Auden here?
Chapter 1008, Leader of the Atamayama Thieves Brigade, Ashura Doji.
Oh man, I'm so dumb. I should have known it would be a drawing from Kanjuro the twat. Oh. Well, I was going to say something else there that began with a C, but that would probably get this video demonetized. I could have bleeped it out, I guess. Anyway, I should have known that he just made a drawing of Auden and made them, well, almost tricked them. But I love the fact that they were smart enough to see through it, even though Kinemon really wanted it to be him. In fact, all of them did. And it took so much for them to overlook the fact that, you know, Auden being in front of them just defied all logic. You know, like they wanted their friend to be alive and well and see the progress that's been made towards opening Wano to the world. But no, it's that Kanjuro. I can't wait for him to die. So I can't wait for Kaido and Big Mom to not exactly kick the bucket. I want Big Mom to like live still. I want Kaido to die because he scares me too much. That hybrid form looks terrifying. I'm sorry, but he was terrifying before. I don't know how much more scary he can get. This better be the final form for Kaido because I just can't take it anymore. But we finally got to see his hybrid form. I think Kanjuro is somebody I just want to die. Big Mom can get locked up. Send her to Impel Down. I know she's an Emperor of the Sea, but she's gone too far. I don't think she'd do well with prison food though. So I would hate to be one of the gods at Impel Down. I mean, would they arrest her though as an Emperor of the Sea? Or would she lose the title if she gets defeated? So would the government arrest her? Like what? What would happen next? That's what I want to know. But yeah, Big Mom I want to live. Kaido in Kanjuro I want to die. Which is extreme. It is extreme, but that betrayal, it still cuts deep. It still cuts deep. It's been a good few chapters since we last saw them fighting, actually, with Kaido, Big Mom, Law, Luffy, Zoro, everyone. It's been a few chapters, and I wonder if this is why Wano takes so long. It's because we've got so much going on at once that we're going to come to these and their battle and then go back to whatever happens with other people. Like, I need to go back to Robin. I want to see her fight with Black Maria. And that's just like the organization of the Wano arc. Now that there's so much going on, this honestly feels like final battle ever levels. So I'm just so impressed. Okay, we also got Orochi, but I'm not 100% sure if he's like actually alive, because after the Auden fake out, like with him, like, we thought he was alive, but it actually turned out to be a drawing. Now I'm a bit worried about Orochi. I mean, there's a part of me that's thinking they won't do it twice. They won't have somebody coming back from the dead twice and both of them turning out to be fake. So I think maybe Orochi is actually alive. I'll most likely find out soon. But his death, his like beheading by Kaido was intense and incredible. I love that moment. Don't take that moment away from me. I kind of want this to be fake now. I want him to be dead and stay dead. Oh, but Jack as well. After seeing Jack in the flashbacks at Zoe, I have been really scared about the moment when he would reappear. And now's the moment. Jack. That took longer than I anticipated. In the samurai, so it'll be what, the samurai, like Kinemon, Raizo, everyone, versus Kanjuro and Jack. Look, they've already been through it. They've already been through it. They don't need any more. It's too much for them. Let them rest. They've earned it.
Chapter 1009, Naruku.
Okay, I take back what I said in the previous chapter about Orochi, because them taking off his 6 heads, like pretty much straight away, was hilarious. Hilarious. I'm so glad they actually just like took him down, no thought to, and just continued on. We ain't got no time to waste. Get out of our way. Like, he's just... Orochi's always been so pathetic to me, honestly. He's such a snake, which, literally. But seeing them cut off the 6 heads and just walk away is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I love that our team that are fighting Kaido and Big Mom have been trying to split them up. The way they work so beautifully together to do that, to achieve that. And they managed to achieve it too. It looks like Big Mom's falling off the side of the island and is plunging to the ocean below. Nothing but say below me, help me, Zeus. If he can't fly down to help her, then that takes care of one of them. So it would. Would Big Mom actually fall though? Would she actually be out the running that quickly though? I don't think so. Seeing Kid do a move, Law do a move, boom, Big Mom, and then... But it does look like Luffy is taking on Kaido. Does this mean that... Well, it depends on what happens with Big Mom. So if she does fall down, then they can go back to Luffy and Kaido. Because it looks like Luffy is taking on Kaido on his lonesome. It's another fantastic chapter. You weekly readers were so lucky with this. I can imagine it was probably tedious after a while, like getting it week after week in how long it takes. But honestly, I'm telling you, reading it like this, binge reading it, is just, I want always to describe my feelings.
Chapter 1010, Color of the Supreme King.
I mean, poor Big Mom, she's made to look like an absolute incompetent fighter right now. So I do feel a bit bad for her. I do. That was pathetic, Lin. I have to do everything myself. Ugh, leave her alone. But oh my god, Zoro doing Nine Sword style, which I don't think he's done in such a long time, and like Dead Man's Game, end up really hurting Kaido. Don't tell me you can use the color of the Supreme King too. I mean, Zoro has no idea what he's talking about. Zoro probably doesn't even care. But what? He also has the color of the Supreme King. I mean, he's just theorizing. So maybe it's not that, maybe, but it feels like it could be that. Oh, that's so epic and so awesome. Your generation has proven to be an annoyance. I mean, your generation is shit. The way Zoro stood up for Luffy, where is it? Yeah, hey Kaido, that's my captain. If you want to crush anyone's skull, you'll have to start with mine. Honestly, I've missed this so much. I've missed Luffy and Zoro fighting alongside one another. Seeing Zoro's just loyalty just come out full force like this. Luffy gets back up to fight as well. I imagine like the stamina that they must have to have. The energy too. When was the last time Luffy ate meat as well? It's just... I don't know how he could do it. I don't know how he can have all of this stamina, all of this energy, still be punching and fighting Kaido the way he is. And he's still not down. He is still... Surely... I mean, I can't really remember how long a lot of the fights lasted before in the previous arcs. But this is lasting so long. So obviously it's going to be hard, and he's an emperor. I would have needed a full 9-hour sleep 20 chapters ago.
Chapter 1011, The Code of Sweet Beans.
Is Big Mom switching sides? Oh, I love the fact that she is still friends with Toma, like so friendly with her. Like when she sees a child, she kind of goes into like mother mode kind of thing. That is so sweet. I mean, she could have been a better mother to her own actual flesh and blood children. But, you know, I've got to take what I can with Big Mom. And I love the fact that she had this conversation with Toma and like she remembered what she did for her, what the village did for her, and then she finds out that Kaido and their followers have like destroyed the village, and Big Mom's like, what? Like she's enraged. I've got chills because I'm like, oh my god, does this mean that Big Mom is gonna switch sides? Is she gonna actually like help us? Like what? It's just so sweet. You know, actually, part of me was hoping that Toma would like slip one of those dumplings into her mouth or be like, hey, Big Mom, are you hungry? And then give her one of them, so then Big Mom would then, you know, end up following her orders. And that would have been incredible. But I feel like this way is definitely better. Because if it's Big Mom's own choice, then I'm gonna love her forever. Oh my god. I've fallen in love with Big Mom. Shit. I just love how she just like flips. She just flips when Toma's like, hi Lynn. And then Big Mom's just like, oh, why if it isn't Toma? Whatever you're doing in such a dangerous place. You know what I mean? It's just like there's like this huge fight, this huge war going on that is life or death for so many people, and Big Mom is like the second strongest right now in terms of like our enemies, and she's just chatting so casually to a child in the middle of all this. It's so One Piece, and the fact that it's making me root for Big Mom in a way too. It's like only Oda could do that. Kaido's followers did that to the town that was so nice to me. And then, yeah, she attacks page 1. So, like, she literally... There's still a code of honor, you clowns! Oh my god, I fucking love her. I fucking love her. She's awesome. Okay, even if she doesn't switch sides, this was a great, amazing moment for Big Mom. Oh, what an absolute queen. Fight still raging on with Kaido and Luffy. Loving every minute of it.
Chapter 1012, Itch.
Are Big Mom and Nami gonna be fighting together? And that's because Nami and Big Mom want to defend a child and get vengeance on Ulti for hitting a child, for hitting Toma. I mean, I don't love children myself, but you should never hit one. Unless they're, you know, the devil reborn. I've watched enough horror movies with demonic kids. But Toma isn't like that. Toma's lovely. Toma's Toma. And then, yeah, she just hit her. Shut up. Ah, Toma. Oh my gosh. So, like, yeah, even Big Mom, did I see you hit my friend, little girl? Oh, honestly, Big Mom's morals are incredible. Incredible. But, like, why couldn't she do that to her own children? I mean, to be fair, she could have. She could have been like that with her own kids. But there's also been, like, a lot of years of neglect with her own children and, you know, ripping them away from their fathers. And she hasn't been the best mom. But this is great mom behavior. But I just love the fact that Nami has the chance to run, has the chance to let them kind of take each other out. But Nami is like, I'm going to stay here and crush her myself. But this is Nami. I mean, she was so protective of the children in Punk Hazard. She became a sort of mother figure for a lot of them. And she protected them so well. And Nami is just like a great mother figure. Beat Ulti to the ground. Do what you got to do. Do it together. But then I feel like after that, maybe there'll be a fight between Big Mom and Nami. But hey, if Usopp and Nami take on Big Mom and Nami ends up taking her down, that would be a fantastic Nami moment. Just saying. Do I believe that she could? I always believe in the Straw Hats. I believe that they can achieve anything. But do I realistically think that she could? No. I don't think she could. But, you know, she could still use the weather and stuff to her advantage. And, you know, Zeus and Prometheus could be manipulated. She's done it before. So yeah, I'm excited to see a sort of Big Mom and Nami collaboration. Oh, I also need to mention as well, before I go on to the next chapter, about Sanji kind of looking after Zoro a little bit. Like, poor Zoro, you've seen him, he's all bandaged up like that. And it's like up to Sanji to get him someplace where he can like kind of heal. Good grief, Zoro's had it rough, but the fact that Sanji is the one running with him and taking him to safety is just incredible, honestly. Like, I love seeing that. It's just so considerate. Anyway, where should I go to set you down? And it's just like, he's just made a little bit considerate to Zoro, which surprises me. So, another good moment for Sanji. I'll put it on the positives of Sanji in the Wano arc. Because he could literally have just, like, left him. I wouldn't have put it past him for him to just leave him where he found him, kind of thing, you know? Or just, like, ignore Law's instruction to take Zoro away. But, you know, he's looking after Zoro. I didn't think I'd live to see the day.
Chapter 1013, Anarchy in the BM, Big Mom.
Y'all are kidding me. Well, one, I was so sad for Zeus in this chapter. I mean, yes, he had an obligation to Big Mom. He didn't really mean those mean things he said to Nami. Oh, but the fact that he didn't want to die with everyone hating him. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, God, that hurts. I don't know if he's, like, fully gone, but it just looked like the new lightning cloud. What's her name again? Like, Hera? Run for safety, Nami. This is how I want to be remembered. Oh, the sweet, sweet cloud. And I was beginning to like Hera as well. I was, because as they were speaking to Prometheus, and they were talking to each other, and he was like, you know, you're here because I asked Mama for a girlfriend. And they just seemed like they could have, you know, been a good little team. But poor Zeus. Oh, literally, like, oh, as well. When he sees Nami running past, oh, it's Nami. And then Nami just turns the other way. He looks so heartbroken. Oh. I mean, if Orochi can turn out to be alive, then surely Zeus can too. Because that just kills me. Oh, and Big Mom as well. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Okay, it doesn't look like Big Mom is actually going to be a good ally. Which, honestly, I feel like I should have known all along. But I had hope. In fact, just what Kaido says at the end. Which again, oh my god, the end. Human beings don't give up hope. No, they can't give up hope. That's the problem. That's literally me right now with Zeus. And also Luffy too, because what? He's falling off the side of the island, down towards the sea. He's lost to Kaido again. Oh god. So I've no idea what happened there, but Luffy needs to get to the next gear, like stat. He needs to get to the next gear. But I'm just imagining how much more energy and stamina that will take from him. He'll end up being, unconscious probably for weeks after doing it. Gear 4 is so much on Luffy's body. To then get to this and he still can't beat Kaido. Oh my god. But Zeus, I'm gonna have to sit here and be sad for a little bit, to be honest. I didn't think I would ever care for a cloud. And yet here we are.
Chapter 1014, The Ham.
Guys, this is volume 100. It should be special. It should be special. It should have everyone on our side winning. It seems like the only person who's really thriving right now is Chopper a little bit. Even though, he's fighting Queen, he's not really getting... Well, he still thinks he's not doing too much, but he is. He actually is. But also the fact that he's a clown, what helped Chopper to extend his monster form. Get this list of chemicals and you can stretch that gigantification time to 30 minutes. Sure, there are risks, but you're not a coward, are you? So, I kind of worry a little bit about what will happen to Chopper when he comes out of Monster Point. But, it's going well with him. It's going fine. But, Luffy falling into the sea. Oh, God. It's interesting what Kaido said as well, actually. You couldn't beat Joy Boy either, it seems. So, did Kaido believe that he could have beaten Joy Boy too, at one point? At least a thought has crossed Kaido's mind about Luffy being Joy Boy, because it's definitely crossed my mind. This is not the end of Luffy, but it is intense and it is terrifying how he makes the announcement all over Wano, all over the island, really. All over the island about Luffy falling and being lost. And seeing everyone's reactions as that's happening is heartbreaking. It's so over. Can you imagine hearing that as a Straw Hat? It's, oh gosh, their captain, their friend. Oh, but then Kiku getting stabbed by that bastard again. Kanjuro, can he just fuck off? Can he just die now? Honestly, I was punching the air when Kinemon literally slashed the bastard. If anyone should close the curtains on my act, it ought to be you. Yeah, but why did you do it? Why have you done this? Oh, I'm still not over the betrayal. But please tell me this is the end of Kanjuro, because I just hate him so much. This needs to be his end. I want Kinemon to be the one who spelled the end for him. Honestly, hopefully she's okay though. I just lost Zeus the previous chapter. I cannot lose more people. And not Luffy too. Obviously he's not dead, but does this mean maybe the sea beasts might help him? Will that power where he could hear them kind of come back into play here? Will that help at all? Surely that will come back.
Chapter 1015, Chains.
Before I couldn't really speak too much because there was a lot of action happening and fights and whatnot, but now there's so much happening, just little bits though. For instance, is Zeus now kind of possessing Nami's climate baton? Her climate tact even? Where is it? Oh my god, oh there, look! She says my climate baton, but it's her climate tact, right? Zeus's face is right there. And he's hee hee, oh, does that mean he lives on? Does that mean he'll be part of Nami forever now? This will also help to make Nami more powerful though. That's really exciting. Love that Luffy and Momonosuke's connection was shown in this too, with Luffy, even though he's sinking to the bottom of the ocean, although the Heart Pirates seem to have found him, so they'll save him, it's all good. But the fact that he's projecting these messages to Momonosuke, did we see that in Zou? I might be remembering this wrong, but I think maybe it was actually Momonosuke was connecting to the elephant that was Zou and asking for permission to strike back at Jack. I remember that, but Momonosuke has that power, doesn't he? And Luffy's saying all of these things and telling Momonosuke to say them for him. Momo tell them that I'm going to be Kaido. He tells me that he will return to the battle, continue to fight as long as you still breathe. It's so uplifting after the devastating defeat in the previous chapter. It's damn, is this coming to an end? Or all hope was becoming lost. But as Kaido said, you know, us humans, we never stop hoping. We will still hope until our dying breath. Another thing I'm genuinely hoping for is Kinemon being alive. Because Kaido caught up with him. I'm actually scared that he might be dead. It was another amazing stand against Kaido. And I just, the flashbacks as well to Momonosuke trying to get used to calling him father when they were pretending to be father and son. And just like that kind of little time together. I care so much about Kinemon and Momonosuke now that I need them to be okay. I can't let this be Kinemon's end. No siree, no thank you. Love that Law and Kid are forming an alliance again. I always love it when they do that whole let's do an alliance thing. And now I wonder if there's going to be a fight between Kaido and Yamato. I would love to say that because I would love also for those chains to be severed between them and to see, I'd love to see Yamato at their full power as well in a fight. And I wonder if Kaido would hold back because, you know, Yamato's their child. So I don't know. I mean, he hasn't acted like a father though. He hasn't acted like a father at all. So I don't know if that's anything worth mentioning. Great fight as well with Sanji and Queen. Leave that dinosaur to me. Yes, we will. I wonder if he'll put on his suit again. I'm all for that as long as he doesn't go to any bathhouses. I finished volume 100 and now I'm going into volume 101. And I also know that the covers all form an image, 99, 100 and 101. So now I can finally say it. Volume 99's in the other room, so I can't get it right now, but I'll get it later. But I love it. I love it so much.
Chapter 1016. It's me, Otama.
Okay, so I had the same kind of questions that I had at the end of the last chapter. Kaido versus Yamato, which got delayed until the very end of this chapter where we got the same kind of question. But it did actually answer one of the questions, as in, is Kaido going to hold back with Yamato? But it looks like they're not going to. It looks like Kaido's going to go all in. So yeah, we do end it. I love what Yamato says as well. Luffy's the man Odin was waiting for, and until he returns, I'm going to hold you back. So I love that Yamato saying that. Also, Yamato saying, I'm going out to stay with Luffy. It is a little bit presumptuous. I'm not gonna lie, it is a little bit presumptuous. But I love that. You know, if Luffy can ask a skeleton to join the crew after just meeting them, after everything Yamato's proved to Luffy and to Wano and to Momonosuke and to Odin, then Yamato does deserve and belong on the Thousand Sunny. I would love to have them as a Straw Hat. I think that would be absolutely awesome. The main part of this chapter I loved, it was Nami and Zeus. I love that. Technically I'm not the same thing. Go ahead and give me a new name, Nami. Fluff. I am the mighty Zeus, right arm of Nami. Obviously he didn't like the name Fluff, which to be fair, it's not as intimidating as Zeus. I love that Zeus and Nami are reunited. I was about to smack Nami though when it first happened, because she says, what? Ew, I don't want a annoying talking weapon. Like, you just watched him like pretty much nearly die. In fact, yeah, a vision of him did die. Before his soul could be absorbed, the black balls that Nami threw helped, and he found himself in Nami's climate act. So be grateful, Nami. Be grateful. But I love that they're fighting together. And yeah, it's going to be so amazing watching them continue to fight as we go on. She ends up taking down Ulti. And she is one of the... What was it called again? Toby Ropo? Yeah, Toby Ropo. Two of the Toby Ropo are now out. First Page and now her. Yeah, Nami took down one of them. Oh, I'm so proud of her. And seeing her and Zeus fight together makes me so happy.
Chapter 1017. The Order.
Oh, I think we've just learned the origin of Luffy's devil fruit. 13 years ago, a devil fruit was stolen from a government ship, and when Straw Hat Luffy appeared 2 years ago, I was shocked to learn the truth. That Straw Hat had eaten the fairy gum fruit that was stolen from that ship. So is that where... Because this was a long time ago since I've read East Blue, but wasn't that a devil fruit that Shanks had? And then it turned out that Luffy ate it when his back was turned because he was hungry? So, like, did Shanks steal it from this government ship? I want to know more about this government ship now. Anyway, I didn't realise we would actually get something like that in amongst all of this as Jinbei's fighting Who's Who. So, yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. Baby Geezer is so cute. So cute. Ooh. So that must be a side effect from the Rumble Ball fair. But, I mean, he's just so cute. He's so tiny. Oh, my God. He's literally in the palm of her hands. Yeah, Zoro needs to hurry up and heal so he can get back to fighting. Sanji is still fighting Queen, so he needs to get his ass down. There's a lot of like refreshing our memory of like sides and stuff in this. And I love the fact that Toma, her plan has worked. When she shouts, you gotta change sides and fight for Big Bro Luffy and Momonosuke. And yeah, Big Kaido, a lot of the people turn, and that's amazing. That means we're getting so many more people on our side because of her power. She's just one incredible child. I love her. But yeah, now I'm excited to spend more time with Jinbei, and I also want to get back to Robin and Brook ASAP.
Chapter 1018, Jinbei versus Who's Who.
I'm very reluctant to say that Jinbei is knocked out Who's Who. The amount of times we've ended a chapter where someone looks like they've been knocked out. There's like some kind of devastating blow. And Jinbei has, enacted a devastating blow on Who's Who. But I can't tell you if Who's Who is out for the count. Like, it feels like everyone is still fighting. And I feel like maybe they are knocked out because we're starting to, what have I only got like 40, 39 chapters left? Surely now people are going to start falling on the opposite side. Like, we've had some people fall on our side. I mean, we have had some people fall on their side too, but it's just like, I just don't know. I like that Jinbei put Who's Who in their place when he said, don't you know casual racism against fishermen is out of style these days? Yeah, take that. Oh, actually, you know what moment I loved? Is when Nami and Zeus are talking, and Zeus says, hey Nami, can I be your servant like before? And Nami says, what do you mean absolutely not? But what do you say to sidekick? Oh, and he's just like so happy. Oh, this means he's sticking around with us forever until the end of One Piece now. Oh, I'm gonna be in cloud 9.
Chapter 1019, Hella Cytrops.
Okay, Frankie. Okay. I think he's definitely taken down Sasaki. I think he's taken down Sasaki. Still following along, so that's all good. Yamato's had a devil fruit and has transformed into this. I'm not 100% sure what this devil fruit is. Does it just turn them into a different animal? We've barely seen anything with Yamato and Kaido, to be honest. It's literally just the last 2 pages. So I'm a little bit sad about that. I'm sure we will get something a bit better later on, but at the minute it's just been like relegated to the end of a chapter, like very briefly. So I need to see more of that. I need to see them actually striking blows at one another. But I do love the fact that Luffy woke up demanding meat. I knew it. He needs meat. It's been so long since he's had some. He will be absolutely fine once he's had some meat. So hopefully the Heart Pirates have some on board. Otherwise we are screwed.
Chapter 1020, Robin versus Black Maria.
I got such a jump scare when Carabao came out of nowhere. I forgot he was even there. I forgot he was there. He's barely been in it for like what feels like 100 chapters. He is rooting for the winners, I think. He is rooting for us. Otherwise he'll never leave the island. So I believe that he is not going to do anything to backstab us, so that's fine. Oh my god, I am obsessed with Robin and Brook versus Black Maria and the ghoulies that are there. I need more of this. This is the fight I want to see. Oh, actually before that as well. Sorry, all over the place. Always is. So Yamato had a mythical type fruit and they can transform into a rare mythical wolf. A guardian spirit of Wano. That's really, really cool. And they look awesome in that form too. Like so cool. But that's only like brief. Honestly, every single time we get Yamato and Kaido, it's like 2 pages. But I'm not too bothered by it because it just means we get to go back to Kaido's castle, which should not be standing. It should all be rubble by now. All the fights that have been going on, people going through walls. The structure is not sound. That should have collapsed. And these guys were on the 3rd floor. Oh, but we got to see Robin's mother and Saul and Professor Clover as well. But it's Saul mainly who I love seeing again. Oh, it's so sad. And like seeing like Robin's face, I was a bit worried that she would fall for the trick. But she is Robin. She is Robin. She totally saw through the whole illusion mist thing. And this person here, this snake kind of person, looks a bit like the one from Amazon Lily. So I don't know if maybe they're related. But I don't think they are because I think they just look like that because they had a smile fruit. Maybe they're not related, but she does look very similar. But Robin and Brooke together, I think they're a fantastic pairing, especially when Brooke recalls, you know, years of practice in terms of illusions, because obviously he lost his crew and he's been so used to it, which again still breaks my heart. And Robin says, I suppose we have a lot in common. Brooke, yo ho ho, all those trials were for this very day. Oh, I just love you guys so much. Honestly, if you don't like Brooke, I don't understand you. I don't understand you. Robin, would you mind dangling me under your arm like this a bit longer? I love them fighting together. I love that Black Maria is trying to like prod Robin with like the whole Sanji stuff, trying to make her feel bad about Sanji begging for help, essentially. But Robin says, you don't need to know what it means that Sanji relied upon me for help. He is truly worthy of being one of the wings that support the King of Pirates. It's so epic. Like, this move is epic. Robin saying that to Black Maria is epic. Like, she doesn't have to tell you shit. She doesn't have to tell you anything. All she's going to do is whoop your ass and move on. But I do love Brooke going, Robin, do you mind if I leave her to you? And Robin saying, thank you, I was hoping you'd ask. Like, Robin's just like so pleasant. She's just so pleasant. I love her. And Brooke, meanwhile, I will take it upon myself to deal with a procession of ghoulies. And I do hate ghoulies. Oh, this is definitely the fight that I want to see the most.
Chapter 1021, Demonio.
Could nobody have told me sooner about this Robin thing? I can be a demon if I have to. What is this? What is this? A Robin? Holy shit. I did not expect her to turn into this. Just when it looked like she was about to lose, but then we got all those flashbacks with Sabo and Koala and like learning some some moves essentially. Oh, so she manages to do one of those moves that they taught her, but then she just becomes a demon. She becomes a demon. Ah. What are you even good for, demon child? Well, she's just fucking shown you. Oh my god. I am in such shock. Oh, Robin, what is this? Oh my god, Black Maria stood no chance. No chance whatsoever. And I was feeling so awful as well when he just kept saying, Black Maria, just keep punching and punching. Robin, I just felt so helpless and it looked like she was in pain and ah. Wow. Brooke also did a good move as well, don't get me wrong, but I just couldn't take my eyes off freaking Robin. What? Oh my god. Ah, ooh, ooh. Okay. Yeah. What else can you possibly do to me in this arc? That fight would have been amazing anyway if she just used that move that she learned from Sabo and Koala. But she had to go that one step further. Oh my god. She looks incredible though as this literal demon child. Oh, Black Maria's face. Oh, you regretted it. You rued the day. No, I loved that chapter again. This was definitely the fight that had me the most interested and the most excited, other than Kaido and Yamato. But like, oh god, how do we top it?
Chapter 1022, The Stars Take the Stage.
Are Zoro and Sanji getting along? Hey Twirly, once we conquer this battle, yeah, we're gonna catch a glimpse of Luffy as the king of the pirates. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that Zoro was finally healed. It feels like it's been taken ages to see him in action, and oh gosh, now they're in for it. I've been feeling like so drained from all of this fighting, but now that Zoro's kind of back on his feet, it's going to be great. I love what Mako says as well. It's time for the stars to take the stage after he said he's going to like step out a little bit. All right, I give up. I'm satisfied. that's it from me today. It's time for the stars to take center stage. And the stars he's referring to are the people of today, today's generation, essentially. The next big thing, again, like the Whitebeard era is over, unfortunately, but it's the Luffy era now. It's the Luffy era now, bitch. I love that Cat Viper is getting in on the action too. This is for Pedro. Get all of the hits in, please. Please take down also take down King, Queen. Just take all of them down. They're starting to piss me off. At least the Toby Ropo people are all knocked out, so they're down. But it's the rest of them. Come on. Have you seen that meme of Judge Judy when she's like that? That's me to them. As if I could be any faster if I was fighting them.
Chapter 1023, Spitting Image.
Wow, Momonosuke, he's all grown up. He's now, how old, 28? He's 28, so does that mean he's older than his younger sister again? Was she 26? So all is right in the world. This is awesome. I mean, I feel bad though because he was 8 and now he's just suddenly 28. Like, he's just missed a whole chunk of his life. Do you know what he's just given up for this moment? To be able to be strong enough and big enough to help Luffy in this fight against Kaido? To be a dragon as big as that? Like, oh my gosh, I've just realized the implications of that. He's just given up 20 years of his life. He's given up his, well, important years, really, like teen years, the rest of his childhood. He's barely had a child. Oh, that's so sad. And he's given, honestly, the kids in this arc, Momonosuke and Izutama, they've just, I did not think I liked kids. Apart from my own niece and nephews, but yeah, they've proven me wrong. They've proven me wrong. That is so epic. The only other thing I really want to say is, I mean, 2 other things I want to say. Zoro and Sanji, love them fighting together. Even though they always give each other grief, it's fantastic. It's one of the reasons why I still like Sanji. The fact that he does this with Zoro. But I love the observation of Zoro that they're having. They're talking about a god of the blade, in that Zoro is a spitting image of Ushimaru, daimyo of Ringo, in his youth. Even his style with his sword is the same. And especially when you consider that Ryume was also a mighty one-eyed samurai. Lord Ushimaru was a descendant of Ryume, the god of the blade. And the fact that they were a one-eyed samurai, pretty much just like Zoro. Like, whatever happened to his eye, I actually don't know. I don't think we ever found out. But yeah, Zoro, he's got his other eye closed and there's a scar on it. So Zoro is also a one-eyed samurai right now. Interesting. So is this connecting to Zoro somehow? Is he a descendant of that person? Is he related to the samurai he fought in Thriller Bark? That is huge.
Chapter 1024, So-and-So.
Okay, I did like how in this chapter we do get a little bit of a flashback with Yamato and Kaido. We got to see a little bit of how Kaido would treat Yamato as a child, such as like locking them in the cave for a month so that they can starve, because they've been declaring that they're Odin since they were a child. It's amazing to see how much Odin meant to Yamato and seeing that amazing legacy live on and how other people can inspire other people to be better. I wonder who this person was. So Kaido also locks Yamato in this cave with 3 other samurai who should want Yamato dead, but they don't. That's amazing. That is amazing. But who is this guy? He looks familiar. He says, just call me so-and-so. But he looks like I should know him. So I'm wondering if I do know him and I'm supposed to know who that is. That was very nice of them. So yeah, Kaido's always wanted to kill Yamato, it seems, because Yamato says that they're Odin, which fair. If I was in Kaido's shoes, okay. If your child is saying that they're your enemy, then what can you do? But no, it was nice to get a bit of a past story with Yamato so that I could understand them a bit better, you know?
Chapter 1025, Twin Dragons.
Wow, all of the illustrations at the end here are absolutely gorgeous. I love that we've ended this volume 101, with all of that. I mean, look, you've even got Ace on this one. Got Sabo. Like, these are stunning. I would love to see these in colour. Oh, can you imagine, like, having big paintings of these on the wall? It would look stunning. Anyway, I freaking loved Momonosuke and Luffy in this chapter so much. Poor Momonosuke. Luffy is trying to guide him, but this is the first time he's flying with this adult dragon body. So, like, obviously it's not going to come naturally to him. But it's so funny to watch him struggling to navigate flying. It's hilarious. Oh, bless him, though. My body will not move. I don't care. Are you still afraid of heights, even as an adult? Silence, hold your tongue. I love that everyone was getting confused by him as well. People are like, is that Kaido? No, he's the wrong colour. That's not Kaido. But there can't be two dragons. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The best possible way of fighting Kaido is with a dragon, isn't it? Like, so now Luffy and Momonosuke together can do something against him. I don't know, especially since Yamato has like literally put up a really good fight against their father. And the fact that Kaido keeps trying to say about friends, but they're actually alone. But Yamato, I mean, I did have friends. And then you see a little flashback to Ace again. But also they're samurai friends. But Kaido, everyone who ever showed favor to you is dead. Like, he's such a bastard. He's so horrible. He's so mean. But, you know, as a villain, fair enough. No, just fantastic seeing Momonosuke flying, attempting to fly, getting things in his eyes because he keeps crashing into things. But I love the like surprise on Kaido's face at the end there. How did you survive, Straw Hat? Who is that dragon? Name yourself. It's just the perfect ending of this chapter. Nothing you do is going to kill me. I'm the man who will be king of the pirates. Literally, nothing is going to kill him until he's king of the pirates. Literally. And Momonosuke getting the courage and the bravery to face Kaido. And he says, and my name is Kazuki Momonosuke, the man who will be Shogun of Wano. Oh. But the world doesn't need two dragons. You're absolutely right. So die, Kaido. Oh, but this interaction between Yamato and Luffy as well. You were holding Kaido back for us? That's great. Thanks. And he also calls Yamato Yamo. I just love how we can have this like really serious battle and then just like, hey, it's you too. Hi, thanks for holding them back. You know, it's just like such a normal, nice interaction amongst all of this chaos. But I finished volume 101. Now I'm on my final physical volume of One Piece, volume 102. And then it's digital.
Chapter 1026, The Pivotal Clash.
Oh my god, finally, Jack is out. Prospero is out. Finally, like, some big players are getting out now, and I'm just so happy about that. Especially now that I think the main fight with Kaido is really starting now. Momonosuke and Luffy fighting against him, Momonosuke not knowing what to do. Bless him, he's learning as he's going. I love that. As long as I'm alive, I have infinite chances to win. Yes, Luffy, as long as you're breathing, you've got this. But it was a great moment when Momonosuke actually bit Kaido, because he was combating it in his head. He was too scared. He was far too scared, but he could remember his mum. He remembered his dad and was like, you know what, this man is ruining everything. He's ruined my family. And now he has nothing else to be scared of. Luffy said it best. You just bit an Emperor of the Sea. There is literally nothing else you should be scared of now. So hopefully Momonosuke really comes into his power as a dragon and fights back. But, you know, it's okay if he does need a little bit more time. He's still, even though he's a big dragon now, he's still 8 years old, really. Like, he hasn't had the development after that, but he's just, yeah. Orochi needs to die, though, because he's just being a little creep.
Chapter 1027, Danger Beyond Imagining.
Oh, I'm very interested to see what King's face looks like, because Zoro's just managed to slice it. I'm trying to see if I can tell if I know them already, but it's really not a lot to go off of, so I'm just going to respect that I don't know who that is under the mask. I really just feel like we're nearing the end of the arc, because, I mean, even though I know there's like another 30 chapters, just with the time frame, because in about 5 minutes, the island will most likely drop onto the capital. So now I love it that Yamato and Momonosuke are trying to stop that from happening. But I'm so proud of Momo for creating the clouds and flying. and flying. I love that design. I don't know, I've never read a book, or I don't know from mythology, the dragon lore where they create the clouds under their feet. I don't know if this is new to One Piece or if that's from actual legend and myth, but I've never read a story where a dragon's done that. They've just always flown with their wings, but obviously these are so different. They don't have wings, so they use the clouds to move, to fly. Oh, that's so epic though. It's so cool. It's just such a spectacle at this point. Luffy and Kaido going at it while Momonosuke and Yamato are like flying around trying to stop this island from falling onto the land below. Well, where there's people anyway. It's just, I loved Luffy's grin when Yamato said, "You want to take Kaido for yourself, don't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." Oh, he's just so cute. But also terrifying because he's so strong and powerful. And he is about to kick Kaido's butt.
Chapter 1028, Brachiosnackus.
Oh shit, what is happening to Sanji? It seems his body is, well, it hasn't been the same in a while. I remember him complaining a few chapters back about him feeling weird and like Zoro having a dig at him, which, of course, he looks so odd. He looks so weird like that. What's wrong with my body? I hope I didn't awaken latent powers like theirs. So is he like turning into what his brothers and sister are? Like a bit like monster-like? Oh no, is that because he used the stupid suit to use it in the bathhouse to be invisible? So maybe this could actually be a great direction for Sanji. I don't really know the full implications of what that means if that does happen. So I should probably be biting my tongue until I understand it better. Yeah, I wonder if he's actually going to put on the suit again just to get himself back to full strength or to feel normal. Like, I don't know what's going on there. But oh my god, Rob Lucci, we got to see him again. And like the world government's coming to Wano so that they can take over once Kaido is down, which they better not try to take over Wano, I tell you. Rob Lucci, there's one more order about a member of the Straw Hat crew. Bring back Nico Robin. Can he just leave her alone? He's been obsessed with her since Water Bloody 7. Like, leave her alone. Leave the poor girl alone. She's been running her entire life. And she's sick of it. She's found her family, okay? Leave her alone. But it was actually pretty awesome to see Rob Lucci again.
Chapter 1029, The Tower.
So at first I was like, I don't know if I really like care that much about the Killer and Hawkins fight. But then Killer cut off Basil Hawkins's left arm. Because Kid doesn't have a left arm. In that moment just like shocked me. I was like, what is it with people dismembering people in this arc? That image alone is just so brutal and vile and nasty, and it just came off. He just slices it off. How did you cut off my arm? The damage should have gone to Kid has no left arm. Oh gosh, Killer is incredible. I haven't mentioned them much, but I do really like them. And Basil Hawkins as well. Strawman card, Death Upright, Card of Destruction, falls, Strawman falls, and then Basil Hawkins pulls the Tower. And I am a little bit versed in reading tarot a little bit. Like, I do know vaguely what the Tower is in stuff like that. So it was just an epic end to that fight with Basil Hawkins. So it definitely looks like he is down for the count. Like, he is KO'd. Got to be. Absolutely got to be. And now Kid, his body's feeling much lighter, much better. He can do it now. He can fight and beat Big Mom. I believe in him. Somebody needs to bloody end that fight.
Chapter 1030, Echoing the Impermanence of All Things.
I think that's all I have to say about that chapter.
Chapter 1031, Warrior of Science.
I'm so proud of Sanji, honestly, for crushing the can, or whatever you call it, which activates the Germa suit. He's literally saying goodbye to that past. Did he actually hurt a woman? Like, he can't remember doing it. Did he actually hurt her? Like, is this the first time he's actually hurt a woman? If a woman's in front of you and they're about to kill you, for instance, you need to defend yourself, Sanji, and he won't do that when they're a woman. I want him to fight back, but unfortunately, it looks like this poor woman is innocent and, like, she hasn't done anything wrong, and the fear in her eyes, oh, that kind of fear cuts deep, you know? It's so heartbreaking. Especially for someone like Sanji, who his vowed never to hurt a woman, especially when you flash back to the Vinsmoke brothers and when they beat the poor woman up in Whole Cake Island. That's gonna cut deep. Farewell Jerma, farewell women's bath. Like literally, thank fuck. Thank fuck he doesn't have that anymore. So I'm proud of him for getting rid of that. Big Mom, seriously. Oh, like, God love her. But I need this fight to be over. Like, she's gotten even bigger. Like, she didn't need to get any bigger. She was already big enough. She was already big and scary enough. But even look at her eyes. Like, she's gone crazy. And she's not even having one of her hunger pangs. Did she get rid of a year of her own life? I'll use an entire year of my lifespan. Anything less won't strengthen me. So yeah, she's desperate. She is desperate. The fact that Law and Kid are actually doing something to her and she's feeling more pain than she has in decades, that's huge. So it does show Big Mom's desperation, which hopefully means that the fight will be coming to an end soon, even though Big Mom is bigger and stronger now. Judge Judy, you know? Hello, do you want me to read the next chapter to you, Ash? Do you want me to read the next chapter? The cats are sick of me reading, honestly.
Chapter 1032, Odin's Beloved Blade.
Okay, so obviously a couple of chapters ago I was just like, that's all I gotta say about that chapter. I mean, yes, all the battles were still continuing and stuff. In this chapter, what happened in that chapter is kind of coming to fruition. So Kanjuro has made this flame apparition that's going further and further down the castle towards the armory. And it's obviously a bad thing. It's destroying things. So yeah, it's mainly coming into fruition. In this chapter, the main thing that stood out to me in this chapter is Zoro with Enma and what it does to him. We saw this earlier when he first like used the sword in what it did to him, but you managed to get back to normal. But this looks painful. Looks terrible. And he even says, Enma is what? What is Enma? Something really bad's happening, I think. Something really bad, something really terrible, I don't know. Just, again, still loads of fighting. I have nothing to say about. I'm sorry.
Chapter 1033, Shimotsuki Kozaburo.
Oh, I'm gonna promise to keep to my captain and to my best friend. Oh. Question. Is he, when he's saying best friend, does he mean Luffy or does he mean his childhood friend who, you know, he vowed to be the greatest swordsman ever for her memory? But it could be both, right? It could also be both. Because I just love the fact that Zoro would call Luffy his best friend. It's just like, oh, they're best friends, you know? Like, oh, that's so beautiful. So much to take in regards to Zoro and his swords and the origins of it and the old man who used to live in his village, you know, like who used to be a samurai of Wano. Kind of like the theory of curse swords and what they should and shouldn't do. And, you know, it's lots of really exciting and amazing revelations to do with Zoro's past and what led him to this moment, the swords he's gotten since then. The sword Enma as well has such personality. The way that Zoro's like, who gives you permission to unleash your power? And it just like seems like a character of its own. It has a life of its own. Seeing Zoro trying to adapt to that, but also incorporate maybe his hockey, so you intend to be a king then. That's right, got a promise to keep to my captain. He's going to be the best swordsman ever. But I think it's absolutely brilliant and genius, the fact that we have this connection to Zoro's childhood. The way it just goes back to that, it was beautiful, it was amazing. I love that connection so much. And especially for such an important fight for Zoro in Wano, and the connection between Wano and his hometown. It's just, oh god. Like, even though, yes, the fighting to me is like starting to blur for me, like just, you know, not because it's late or anything, but just because so much fighting has happened. That's just been like the main thing for the past like 40 odd chapters really. So it's a lot. It is a lot, but I love the fact that we do have these moments and these fights that actually mean so much and connect to the past too.
Chapter 1034, Sanji versus Queen.
Okay, so it was Queen. It was Queen who hurt that woman before, and Sanji just thought that he did it when he didn't. So that's a huge relief, actually, and also drives Sanji to fight back even harder, knowing that his powers tied into Hawkeye is what makes him stronger and able to overcome Queen finally, by the way. Hopefully that's the end of Queen. Seriously, I do not want to see them again. I'm sick of seeing them. Same about King too. Both of them can just get lost. I'll be so happy if this is the end of that battle. But Sanji put up a really good fight. I'll give it to him. He is still very resistant of his family's heritage, which I really admire, even when Queen is shouting things and he's like, so there's no such thing as freedom of speech anymore? Yeah, no sir. No sir, there's not.
Chapter 1035, Zoro versus King.
Oh, that was my final chapter in a physical book. Oh, I'm so sad. After this, it's digital. It's digital. Oh god, that was my final chapter. I was so sad reading this entire chapter. I mean, not sad as in the contents of it, but just sad that for the very first time of reading One Piece, it's the last time I'll be reading it physically in a volume, a bind-up volume for the first time. I mean, as soon as volume 103 comes out, I'll reread the chapters, but like, that's a reread. It's not a first time. Oh god, I'm so sad, but also a huge relief as well, I guess, to know that I'm that much closer to catching up and also that much closer to the One Piece. But fantastic, fantastic fight between Zoro and King. And I feel, well, I don't feel much, not gonna lie. I totally understand the connection and the parallel with, like, say, Kaido being the sort of Luffy character and King being the sort of Zoro character, and how Kaido tells him, from this day on, you're my right-hand man. So obviously King looked up to Kaido and fought for him to be the king of the pirates, just like Zoro was fighting for Luffy to be king of the pirates. So I totally get that connection and that parallel, and I do feel so bad that, you know, he's being defeated, and Kaido's gonna eat shit. He's not getting that One Piece. He's gonna eat shit. So I do feel bad that that's gonna happen to their crew when you relate it to, like, the Straw Hats and their goal and their roles. I feel like I should care more because I can totally see from their shoes, from their perspective. But I just don't at this point. I just want everyone to be defeated. Don't get full of yourself. Kaido is the man who will be king of the pirates. He literally sounds like the Straw Hats when they talk about Luffy. So I do feel bad that they've kind of crushed his dream by well, I'm sure Zoro's defeated him after this chapter. I'm pretty sure. There's no coming back from this. And with Sanji defeating Queen in the previous chapter, which also probably speaks to their roles as well, Zoro being king and Sanji being queen. You know what I mean? Not that I'm saying I prefer one over the other, but I prefer one over the other. One of them is king to me. So this was another epic, amazing fight for Zoro. It might actually be my favorite Zoro fight. I finished volume 102, my final physical volume. Time to start reading digitally.
Chapter 1036, Bushido is the way of death.
Guys, this is a moment in history because I've just read my first chapter digitally. I'm using the Shonen Jump app on the website, the Viz Media website. So I read chapter 1036 digitally. So that was the first one. Oh my god. You know, I thought I was going to struggle with it because I don't usually like reading on computer screens. I mean, if it's on a Kindle, that's usually fine. But when it's on a screen, I look at screens all day, every day anyway, and it's a pain. But actually, I didn't struggle in having the panels a little bit bigger than what it would be like in the printed volumes really helps too. Actually, I got to see a little bit more. I did not hate it, but that was a good chapter. Zoro definitely took down King, which is something that I thought he did do in the end of the previous chapter, but it was actually confirmed in this one. And now they're kind of worried. The people who are talking about the battle and keeping tabs on it, they're kind of worried about what will happen if the new generation win. So I feel like that's like so interesting, considering they're saying like, oh, the tides of wind will change, it will change everything, and it's just, yeah, there's so much riding on this battle, which, you know, it has been going on for a while, but hey, World War II went on for 6 years, and even the roots of World War II started long before that too. So, you know, like, it's fine. I do feel heavily invested. I do feel like we're getting somewhere too, especially since at the end of the chapter we had Luffy and Kaido being like, I'm having fun now, so am I. You know, it's really cool. And also, yeah, I totally forgot as well, if Kaido gets defeated, then the island will just drop where it is. So it's really important that Yamato and Momonosuke get the island away from the capital. So they need to time this like so well. They really need to time it well. Luffy can't just up and defeat him just at any given moment, which I want him to do. I want him to be able to defeat him and not have to worry about the timing of it. Just like, if he can get it done, get it done. But no, there's like a little bit more play there, and that's a little bit concerning. Usopp shouting, "I cling to life with snot running from my nose if I have to. I don't care if it looks pathetic. I survive, it's what I do, and it's the entire reason I'm standing here alive today." So I mean, just like another justification that not everybody needs to really get physical in all of the fights. I mean, yes, Usopp can defend and he can attack, but like his main thing isn't really getting himself involved in the nitty gritty of the battle, a bit like how Chopper, he is more medicine. So I like that moment too. And it's just so good, actually. It's so handy just having the chapter up and just being able to scroll left, right, whenever I need to go back on the chapter. So that's pretty cool. Maybe I might end up loving this digital reading. Who knows?
Chapter 1037, Drunken Dragon Bagua.
Oh my god, Zanisha! Like, Zo is coming up behind the world government ships that are on the way to Wano. And it looks terrifying behind them as well. Like, I wish I had the actual volume so I could, like, show you guys the panels and stuff. But, like, that's actually kind of terrifying to see that huge elephant behind them. The eyes, the way it's, like, shrouded in darkness. Oh, I'd hate to be on one of those world government ships. I was starting to get a little bit worried about Kaido being too ridiculous in a way, because he starts, like, drinking and, like, getting drunk. But he actually said, like, a really cool and interesting thing is when he says, "This means I've accepted you." And if he's cocky enough to have alcohol and to even risk weakening himself, because I don't know about you guys, but once I'm drunk, I'm all over the place. Like, I would not be able to partake in a fight like this. So the fact that Kaido can just get himself drunk in this huge fight and feel comfortable enough to do it, but also the way that he's like, "I've accepted you," to Luffy. "I wouldn't make myself weaker, it's a sign that I've accepted you. I wonder how long it's been since I fought someone who could truly go toe-to-toe with me." Like, literally, Luffy is incredibly holding his own. I definitely feel like, and a lot of people have said this, especially my channel members too, have said that I should watch the anime. I mean, there's just like so many panels of movement and fighting, and while it still looks incredible, I do think it will translate really well in the anime so that I can actually see how they're moving, their movements are like translating, you know, where people are and stuff, because sometimes it's like a close-up shot of either Luffy or Kaido's face and there's like so many lines, and yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit hard to follow, but it still looks incredible. Yeah, just saying, Luffy just really, he's just being incredible. I can't even explain it. He's just impressing me so much to see just how far he's come. I think there's some kind of devil fruit that's been awakened or something. That fruit is only a legend now even to us. It has not awakened for centuries upon centuries. And then someone says, then why would the world government bother to give that one specific devil fruit another name? It's to erase that fruit's name from the annals of history, isn't it? So there's like a devil fruit. So, I mean, hang on, right? If the world government can erase this devil fruit from existence and pretend like it didn't exist, that's why I'm thinking they have a huge part to play in the 100-Year Void. I don't trust the world government at all. They're covering something up, and they must have done something really terrible. Oh, you know, like, they've got to have a reason to do that. But if they can do that to this devil fruit, whatever the devil fruit means, whatever it is, and why it's kind of like being dormant for centuries upon centuries, like, what is it? What is it? Is this a devil fruit that is going to be like the most powerful devil fruit in the world? Will it give whoever has it the most powerful powers in the world? You know, like, what is going on? Have we seen this devil fruit before? Is it somewhere we've already been? I'm just so intrigued. Like, every single chapter that goes by, there's something else I've got to keep my eye on.
Chapter 1038, Kid and Law versus Big Mom.
Right, I haven't finished the chapter yet, but is that the Grim Reaper? Is that the Grim Reaper there? About to get Zoro? What in the world? I mean, firstly, Chopper, he's returned to normal. It reminds me of, you know, Luffy when he would do his gears back in the day when he would turn teeny tiny. It reminds me a little bit of that. And yeah, he's saying, in exchange for a temporary burst of extreme healing, Zoro will have to suffer twice the damage later, right? I hope he was able to win his fight. I mean, he was so injured he couldn't move, and now it's doubled. He's not going to die, is he? The Grim Reaper? Is that the Grim Reaper? Because it looks like the Grim Reaper to me. Oh my god. No, don't do it. Stop. What's going on? My body won't move. Oh my god. How far did he go? Frankie, go and save him. Frankie, do something really, really great. And I'll love you forever. For a second there, I thought Law had actually killed Big Mom with that massive sword. And it just like goes through her... It looks like it goes through her face. Like, how in the world does she not die from that? Seriously. Even the people are shouting, Big Mom's dead. But no, she's like fine, really. I mean, it was a great move that Law did, and it's probably weakened Big Mom. But even she's like, come on, like, we're done here, I'm getting tired, it's time to put an end to this. I'm like, same, Big Mom, same. I'd rather die than let you go to the roof. Kid and Law fighting Big Mom, incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've got no words for it, honestly, at this point. It's just, it's too good. It's too good. Yamato's reached some, like, massive explosives, so hopefully Yamato can, like, stop that from happening, stop anything from exploding. But the Zoro and Grim Reaper thing, though, it looks like the Grim Reaper. It's not Brook, is it? Like, in disguise? Why would it be Brook? That's the thing, though. Why would it be Brook? Okay, this is odd. This is odd. Frankie doesn't look like he's too far away from them, according to the map. That I love when Oda puts in there so I know where people are. So he doesn't look too far from Zoro, but he needs to hurry up because he's about to swipe Zoro. Like, does that mean he's going to take Zoro's life? Like, is it Zoro's time to die? That can't be right. That can't be right. Okay, I'm hoping that the next chapter is when Big Mom gets taken down because it is time to put an end to this.
Chapter 1039, Top Billing.
Your era is over? Is Big Mom finally down? Is she finally down? Come on. Like, I hope so. I really do hope so. Oh, God, again, like, my heart was in my mouth during this chapter because that misery thing that Big Mom does, oh, I honestly wish I could show you. It looks terrifying. Burn him to death, misery. Yes, mama. It just looks terrifying. Oh my gosh, I got so scared as well. Law was like, look, the next move I do, it'll be the last move I do because I won't have the energy to get back up afterwards. So it's like, this is now or never. This is do or die. And like, after miseries come up, I was like, there's no chance. There's no chance in hell. But Law and Kid, even though they're arguing with one another, like, don't give me orders, well, shut up and just do it. You know what I mean? It's like, they're kind of a bit like Sanji and Zoro in a way. Like, even though they do butt heads, they still manage to work so well together. And they just don't even realize it, really. It was so epic, though. It was so epic. Oh, gosh, yeah. And when Big Mom's, like, bones were broken, but then she ends up, like, giving life back to her bones so that she can heal herself. Like, that's incredible. What a great, fantastic move. But it was still weird and just a bit nasty to see her arm, like, in an awkward angle. Ooh. It's not even, like, the wrist bit. It's, like, this bit here. It's, like, this bit got broken. Ugh. So that was rather disgusting. But, oh my god, please say that's the end of the fight with Big Mom. I will be so happy. So happy if it is. But, oh, damned punk. Boom. Your era is over. Come on, that has to be it. Like, that is a mic drop moment from Law right there. Come on, she can't get back up after that. There's no other mic drop moment that Law or Kid could possibly do after this, you know? Your era is over. You can't top that. So stay down, Big Mom. Stay down.
Chapter 1040, Wasted Words on Young Ears.
Finally. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. Oh, Battle of the Performance Floor Under the Dome. Winner, Eustace, Captain Kidd, and Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Oh my god, that was exhausting, but so incredible at the same time. That's one of the Emperors of the Sea down. One more to go. Oh, that was epic. I genuinely, when she got back up at the start of this chapter, I was like, fuck. Stay down. Stay down. And then she goes, life or slavery, and it's the soul pokers that she's doing. And it's like, come on. You gotta end this charade now. Even there, like, you've outlived your welcome. But I love the move that Trafalgar Law did. It meant that she couldn't make a sound. All the sound vanished, and she wasn't able to do all of the moves that she wanted to do, or, you know, like, command like she wanted to command. So then just like this epic moment of like this huge explosion, and also kind of like flashbacks, not exactly flashbacks, but just in like dialogue, internal dialogue bubbles of Big Mom cursing Roger for starting a new age of piracy. Easy for you, you're dying, but when those kids rise up all over the world, we'll be the ones who will have to deal with them. And yeah, it's like those damned kids, you know? Gotta respect your elders. And that's exactly what Big Mom is like trying to say and do here. But your era is over, honey. Your era is over. And just look at that. She's down. She is down. Kid and Law are the winners. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible to watch. Zanisha is coming to Wano, indeed a companion of Joy Boy who committed a crime 800 years ago. I remember in Zou, there was some kind of reason, like they were condemned. I remember, yeah, because there was a mention of Zanisha committing a crime. And I had no idea what it is. And I don't think I do know? I don't know. It wasn't mentioned, was it? I don't think so. But yeah, it's here. Momonosuke, indeed a companion of Joy Boy who committed a crime 800 years ago. So Zanisha must be coming because Joy Boy is coming, which is not going to be Kaido. I still think it might be Luffy. Or just like a totally different mythological creature called Joy Boy that might just appear out of nowhere from all of this destruction, all of this chaos that's happened. Maybe like now is the time that Joy Boy will come and end it all. That is a possibility. But the fact that Zanisha's here just proves that Joy Boy is on their way. I can feel it ramping up now. I can feel it like, well, ramping up. Big Mom's now defeated, so like maybe we're cooling down a little bit. I don't know. Like it's so unpredictable. Oh gosh, but I'm just so glad Big Mom's down. I am. That was incredible. Law and Kid. Oh, they better get like billion berry bounties after this. I swear, they are just incredible to watch.
Chapter 1041, Komurosaki.
Is Kaido crying for Big Mom? Wow. Tears in his beer. I've known that old hag a long time. And just after we swore an oath to claim the One Piece together, do I feel a little bit bad for them? Maybe a little bit. They did have a goal. They did have a dream. But Luffy is amazing at stopping bad people from achieving their dreams. So, you know, he has left an entire country to starve. He has done some awful, awful things. Kaido and Big Mom. So this is only deserving. They don't deserve to have the One Piece. Even when we do get a little bit of a flashback between Lin Lin and Kaido's first meeting, I guess. Only 15, you're so young. Is this your first time teaming up with Rocks? Don't trust him, he's a scoundrel. You have any trouble, just tell me. I'm Lin Lin, and I'm going to be king of the sea. So, yep, she had a dream. And that dream is over. And that's all thanks to the new generation. And Luffy is about to stop Kaido from achieving his dream. I can just feel it. He is saying this is my final Gear 4. I'm not going to stop until I've completely run out of strength. I'm going to drive you out of Wano if it's the last thing I do. I believe you, Luffy. And now that Zanisha is here and ready to obey Momonosuke, but Momonosuke is saying, if it would mean exposing the people of Wano to danger, I do not wish to open the borders. Am I simply a coward, Yamato? So, Momonosuke, you need to get your act together. He's nothing if not dramatic. He is, I mean, I know he's only a child, really. I mean, no, he's 28 now, but he's still an 8-year-old in my head, and he probably is still an 8-year-old in his brain. So, like, he still has a long way to come, but he needs to decide. he needs to decide to open the border of Wano. But there was a page missing from the journal, Odin's journal. Father tore out the page with the most crucial part, like about the One Piece and stuff. So I'm glad that they don't have an easy answer to, like, what is the One Piece? Where is the One Piece kind of thing, you know? But I love the fact that Zanisha is there. Okay, Zoro as well. Frankie has managed to save him, but he was falling from the island. Talk to me, Zoro, you ain't dead, are you? Is he dead? Like, his face, he's got, like, the black eyes, the blood running down. Reminds me a little bit of Thriller Bark when he takes on Luffy's pain and nothing happened. It reminds me a little bit of that, like, his face. So maybe he's just taken so much pain again that it almost kills him. But fortunately, Frankie's, like, grabbed him. So, like, he isn't going to fall off this island because that's just awful if he did. There's loads to take in, honestly. There's just bloody loads to take in.
Chapter 1042, The Victor Needs No Epithet.
That CP0 bastard. What? Luffy literally just said, one more hit and if that doesn't work then I've lost. And then that CP0 bastard, don't know his name, don't care to know his name, he's a bastard, interrupted or distracted Luffy, meaning Kaido's hit Luffy, and even Kaido looks a bit shocked. Even Kaido's eyes a bit like, CP0? The absolute prick. The audacity to interrupt this fight, distract Luffy. Oh my god, I'm so mad. Kill him. Execute him. I don't care if he has a family, I don't care about his backstory, just kill him. What an absolute twat. Oh, God's sake. Oh my gosh, I thought we were nearing the end. Because literally, Luffy just said one more hit and then that's it. He's got nothing else to give. What, are you kidding me? After all of that? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking kill him myself. I'm gonna kill him myself. I'm so furious. I'm so mad. Okay. I don't know what else to say. It's like... So now does that mean, well, Luffy will need to get back up if he can and take out both of them at this point, honestly. Unless Kaido might take the CP0 bastard out, because I don't think Kaido's going to stand for someone interrupting their fight. It's unfair. And Kaido and Luffy, like Kaido even said, like, it's been a long time since I've been able to go toe-to-toe with someone who can actually take my strength. So there's a level of respect there between Kaido and Luffy. I don't think Kaido's going to stand for this. I don't think Kaido's... I mean, I want Kaido to take the CP0 bastard down, and then I want Luffy to take down Kaido, you know? Like, there's no redeeming either of them at this point. CP0 bastard and Kaido. There's no redeeming either of them, but I will respect Kaido if he takes him down for what he just done. Absolutely not. It's a bit like the fight with Katakuri in Whole Cake Island, when Katakuri's awful ass sister, who was so annoying and I wish she died. Honestly, I'm such a bitch. When she weakened Luffy, when Katakuri didn't even ask for her help, and so Katakuri weakened himself to get on the same level as Luffy, hopefully that's the kind of the same thing that will happen here. There's got to be a level of respect for the battlefield here. Oh my god, I hate the CP0, CP9, I hate any of the Cypherpol pricks that are in this world. I just get rid of all of them. Just get rid of them. I hate them. I hate them so much. I hate him.
Chapter 1043. Let's face death together.
No. Okay, I've just started reading the chapter. No. They are not declaring Kaido as the winner right now. Absolutely fucking not. After not that prick, that cheating bastard just did that. Battle on the roof of the Skull Dome. Winner, Kaido King of the Beast. Fuck off with that. So fuck off with that. I demand a recount. Stop the count. Oh, kill him, Kaido, kill him. So you're prepared for what happens next? Kaido, crush him into the fucking ground. No, Straw Luffy is not dead. Shut up. What? So is Kaido just letting him get away with it? Where is your leader? I must have Momonosuke's surrender. Are you not going to sort that bastard out? I've been swearing so much in this video. I apologise. I do. That's not a victory. That is not a victory. Come the fuck on. That is not a victory. Shut up. If anyone else wishes to challenge me, step forward. What? So you can cheat again? So you can cheat again? Is that what you want to do? Straw Hat's voice has vanished. Fuck off with that. Get out. Get out. Yeah, that's right, Nami. There's no way Luffy lost. Because they cheated. You're a liar, I don't believe you. Yeah. Bring Momonosuke to me. I'm angry. And also, where is Zoro? Like, is Zoro okay? I'm just worried about Zoro. Oh, I wonder if Momonosuke now will actually... or maybe Momonosuke is Joy Boy. Maybe Momonosuke is Joy Boy. Okay, so maybe... I mean, I did want Luffy to win. I did. I feel like maybe this is Momonosuke's time to shine, right? If he can, like, build up the courage to do it. Like, Yamato is trying to talk to them to do this. That will only add more bodies to the pile. Momonosuke just do it. Even Kaido is deeply wounded. Exactly, listen to Yamato. That my only option is surrender. Get Kaido while he is weaker. Exactly, surrender is not the same as salvation. Yamato, you're speaking facts. You are spitting truth. Oh, if you're going to let it go to waste, then let's face death together. Oh, hopefully Momonosuke won't let that come to that, though. Oh, Luffy. What is it, Sanisha? Oh, I heard the drums of liberation for the first time in 800 years. He is here. Joy Boy has returned. Is that Luffy? Oh my god, what? Is that the transformation? I thought it was Gear 5. Joy Boy, that's Luffy. I thought that's what I said. He's smiling. Joy Boy has returned the drums of liberation. And that's the end of the chapter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so maybe it's not over. Maybe it's not over. Maybe Luffy is actually Joy Boy. Okay, maybe this is like one of those cliffhangers that I didn't. Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Okay, Joy Boy has returned. I think Luffy's Joy Boy. Oh my god, I did predict that. I did predict it. But I don't. Maybe something's gonna happen here. I don't know. I need to read the next chapter so I can totally get that. But what? Oh my god, that was an epic end of that chapter, though. Oh my god.
Chapter 1044, Warrior of Liberation.
It's confirmed. Luffy is Joy Boy. And Luffy's laughing. Oh my god. What happened to me? Why can I still stand even though I lost? Because you're Joy Boy, apparently. You're Joy Boy? What does that mean, though? What does that actually mean? Straw Hat, hey, still breathing. Luffy's alive. Big Brother's still breathing. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. Wait, hang on. Wait, so is the Gum Gum fruit the... is the Gum Gum... Is Luffy's... the Gum Gum fruit he had at the very start? Was that the devil fruit that we're talking about a few chapters back? About being dormant? The world government has attempted to recover the Gum Gum fruit and not once has it ever succeeded for 800 years? So that is... The fruit? That is the fruit that they had? That they were talking about before? This particular fruit has the name of a god? Nika? That's Luffy? And he's across the moon? Possessing a body with the properties of rubber and fighting in whatever way he fancies, bringing smiles to the people. The Warrior of Liberation, also known as Nika the Sun God, shut the front door. Wait, is Luffy the Sun God? It said that in all the world, there is no more power. There is no power more ridiculous. I mean, come on, it's One Piece. Of course. Oh my god. Luffy's the Sun God? What? I have to continue reading. Yeah, Hiyori, you tell Orochi. Odin did so bloody much. You deserve to die after everything Odin's done, and you promised to liberate the people, and you didn't. Oh my god. Hold your tongue, you knave. Oh, kill him, please. Kill him. Is that Kanjuro? I am spent. Oh, please kill him too. Oh, please put an end to them. Those two are pissing me off the most out of everyone. Lord Orochi. No, over here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that Orochi getting, like, blasted by Kanjuro? Oh my god, Luffy. This is pitiful what I can do. This is Gear 5. Wait, so the Joy Boy transformation is Gear 5? Okay, I just thought it was, like Gear 4, you know, it's just like the next level, but this is so beyond what I thought. This is so beyond what I expected. What is up there on the roof? Oh, Kaido, you better be scared. You better be fucking scared. Wow, look at that massive hand. He's just grabbed Kaido. Oh my god, like literally swing him. Have you ever seen Matilda? Amanda Thripp? Come on, pull a Miss Drunchbull right now. Swing him over a fence. Is that Luffy? Even Luffy's laughing. Yeah, swing him round! Swing him round like Amanda Thripp. Oh my god. Straw Hat, you survived. Thank you. Oh, so he's actually thanking Luffy for surviving. So maybe he was like deep down like, oh, okay, yeah, I cheated. Oh my god, I love it so much. I'm sorry about that idiot earlier. I didn't want it to win that way. Don't sweat it. Let's finish this up. Oh my god. Gear 5. Oh my god. Oh my god. That. Oh my god. Even though I've already seen that image of Luffy laughing in that Gear 5 thing, I knew it would be Gear 5. I just thought it was like the next level. I didn't think it would be Joy Boy or that he would be a freaking sun god. Oh my god. Oh, that's incredible. That is so good. Let's finish this up. Yes, let's end this fight, Joy Boy. I don't even know what... I've got no words for that. That's incredible. That's so good. That's amazing. I don't know how much more in love I can be with this. Gear 5 looks absolutely fucking insane. Luffy looks insane. Like, his eyes. Look at his eyes. I actually never seen his eyes before. Or what he can do. That massive hand. Oh yeah, he's got it in the bag now. Get in. Oh my god, I'm dying. Just when I thought there's like nothing else this arc can throw at me, it keeps throwing things.
Chapter 1045, Next Level.
Guys, this giant move thing that Luffy just did. Gum Gum Giant. And he's massive. And it was like inside Kaido as well. It was like boom, 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 boom. Oh my god. I mean, it does look like it takes so much of his power. Oh my god. I wish Can I show you? I'm kind of scared of moving this thing. Oh my gosh. No, I can't move it. Everyone's faces, like Laws, kids, choppers, normies, like their eyes are like bulging out of their heads when they see Luffy's face go through the floor. Oh wow. And Luffy does kind of get out of it and he looks like an old man. Like, that's how much energy it takes. He's all took it out, but then he's just right back on it. What is this madness? He's, like, almost invincible at this point, quite honestly. Like, this is powerful shit. This is powerful stuff. I can't take my eyes off it. I can't. I'm so sorry. I should be looking at you guys, but... Oh. Isn't this fun, Kaido? It looks it. It bloody looks it. Oh, my God. I don't know if I can get used to Luffy looking like this. Careful or you'll die. You actually think I'm afraid of that? Like, the way that Luffy's like really pushing himself during all of this, I'm like, yeah, there must be some kind of limit. This is powerful shit. I'm just... Oh my god. Like, I always say, like, I'm not really into like fights all that much, especially with One Piece. I love other things about One Piece than the fighting, but this, oh my god, this.
Chapter 1046, Raizo.
Onigashima is going to fall. Oh no, like all the fire and stuff that's happening, like it's just amazing to see again, like the island floating above everything else and the way that it's like bursting into flames and like all of that danger too. I have a good feeling that Luffy will be able to save everyone, get the fire out too, because otherwise everyone's just going to end up burning up. It's just like, oh my gosh. Actually, Zanisha being here is like so helpful. Like Zanisha's gonna help with all of the water too. It's just, oh god, like... What is this? What is going on right now? Oh god, I can't speak. I've already spoken for, what is this, like 10 hours of raw footage at the minute? Like, I've spoken for 10 hours about Wano. It's taken all of my words, my energy, I feel like Luffy after using Gear 5. Just like, oh my gosh. Who am I? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will surpass you and become king of the pirates. Yes. The amount of times Luffy says that, and I believe him. I do. God, come on. Like, I can feel the end coming on this fight, honestly. But Zoro, again, like, we need to tend to Zoro. I don't know what's happening with him. Zoro's life is in danger. Come on. This is another thing we have to take into account. Kaido's reaching his limit. He needs to... We need to hurry this along. Can't hold any longer. The flame clouds won't last. Come on, Momonosuke. You can make these flame clouds. You can do it.
Chapter 1047, The Sky Over the Capital.
Oh my god, the end of this chapter. Luffy's massive fist coming through the sky. Onagashima's in the way, so move it. Come on, do it, Momo. I believe in you. Oh my god, this is like so much pressure for Momonosuke. How is he going to do it? Like, he needs to... I mean, we had some flashbacks at the start of the chapter of Momonosuke talking with his mother, saying, I'm ready, mother, I will go, just before he went 20 years into the future. And he knows that he needs to do this. And oh my gosh, the poor kid. The poor child, he's just a child. Oh, but like, he needs to do this. And once he does this, honestly, I feel like he will be unstoppable. Luffy grabbing the lightning too, incredible. Oh my god, so many amazing shots. Like, I could get a lot of these printed and put on my wall. This fight with Kaido, I think, might be my favourite fight of all time. Seriously, like, it keeps on impressing me and keeps on making me feel all of the things. I've got goosebumps everywhere. Like, literally, I don't know if you can really see it that well, but I've got goosebumps everywhere. I'm just sitting here in shock. I'm sitting here as I'm reading. I'm just like, yeah. Oh god, and all the people down below too. Like, they have lives, they have families, they have children, and just like, this is ugh. And I know it's a bit like Dressrosa with the birdcage coming in, but like, this is to like an even bigger scale. And that's what Oda, get it? Scale? Dragons? Yo. But, you know, like with Dressrosa as well, like the stakes are always high, but Oda usually makes the stakes even bigger in the next arc, which is exactly what we have here. But Momonosuke's sister, he needs to help and save her because, oh, you're watching Oda and I'm taking your precious daughter to hell with me? No, 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 no. Absolutely not. We need to save her too. But that massive fist in the sky, it's gonna like, surely that's gonna knock Kaido out, but it's also going to knock the island out of the sky. But if Momonosuke can move it out of the way, then that's fine. That is fine. Come on, Momonosuke. I believe in you too. I do. I believe in you. Oh my god. I'm so stressed.
Chapter 1048, 20 Years.
I love how, I think it was in the previous chapter actually, how Kaido was saying, it doesn't matter what devil fruit you've had, all that matters is hockey. And literally Luffy is still giving him hell. You know, it's like devil fruit, hockey, just sheer determination. Luffy has it in spades, and Luffy's gonna come out of this the winner, essentially. Now I hope that Orochi is actually dead now. Like, actually dead. Denjiro managed to, like, slice his head off. But, like, how many times have I already seen that? But I do get it, though, because if it is sort of like the Hydra a little bit, when you cut off a head, two will grow in its place. So it seems obvious that there would still be life left in Orochi, like, for a long time, especially with all those heads. What I loved about this chapter is that we have this juxtaposition between the present day and the past, but also the people of Wano sending the lanterns up into the sky with these wishes. And, you know, the ones that I can see from here are, please free us from this hell, I want clean water again. I wish Orochi would go away, and then obviously he gets his head like literally cut off. All of this stuff is just blending so beautifully together. And you also, yeah, have like a bit of a flashback, quite a lot actually, in this chapter too. So like everything is hammered home just how important all of this is. I don't think we need to be reminded of that at this point, quite honestly. Like, I get it, I do. Like, all of this means so much. It's 20 years in the making. I get it. Let's just defeat Kaido. But I do love the remembering of, what's he called? Gramps again? The old guy from the prison that Luffy ended up in earlier in the arc, showing him their version of hockey and how Luffy can use it himself. So it was good to see the events after Odin's death 20 years before, to see like what the kind of chaos ensued from that, and how Kaido still had a stronghold on people even back then, right after all of that happened. So that was all good. Again though, I am waiting for Kaido's downfall.
Chapter 1049, The World That Should Be.
Is that it? Is Kaido down now? Is it? Yeah. After, you know, when Law and Kid beat Big Mom and Law said that amazing thing, like, your era is over, and I thought that was the end and there was still like another chapter of fighting. But I love Luffy saying, well, Kaido asks, what kind of world can you create, Straw Hat? And he says, I'll make a world where my friends can eat as much food as they want. Boom! Oh, and literally blasted Kaido right down. There is, surely that is the winning strike. Surely. The determination on Luffy's face, the way that it's woven into the messages and the wishes of everyone down below, rising up as if, you know, like, they're praying, you know? They're praying to a god who will give them what they want and what they desire. And Luffy is that god that's come to give them what they need to free them from this awful situation that Kaido has them in. I want to say mummy, beat the scary dragon, bring the Kozuki clan back. You know, it's like these wishes have come up to the sky where they are, and Luffy's just like knocked that Kaido down. So maybe, I don't want to speak too soon because it could be another chapter of fighting, but like maybe this is the end of Kaido. Maybe. I feel like it would fit as well because we do get flashbacks to Kaido's past during this, so it would make sense if this was Kaido's last stand, right? And I mean, firstly, 46 years ago, Vodka Kingdom. There is a Vodka Kingdom. I want to go to there. But yeah, seeing Kaido's rise, joining the Rock Pirates, the Rock Pirates disbanding, Kaido saying, I know who Joy Boy is. Joy Boy is the person who is going to beat me. And King saying, well, that's never going to happen. I suppose we'll never see him then. Here, Luffy is. Here's Joy Boy. How can any fight top this? How can any fight top it? It can't. This was everything. A world where everyone could eat as much as they want. Yes, that is obviously Luffy's dream, considering how much he loves to eat too. But after hearing everything that the people of Wano have been going through, oh, the promise he's made to his friends, who he's made here, oh, it was perfect. It was perfect, but I don't want to speak too soon. I need to see winner, Luffy. I need to see that before I can say it's definitely won. But that as they want panel, boom, amazing. Going up on the wall. I'm going to have a whole new house for all the panels I want to put up on the wall.
Chapter 1050, Honor.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, my Joy Boy. Oh my god. It'll be a long story. We brought the new Shogun of Wano. I mean, Momonosuke better have a good reason for not wanting to open the borders of Wano just yet. Maybe he wants to repair and rebuild Wano before opening Wano up to the world, maybe. He better still commit to it, though. We didn't fight for 20 years for nothing, you know? It was a brilliant chapter, and it said, the final battle in the skies over Wano, winner, Straw Hat Luffy. So it's definitely confirmed. It is confirmed. Kaido is down, Luffy won, Joy Boy won, the Sun God won. Jeez, he's getting more titles than bloody Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones. Oh, this was beautiful and perfect. I love saying Big Mom and Kaido underground magma pool. And I loved as well Yamato telling the Animal Kingdom pirates / the Beast Pirates that if they choose to fight, they're going to destroy them. Your leader is down. Give it up. But that's 2 emperors. 2 emperors of the sea down. Out for the count. Surely they can't be emperors of the sea anymore. They're out. They're out. Oh god, I just loved it. We take down 2 emperors of the sea. Oh, as well, like my favourite moment of this chapter is when Toko does her lantern for her dad. And it was, I want to say daddy. And she crosses out, I want to say to daddy, thank you. Oh, that's just so sweet. It's like she understands the sacrifice he made and the legacy that he now has brought and how proud she is of her father. Oh god, it's so sad but so heartwarming. Seeing all the lanterns going up in the sky too from all the people of Wano. Gorgeous, stunning, beautiful, all of the things. Winner formerly Kaido. But remember, he bloody cheated the last time. But even he said, I'm glad that wasn't the end of it, because even he was a little bit like, I am just so happy, overcome with happiness. I'm ready for Wano to be restored and for them to move on and to not feel hunger again. Damn, I care so bloody much for these Wano people. I do.
Chapter 1051, Shogun of Wano, Kozuki Momonosuke.
Oh, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Momonosuke. When he got revealed at the end, when we see him like for the first time as an adult out of his dragon form, I, Kozuki Momonosuke, will lead the land of Wano. Oh, I'm so proud. When we first met him in Punk Hazard, I just did not even have an inkling this is where we would end up. He's now the Shogun of Wano. And he's going to restore so much beauty and peace and love to the land. Oh my god, I'm so emotional. I know we always do seem to restore peace to the land every single arc we're in. but it just gets that much sweeter every single time. Honestly, the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, everyone who's on our side, they just continuously make a difference to this world. And they're just like the best people ever. Like the best people ever. Like this is the greatest story ever told. Just, yeah. Tama. I was wondering about her Devil Fruit power actually, because I wasn't sure if the people who she gave the dumplings to would stay under her rule for the rest of their lives. But it's explained that when the moon comes back around, my jutsu will wear off, meaning in 1 month. And then all the animals will go back to the way they were. And then, Horselina though, I'm so much happier with you. Oh, I hope you stay with me too, Horselina. But not like a servant, more like a mommy. I hope you stay with me forever. Oh, that's just so adorable. That is so adorable. Okay, calm down, calm down. I love the fact that Yamato is literally telling everyone, I want to be joining you on your ship. I'm Kazuki Odin, otherwise known as Yamato. Is that a helicopter? Is that Kaido and Luffy? What on our crew? Yo ho ho, I'm all for it. I'm especially for it. I love Jinbei. It's nice of you to invite yourself on board, but it's the captain who decides that. That's true. I mean, there's no reason why Yamato can't, right? After all they've done for us in this arc, surely Luffy will let them join the Straw Hats. I would love it. I know I would love it because I love Yamato. After this arc, love. Just in love. Absolutely in love. I love their design. I love the horns. I do. I need to get me some horns. I really want some horns now. Not to represent Kaido, because I don't like him, but I just loved when the Straw Hats changed their design when they came to the island, which Kinemon did with his powers. That's the kind of look I want to go for. It's a great design. Oh, just seeing Momonosuke is like the best thing ever. It really is. Wano, all is right in the land of Wano.
Chapter 1052. A New Morning.
I feel myself calming down now. I think I'm on that post-arc cooldown, which always comes after a big, huge fight. And I wasn't even part of this fight, really. So, like, what have I got to be worried about? So, yeah, now they're just, like, having a whole lot of fun. There's things being said. I think there's going to be new bounties as well, which I cannot wait to see Luffy's bounty after this. The previous bounty that we found out in Reverie floored me. Absolutely floored me. I can only imagine what it's going to be now. Should I try and guess it? It has to be bigger than Kaido's, right? What if it's like 5 billion? Because if he took down Kaido, he has to be top of the food chain. He has to be top of the food chain. Come on. And he's the Sun God. And he's Joy Boy. Come on. So I'm guessing that maybe Luffy's new bounty will be like 5 billion. Zoro will get a higher bounty. Law and Kid will get a new bounty. They're also talking about replacing the Emperor. So there'll be 2 empty Emperor spots. And I know Luffy was said to be like the unofficial 5th Emperor, which I think was an unofficial thing. But hey, if there are 2 slots open, I rest my case. I did love it when Basil recognized the bravery and strength of Kid and Killer. The fact that Basil sank to working for Kaido because I sensed death in the presence of that monster. But Kid and Killer faced death bravely and continued their resistance. Kid and Killer, they deserve all of the recognition and praise. They weren't cowardly, they didn't back down, they stuck to their gut, they stuck to their morals, and they won. They came out victorious. But then Basil says, the chances of a certain man surviving until tomorrow, 1%, sucks to be him. So that certain man you were talking about was me. And then that's Basil Hawkins. So is Basil Hawkins dead now? I don't want to say like that's what he gets for fighting alongside Kaido, really, but like it is a little bit of an extreme. I know I was just saying before that people need to die. Ash, stop being cute. I know I said before that people need to start dying like Orochi, Kaido and stuff, but they deserve it. But I don't think Basil Hawkins did. I need to stroke Ash. He's on his back right now. I need to do it. Sorry, it's very demanding being a father. So that was good. I love that Momonosuke is continuing the festival. They're going to build a temple, just like the shrine to the god of the blade. Oh, honestly, the Eternal Graves, Ringo, gorgeous. Again, the snow falling. I'm telling you, snowy, wintry settings are my favourite. There's not much else to really comment on. There is a bathhouse scene between, like, it's not mixed bathing, so all the men are together and all the women are together. And Yamato is with all of the men. So I guess because they do identify as Odin, which again I do find a little bit peculiar, but if they identify as a man, then they identify as a man. And I love that for them. But at least there's like no perving on the women's baths, I don't think. There is no invisible Sanji there, so that's all good. Oh, I really do hope that Yamato joins the Straw Hats. I really do. Oh my god, please say that we get a new Straw Hat. Please, please, please.
Chapter 1053, New Emperors.
Law and Kid also got 3 billion berries. I mean, of course, they also defeated Big Mom. So, like, and she was an Emperor of the Sea, so of course they were going to get, like, up there as well. But, like, 3 billion. 1.5 billion to 3 billion for Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy that they are trying to, I think they're trying to stop. I'm saying I told you to remove the D off the name. What's that picture doing there? And it's also Luffy as Joy Boy, Gear 5, whatever, you know? It's like that is the photo on the newspaper and they're trying to stop it. But Morgan's is like, I'm not going to let them manipulate this narrative. Print, print, print. So now, like, everyone knows about Kaido and Big Mom being defeated. And the bounties for Luffy, Law, and Kid, 3 billion berries. 3 billion berries. I do think Luffy should be above Kaido's berry count if he was like 4.6 billion or something like that. And Luffy beat him. He beat him. But 3 billion. Jesus, like, what is the limit? What is the limit? So I literally just started the chapter. I just thought I would come on and tell you about this. What? Oh, I think Kid has disappeared. The 4 Emperors. The 4 Emperors have been announced. I wasn't expecting freaking Buggy. I wasn't expecting Buggy. But Luffy is officially one of the 4 Emperors. Like, oh my god, he's up there with Shanks and Blackbeard. Oh my god. Wait, that's the end of the chapter. Okay, shit. Oh my god. Yeah, he was called the unofficial 5th Emperor, so I thought, oh, maybe he will become an Emperor, and yeah, we are. Who better to replace Kaido than actual Luffy? But why is Buggy there? I mean, I love Buggy, but as one of the 4 Emperors? Really? I love the fact that Kid was going up to try and, I don't know, if I get rid of you right now, because he must be wanting to also take Luffy's place as an Emperor. And I just love the fact that Luffy just gets him in like sort of headlock and they're just cheering to the fireworks going off. But also the drums, I think, the drums that are on the page right now that I can't pick up and show you. It looks like the symbols on Enel's thingamabobby. You know what I mean? Let me just look up Enel again. Oh wait, hang on. He's got like 3. You know on the circles? Like the circle thing that's around him, that's on his back? There's 3, but on the drums there's 2. Okay, you know, like that symbol thing. You guys know what I mean. As soon as I saw that, I just immediately thought of Enel. So, yeah, I didn't know if that was anything to do with that. Yeah, oh shit. Luffy is an actual emperor now. He's actually one of the 4 emperors. I can't get over that. That is incredible. I can't believe it. But I can believe it. I kind of thought that maybe he would. If he was an unofficial 5th emperor, 2 got taken down. Who better to replace? Oh god, incredible. I love Robin as well, trying to find out more about the poneglyphs. Now that we've calmed down, Robin can actually get to work on the poneglyph stuff. So yeah, she sees Sukiyaki, who is actually Auden's dad, Momonosuke's grandpa, revealed to Robin. I was like, what? That is Momonosuke's grandfather, the dad of Auden, and he's been here all this time. So that was really dramatic. But yeah, the poneglyph in Alabasta said the ancient weapon Pluton is here, and he says it is. Pluton is in Wano. It is there. Are we gonna find it? I mean, if the Mermaid Princess from Fishman Island turned out to be an ancient weapon, then maybe the ancient weapons are actually just like the next generation. Not the new generation, but the generation after. The important people, I guess. Like, Momonosuke is now Shogun of Wano, and the Mermaid Princess will rule Fishman Island one day too. So I feel like it's like the next generation after Luffy and Kid and Law and everyone. Maybe they are the ancient weapons. Maybe Momonosuke is Pluton. But I could just be talking on my ass right now. Oh my god, I just can't get over the bounties and the Emperor stuff. Oh my god. Oh, Luffy, you've come such a long way since the East Blue Saga. I'm telling you.
Chapter 1054, Flame Emperor.
Wait, was Vivi's dad murdered? Sabo kills Cobra? What? And what about Vivi? 800 years ago, the world government was created by 20 founders. Of their descendants, only Cobra attended the reverie this year, which is why his murder was so meaningful to the Revolutionary Army. What? And Sabo killed him? Kuma was freed. Okay, great. That's great. But still, what? All the revolutionaries escaped. Okay. And Vivi's disappeared, which happened at the same time as Cobra's murder. Where the hell is Vivi? Oh my god, I've got goosebumps again. I'm scared. Not Vivi, but also I really liked Cobra, and he was murdered by Sabo. What? It's a double blow for Alabasta, you're telling me. Shit, so what's going to happen to Alabasta now? They've already been through too bloody much with Crocodile. Years ago. So much rebellion happening in the world. Oh my god, Sabo. Beginning to worship him like he's some kind of god. At this point in time, he's so popular that he might have more influence than Dragon? What is going on? Now his brother Sora Luffy is an Emperor of the Sea. What is going on? What is going on? The times are indeed changing, absolutely. I'll drive each and every one of them back in the depths of the sea. Look, Akainu, Sakazuki, you're the only one who's going to the bottom of the fucking ocean because I'm going to put you there, you murdering bastard. Sabo murdered someone? You're kidding. You are actually kidding me. And he murdered the King of Alabasta. A descendant of the world government founders, the only descendant to attend the reverie. And Shanks is going after the One Piece now as well. Let's claim the One Piece. Freaking hell, man. Freaking hell. So it literally is a honest to God race to the One Piece now. Does Shanks have anyone to read the poneglyphs for him? I don't think so. But he does still have a lot of knowledge from when he was part of Roger's crew. Oh my god. And I was loving... Shanks still looks really proud of Luffy when he sees him in the paper though. That's lovely. And having the flashback as well to, 1, getting the devil fruit. And 2, Luffy as a kid saving him from one of the sea beasts, getting his arm bitten off. He looks proud. But now he's like, okay, we're going to have to step up my shakushi and actually get this One Piece now. Because Luffy is closing in. He is closing in, but what? Also, that guy at the start of the chapter 2, I can't remember his name, but he was introduced in the chapter before, and he turns into trees. He turns into trees. Yeah, the woods fruit. He says discrimination creates solace. Yamato and Momonosuke approach him. So I don't know what's going on there. I just can't think straight because of freaking Cobra in Sabo. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff, King of Alabasta. What the fuck? Is this going to cause a rift now between Vivi and Luffy? Because Luffy is brothers with Sabo and Luffy loves Sabo. So, who's he gonna side with here? If he sides with anyone? Like, where's Vivi? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Again, I'm speechless. I don't know. I thought we were past this. I thought we were just on a cooldown. This is too much. Oh. So, does this make Sabo a bad guy? Or is he just doing what needs to be done for the Revolutionary Army? And he just had to do something that extreme because of the cause. Oh my god. But also the cover of this chapter with the 4 emperors, gorgeous. Gorgeous. What?
Chapter 1055, The New Era.
Oh, I love Shanks. I love him. Oh, and I love Momonosuke too. The way that he was able to defend Wano without asking for help. I loved it when he said, if we can't do this ourselves, if we must ask for help from those who are about to leave, we'll never be able to protect Wano. I love that. Momonosuke just, boom, full dragon hilt and got rid of that. I still can't remember his name, the guy who turns into trees. But actually, Shanks seems to have unleashed his Haki, and that guy recognized it. The Supreme King Haki who's doing that. The redhead pirates, are you nearby? And Shanks says, are you that afraid of the new era? Look, I'm not picking a fight with you guys. Not yet. Fine. I love that. And I love the fact that Luffy, Zoro, Jinbei, Sanji were just watching this whole thing happen. And they were just eating away, just letting Momo take care of it, really. They didn't have to step in. They didn't need to. And it would have been less impactful if they did, because they do need to make sure, or like Momonosuke needs to ensure the fact that he is strong enough to defend Wano. Otherwise, Luffy and everyone would have to stay there forever, and obviously that's not an option. But Yamato also amazing. But the big thing in this chapter though that I absolutely loved was Robin and Law going further down below Wano to see the road poneglyph, which is the third one. Just one more and then we're on our way to Laugh Tale. So I'm so excited about that. But it was so fascinating to know that there is an old Wano at the bottom of the sea. It looks incredible. I love that so much. Great visuals and just like the story of it, but also the fact that by getting rid of the borders of Wano, literally, in other words, opening the borders means destroying the country's natural defense and unleashing an ancient weapon onto the world. And it's like, why would Odin want to do that? But he knows something. Well, he knew something. He knew something important that would help. And he didn't explain that to anyone. He might have written it down in that journal, but one of the pages was missing, which probably mentioned this. But like, just Robin seeing all of this and seeing the road poneglyph, I'm just... I love that. It's what I love. It's one of my favourite parts of One Piece is Robin getting to experience the poneglyphs and getting that step further, you know? Wano under the sea. Oh, amazing.
Chapter 1056, Cross Guild.
So much to talk about. The Cross Guild, Buggy, Crocodile, and Mihawk, they're part of the Cross Guild. So is Buggy, like, in charge of them? Gosh, this is odd. This is so odd. Kid said it right. Was it Kid or was it Law? One of them was like, hey, the world's been going on while we've been here, and so much has changed. While we're stuck here in this closed nation, the world around us has changed quite a bit. Yeah, you're telling me? And they can issue bounties on the Navy. I think, is that Sakazuki in one of them? Because if it is, oh my god, I love them so much. Yeah, I mean, it's about time. It's about time. Yeah, the Navy's been used to doing all the chasing, but these days they have to fear assassination from civilians. It's about time. It's about time the Navy got some bounties on them too. Yeah, let them run around for a bit. Let them get a taste of their own medicine. Oh, but that whole Cross Guild poster thing looks incredible. It's very circus-esque, which obviously Buggy the Clown makes sense, but I'm just still so surprised. Mihawk? Really teaming up with Buggy and Crocodile? Wow. Oh, Carrot is going to be the next king of Zo. And I love how Carrot was firstly like, the king? Yeah, sure. Wait, what? No, I can't do that. I love that they're allowing the next generation to also look after Zo, be in charge. That really does feel like there is just so much passing on in One Piece. Like, a lot of it, actually. Like, so much of it. Even Wano, Momonosuke now being the shogun, Luffy becoming emperor. So much of it is like passing on to the next generation, which makes me feel like the end is nigh. And I know we are going into the final saga, but like it really is feeling like we're approaching the end, essentially. And that really scares me. That really freaks me out, not gonna lie. I love seeing everything that's happening. I'm loving that Carrot is gonna be king of Zo. I'm loving Momonosuke being shogun of Wano, Luffy being emperor, everything, of course. But that just, to me, makes me feel like the end is approaching. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want it to end. Alright, fucking Carabao. Okay, so I knew he would only be part of our team because he wanted to protect his own skin. But yeah, now he's going to tell them about Pluton being in Wano. So I don't think now that Momonosuke is the Pluton, because of course, like, I forgot, but Frankie in Water 7/Ennis Lobby had the blueprints for the Pluton. So yeah, it reminds me of that. The ancient weapon Pluton, which bears the name of a god. Do you want it, Luffy? Nah, I'm good. oh, the poor Straw Hats not saying goodbye to Momonosuke, but they never really like saying goodbye, do they? The fight between Law, Luffy, and Kid about which direction they go with the log pose, and they have to pick one, and Kid and Luffy pick the same one, and Law picks a different one. The smartest way, potentially, is just so right for their personalities. They're such an amazing trio. And Kid mentioned something about somebody with a burn scar. No, Killer. Sorry, Killer. We're going to have to pull all our strength into this task if we want to take part in the all-out war over the One Piece. And then Kid says, what, you mean finding the man with the burn scar? That's not enough to go on. And then Luffy's like, huh? Burn scar? What do you mean? And nobody says anything. You don't know her? Sounds like we're going to take the advantage. Oh, find the man with the burn scar. Interesting. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. And we end the chapter with Yamato saying they're going to live the way Kazuki Oden did. So I think they are going to try and get to the Straw Hats. They're not going to leave without Yamato, right? Luffy pretty much lets anyone join. They can't just leave Yamato behind unless Yamato decides to stay behind, but it doesn't sound like they are. So it will be a bit sad actually if Yamato misses it, because they do. They long to save the world, and this is like one of their best opportunities to do so. So live like their inspiration.
Chapter 1057. The End.
I've finished Wano. Oh, I finished Wano. I finished Wano. I finished Wano. What? I'm now on the current arc of One Piece. That's actually happening now. Ash, can you believe it? I can't believe it. What? I'm caught up. Well, no, I'm not caught up. Sorry, no. I've read all of the complete arcs now. That's Wano done. The last complete arc I needed to read before getting to the current arc. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, and that was such a good chapter too. I feel so sad but so happy at the same time. I mean, I feel sad that Yamato's not joining us when it seemed like they were going to at the end of the previous chapter, but it makes sense because Oden didn't join a crew straight away. They did a whole bunch of stuff first that Yamato is now going to try and do themselves. So I'm so... I love... It means... Luffy did say, like, if, you know, a few years' time, when you guys are ready, just say the word, the Straw Hats will come back and pick you guys up. I love that. It's a promise of an adventure in the future. And just the bond between them will never fade away, and it's just it's gonna be there. And I love that Luffy said, yeah, there's no wimps in the Straw Hats. And yeah, you know, you have people like Usopp and Nami, but like, hey, it's fine. They have their strengths, remember. So I love it. I also loved it when Law, Luffy, and Kid were leaving Wano, and they were saying, oh, we're gonna take like the safe route, essentially, like the safe exit out of the country. And Kid's like, oh, the safe exit, like a couple of losers. And then Luffy and Law just look like, what did you just say? And then they're trying to get control of the ship, and you can hear Jinbei shouting, Luffy, no! It's so good. It's so funny. Don't do this, please. I don't want to die. It's just, the amount of times that we've kind of descended out of somewhere. Skypiea, Zo, Wano. It's just hilarious. Safe, secure. Give me the whale, Jinbei. Luffy, no. It's just so funny. Just right for a couple of losers. Honestly, I need to see Kid and Law again, like, start. I love them. I love the banter. I want to be so sad when we don't see them for a while. I feel like this is like the natural breakaway point for them because we've just went through this entire journey. Kinemon and Momonosuke as well, not being able to see them again. Well, we will, but like they're not part of our adventure. We've been with them since Punk Hazard. And we're saying goodbye. Like, it's so sad. I loved it when Momonosuke and Kinemon and Yamato caught up with the Straw Hats before they left, and like that whole speech, and Luffy saying, put the flag of the Straw Hats up, and if anyone messes with my crew, they're picking a fight with us. You'd call me one of you? Yes. You, Vivi, Yamato, just, there's so many official Straw Hat members that just aren't on the ship, but they're just like, they're spread throughout the world. Oh gosh. Oh, I love that ending so much. The flashbacks between Luffy and Momonosuke too. and Luffy saying, I see you as my little brother. Oh my god. Oh, it was perfect. It was like the perfect ending of the arc. Again, like I love the ending of Whole Cake Island. I love the ending of Wano. It was perfect. It was perfect. Oh, and the princess as well, when she says Kurizumi was born to burn. I loved it. It was incredible, fantastic. The end of Wano. Oh, I'm living my best life. I finished the saga, finished the arc. Oh, it was amazing. Obviously, I'm going to give Wano a 10 out of 10. It was a 10 out of 10. It was, some parts of it was a little long, and in fact, the entire thing's long. But considering everything that happened, oh my god, the emotions I went through, I've just had the most perfect week in Wano. It's been incredible, non-stop. There's been ups, there's been downs. My emotions have been all over the place. Oh, it was like perfect. It's like, it felt like we've been building to this since the beginning of this story. This felt like this could have been the end, but it's not. It's not. We're just continuing forward. And it's not the end. We're only now getting to like the final saga. You know what I mean? It's like, if this is before the end, I just can't believe I finished Wano. What an achievement. What an achievement. Oh my god, please do like this video though, to show your support for me finishing Wano. I would appreciate that so much, because I can only imagine how long this video is. I can't wait to catch up. I cannot wait to catch up to One Piece. But I guess that's the end of this mammoth video. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to leave this video a like if you enjoyed, and subscribe if you haven't already. Leave all the comments down below. What did you think of the video? Was there anything I didn't mention that you wish I did? Any opinions on my opinions? Let me know down below. What did you love about the Wano Country arc? Is there any standout moments that you loved? Your favourite part? Let me know everything down below. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons and my One Piece channel members, especially my One Piece channel members, for supporting my channel and joining me on my week in Wano and supporting me. I love you guys so much. If you'd like to join my Patreon or my One Piece channel membership, then all the links are down in the description box. But yeah, I hope I will see you in the next video. Bye.